Chapter 23-27. In that case, what exactly was the heavenly eye heart attack poison? According to Chen Xingyao, it meant not looking at Lu Ji's dance. Although she was irresistibly beautiful, Long Chen could still pretend to be staring at her, but in reality, his attention was not on her at all. Neptune Emperor and Lu Ji should be working together to deal with Long Chen. Time gradually passed. Neptune Emperor paid attention to Long Chen's movements from time to time. In fact, at this time, Lu Ji still hadn't really started to act. All the dance that she had done so far should be foreplay. The goal was of course to gradually bring Long Chen into the trap. Lu Ji's stunningly perfect body was covered with a layer of light yellow gauze, and she was probably naked. As her waist and arms twisted and danced, her skin color fluttered on the stage, and her long black hair also danced. She was like a black phantom, and every move she made had a fatal attraction. For any man, this kind of attraction might be fatal. Although the Sea God Emperor had enjoyed her perfection long ago, when he looked at her now, he still had a feeling of being unable to resist. He looked at her passionately until Lu Ji glared at him. Only then did he embarrassedly smile and look at Long Chen's movements. Currently, Long Chen was intoxicated. His expression was lifeless, and his eyes were anxiously watching Lu Ji's beautiful dance. He didn't even blink. His appearance was similar to what the Sea God region had expected. It seemed that he was completely attracted to Lu Ji. Young people are full of vigor and vigor. A peerless beauty like Lu Ji is probably countless times more attractive to him than his own woman. I used Lu Ji as a weapon, and it was right to use her this time. Seeing Long Chen's performance, he knew that he had taken the bait. It's time to start. Thinking of this, he nodded slightly at Lu Ji. Of course, he meant that they could start. In fact, Lu Ji's dance was a kind of poison, a poison of seduction and hallucination. It was the release of this poison that made her figure and dance so alluring and perfect in the eyes of all the men around her. Of course, the Blue Devil race's poison wasn't fatal, but it could paralyze Long Chen and immerse him in an illusion, providing the precondition for Lu Ji to use the heavenly eye heart attack poison. Under the Sea God Emperor's reminder, Lu Ji nodded in response. Her dance instantly increased by several times. A black aura spread out from her body, turning into a graceful phantom. The most surprising thing was her eyes. Her eyes had already turned into a black liquid. The black aura actually came from her eyes. Perhaps for those men who had already been seduced by her dance, this was not a dark aura, but a beautiful light and shadow. Perhaps to those men who were already seduced by her dance, it wasn't black gas, but beautiful light. Of course, he didn't let Lu Ji successfully hypnotize him. Right now, everything was just according to his own guesses. In addition, he guessed it from Neptune Emperor's performance. In fact, he didn't stare at Lu Ji, and he was already fully prepared to resist Neptune Emperor's test this time. The strange black fog spread toward Long Chen and gathered in his eyes, as if it wanted to drill into his eyes. The black aura turned into two giant snakes that hovered in front of Long Chen. Soon, they would rush into Long Chen's eyes and attack his heart, completely disturbing Long Chen's mind and letting Lu Ji control him. That way, the Sea God Emperor could easily know all the secrets in the depths of his heart. Long Chen was a guy who rose mysteriously. He had many secrets on him, and everyone should be interested in them, including the inheritance blood essence of the divine dragon he had inherited. Go, heavenly eye heart attack poison. Under the control of Lu Ji's graceful dance, the black mist turned into two huge snakes and instantly charged at Long Chen. Now that they had reached this level, Neptune Emperor was very relieved. Lu Ji's strength was much stronger than Long Chen's, and it was under such circumstances. Now that they had reached the final step, it was very difficult to make any mistakes. What he didn't expect was that Long Chen wasn't seduced at all. It was true that Lu Ji's charm was the best in the world, but Long Chen didn't even look or listen. When he shut off his perception, it was very difficult for her to succeed. And now, when the two black snakes approached Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. What's that? He pretended to suddenly discover it and was very surprised. Just when his eyes were about to be invaded, he performed the time reversal mystique and transferred the terrifying heavenly eye heart attack poison back to its dissipated state. At this moment, Long Chen immediately stood up from his seat. This change made Neptune Emperor and Lu Ji dumbfounded. Success was right in front of them, and everything was in their control. How could there be a mistake at the last moment? From the looks of it, he should have woken up under the protection of something. What's going on? Long Chen knew that they could only seduce him secretly. In an open situation, they were still afraid of the 15 Dragon Emperor and the human race, so they wouldn't interrogate him directly. So now that Long Chen had woken up, it meant that their plan had failed. As for what the reason was, it was no longer important. Neptune Emperor quickly smiled and said, "What's wrong? Such a beautiful dance. Are you reluctant to leave after it's over?" At this moment, Lu Ji had already finished dancing. She walked away, and her graceful figure quickly disappeared in front of their eyes. She didn't stay any longer, but even her back view was enough to make people go crazy for her. Just now, something seemed to have happened. Long Chen asked doubtfully. Of course, this was just an act. Neptune Emperor smiled faintly and said, "Actually, when I first saw her dance, she was still a little girl. At that time, I also had the same feeling. When everything was over, I suddenly stood up and returned to reality from her dance. It was as if I had seen a fantasy. I think your situation at this time should be similar to mine. Is that so?" Long Chen still had an uncertain look. His voice was slightly cold as he said, "Senior Sea God Emperor, this junior came here with a sincere heart to seek cooperation with the sea race. If Senior has no intention of cooperating, please tell me as soon as possible so that I can leave first. Otherwise, how would I know if something unexpected will happen if I stay here?" While speaking, he gazed at Neptune Emperor. Neptune Emperor took the hint and said, "Little brother Long Chen, don't think too much. Since the 15 Dragon Emperors have given us this face, of course, we won't let this opportunity go to waste. You can stay at ease in Hanhai Imperial City. In a few days, during the sea offering ceremony, we can announce to the world that our sea race and the human race have formed an alliance." If Long Chen gave such a big gift but Neptune Emperor directly drove him away, it would be a joke if this news spread out. It would show that the sea race was timid, incompetent, and paranoid. Neptune Emperor, of course, did not want such a thing to happen. Therefore, he used these words to calm Long Chen down. In that case, it couldn't be better. Today, I have to say that Senior Lu Ji's dance is truly incomparably beautiful. No one in the world can compare to her. To be able to appreciate such a wonderful dance is my, Long Chen's, honor. Many thanks, Senior Neptune Emperor. This invitation has really broadened my horizons. Long Chen didn't pursue the matter and started praising Lu Ji instead. Neptune Emperor saw that Long Chen did not seem to know what happened just now. He heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's natural. In my sea race, Lu Ji's status is second only to the 6 sea emperors. She has such charm, it is my sea race's fortune." After exchanging a few more words, Long Chen took his leave. Chen Xingyao welcomed him as he walked back. After Long Chen left, Lu Ji walked out of the darkness. She swayed her water snake waist and walked in front of Neptune Emperor. She said in a sweet voice, "I feel that he is simply inconceivable. Even at this stage, he can still wake up. This can only mean that there is something in his body that is warning him. Or perhaps, he is very smart. He knows that we will deal with him this time because of my dance, so he did not look at me at all. It should be the latter. This brat is very scheming. Since he has such a big suspicion, it also means that he has a secret. He doesn't want to expose it, so he is especially cautious. This secret is very likely to be the reason why he came here." Neptune Emperor's gaze was deep and cold. This was a confrontation. Long Chen actually defeated the Neptune Emperor and Lu Ji in their trap. This was already very inconceivable. Even I have failed. You have a better way. You can either find an excuse to directly cripple him or kill him. Working together will not be of much benefit to us. On the contrary, this brat in my Neptune region will not be able to have a day of peace. Lu Ji said with a sinister gaze. Didn't you want to have a taste of this brat? Neptune Emperor joked. Lu Ji glared at him and said with slight anger, if you don't want to be in a passive state, then be more prepared. This brat is a troublesome fellow, very troublesome. I'm afraid he is even more difficult to deal with than the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God region. You must not be careless, lest you bring the Neptune region into an irrecoverable state. Lu Ji did not need to remind him about the time. I will discuss this with the other Neptune emperors. Just as they were talking, Long Chen was also talking with Chen Xingyao. Thank you so much just now. You saved me. Long Chen said very sincerely. If Chen Xingyao had not reminded him, under the other party's tight control, he might really have been injured. Chen Xingyao smiled faintly and said, we are all fellow humans. You're welcome. Fellow humans. This sentence made Long Chen approve of him. The Dragon God region was already very stable now. The 15 Dragon Emperors formed a solid core. They were waiting for Long Chen to become the new and only core. Fellow humans, sharing life and death, fighting together. The Black Hell Emperor is already dead. None of the 15 Dragon Emperors will blame you. If you have the heart to return to the human race, I might be able to think of a way to bring you back. Chapter 23-28. After Long Chen said this, Chen Xingyao suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze trembled slightly as he repeated, go back. It could be seen that this word was very heavy for him. After all, he had lived in the sea race for many years and had long since gotten used to everything here. Moreover, he was already married and had a wife here. Originally, Long Chen would not have said such words to him, but he had reminded himself today, allowing him to avoid a calamity. After that, he saw Lu Ji again. With his ability to see through people, he could easily see that Chen Xingyao and Lu Ji were practically two different people. Chen Xingyao's personality could be considered the type that stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was impossible to associate him with Lu Ji's wildness, charm, insidiousness, and so on. Chen Xingyao suddenly smiled faintly and said, I won't be going back. I don't have any attachment to the Dragon God domain, and the people I once loved are no longer in this world. The sea race is very good, and I'm prepared to attempt the 9 palaces tribulation in the future. If I can't do it, then forget it. In any case, this is the end of my life. When Chen Xingyao said these words, his eyes were very vacant, filled with a deep pain and longing. It was only at this moment that Long Chen saw his true feelings. At other times, he was very indifferent. From these few expressions and words, it could be seen that although his body was in the sea race, his heart was not with the sea race. Chen Xingyao suddenly changed the topic. Long Chen, you think that I'm the last link in today's plan between Sea God Emperor and Lu Ji, right? That I'll tell you how to block Lu Ji's charming poison, then gain your trust, and then rely on that trust to ask you about your true purpose in coming to the Sea God domain, right? Of course, Long Chen had this kind of thinking. This was very normal. If Chen Xingyao was actually still Sea God Emperor's man, now that Long Chen trusted him and told him his goal, Sea God Emperor's goal could be easily achieved. Although it was a little roundabout, this was a truly excellent plan. Even before Chen Xingyao said it himself, Long Chen didn't really believe him. Don't worry, I won't ask you about this, and you don't have to answer me. None of this is important to me. Right now, I just want to live peacefully. Chen Xingyao smiled faintly. You really don't want to go back? Long Chen asked again. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that it's meaningless. You haven't gone back yet, so how do you know there are no secrets? Long Chen asked again. Chen Xingyao looked back at him and said with a bitter smile, everyone has their own fate and fate. Not everyone can do what you want to do. My life has lost its meaning, so it's the same no matter where I go. Don't mention this to me again. I'll send you back. Long Chen followed behind him and thought for a while. Chen, this person is a good person. There must be a lot of difficulties for him to marry that hateful woman. My guess is that it's definitely not his own will. Didn't you say that the relationship between Sea God Emperor and that Lu Ji is a bit strange? And Sea God Emperor and Emperor Xiao are husband and wife. Could it be that the union between him and Lu Ji is just a method to conceal the relationship between Sea God Emperor and Lu Ji? Long Chen was speechless. To be honest, he wouldn't have thought of this at all. It could only be said that a woman's reasoning ability for this kind of thing was simply earth-shattering. Although it sounded very mysterious, if one thought about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. A hero loved a beauty, not another hero. Perhaps to the Sea God Emperor, another Sea Emperor was indeed not that attractive to him. A peerless beauty like Lu Ji was more attractive to him. It could be seen from his previous performance. Thinking of this, Long Chen suddenly said to Qin Xingyao in front of him, "It seems that the relationship between Sea God Emperor and Lu Ji is not the same. You don't like this woman at all, right?" It was also very bold to say these words. He was finally determining whether Qin Xingyao could be trusted or not. In the end, he shook his head and said, "You are extremely observant and intelligent, I can't hide it from you. Not many people know about their relationship now, and we are still in love in front of outsiders, so you have to keep this secret, lest you bring about a fatal disaster to yourself. Emperor Xiao's jealousy is very strong, and she kills without batting an eye. If this secret is leaked, it will definitely cause a bloody storm in the Sea clan." Oh, Long Chen could roughly confirm it. At this time, he was still thinking for himself. To test whether a person was truly trustworthy, he would look at these points. If Qin Xingyao was pretending, then Long Chen could only say that he was too good at acting. Strange, since you don't love her, why did you compromise and stay here? There's no need, right? The Dragon God realm also needs an expert like you. Qin Xingyao was slightly annoyed. He shook his head and said, "Don't talk about these things, I'll send you back." Everyone had their own secrets. If it was too much invasion, it would also make people feel very uncomfortable. After all, it might be some sad memories. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "I came to the Sea God realm to complete an important matter, and I need your help." He finally chose to believe this Qin Xingyao and directly admitted this matter. Before this, he didn't reveal anything at all. This made Qin Xingyao very surprised. He said, "How can you choose to believe me in such a big matter? I have spent thousands of years in the Sea clan. Aren't you afraid that I am still serving the Sea clan?" Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "I believe in my intuition, I believe in the divine dragon's descendant, the backbone of a dragon martial artist." Backbone, backbone, Qin Xingyao muttered these two sentences blankly and laughed bitterly. Then, he stared at Long Chen with a burning gaze and said, "All right, just based on these words, even if I have to risk my old life, I am willing." Long Chen didn't argue and said directly, "I want to go to the sacred karma stone. I need to get close to it. Do you have any way to help me?" The sacred karma stone. Qin Xingyao was startled, then shook his head and said, "As expected, it's not something that is easy." Of course, if it was easy, you wouldn't have come personally. The sacred karma stone is in the depths of the vast Sea Divine Palace. Only the Sea clan's demigod martial artists have the right to enter that area. Although I have the strength, I haven't been acknowledged by the Sea clan, so I don't have the right to enter. Moreover, the closer I get to the sacred karma stone, there will be many demigod guards roaming around. If an outsider like me approaches, they will only think that I am sullying and blaspheming it. Therefore, your goal is very difficult. If it wasn't difficult, Long Chen wouldn't need his help. Is there no other way? There are still more than 10 days, we can make a concrete plan. Qin Xingyao nodded and said, "Since I promised you, I will naturally think of a way. However, I am only sending you back this time. If I take too long and others see me, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. I will go back and think of a way. I will try to give you an answer in a few days. I will contact you through the star talisman. All right. Long Chen was already extremely grateful to be able to get his help. After returning to his residence, Qin Xingyao left first. After a while, Qin Xingyao directly used the star talisman to send a message, saying, "Within today, you will enter my god nation." Now that the sea sacrifice ceremony is being prepared, the guards will probably be a little lax. When the time comes, I will see if I can directly sneak in. Although it's risky, I have a certain reputation among the Sea clan. Just the crime of breaking into the forbidden area won't do anything to me. If that's the case, then many thanks. Qin Xingyao paused for a moment, then said, "The Three Lives Divine Stone, the sacred stone of karma, has existed for tens of millions of years, guarding the Sea God region. It is the holy land of the Sea clan. Don't tell me that you want to take the sacred stone of karma away. If you do, the Sea clan will probably directly attack the Dragon God region." "Don't worry, it definitely won't," Long Chen said. After cutting off contact, Long Chen began to wait patiently. Whether he could succeed or not would depend on Qin Xingyao's next operation in the next few days. Fortunately, he met Qin Xingyao this time and had his help. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not even know where the sacred stone of karma was. There were many martial artists with demigod bodies guarding it, so how could he sneak in? Devil Blue Palace. Qin Xingyao walked in. At this time, Lu Ji had not returned yet. He sat beside the Black Sea and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he heard the sound of water. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Lu Ji's face was flushed and her footsteps were light and languid. She must have just fought with the Sea God Emperor. "Give it to me." Lu Ji stretched out her hand. Qin Xingyao hurriedly took out thousands of blue crystals. Lu Ji moved very quickly and directly collected them. When she found that they were all high-quality blue crystals, she was very satisfied. Then, she glared at Qin Xingyao and said, "Scram." Qin Xingyao said, "This year's mission has been completed. If you don't help, she won't be able to last until the sea sacrifice ceremony." Lu Ji giggled and said, "What an infatuated person. All right, I am very satisfied with your performance this year. Open your disgusting god nation." Qin Xingyao's face was full of gratitude. An hour later, Lu Ji came out of the god nation. Her forehead was slightly sweating. She said somewhat impatiently, "Such an ugly woman, is it worth it for you to do so much for her?" Qin Xingyao smiled with some satisfaction and gratification. "In my heart, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. More beautiful than me." Lu Ji raised her beautiful eyebrows and asked. Qin Xingyao didn't dare to reply. Lu Ji twisted her waist and nestled in his arms. She looked at him with her extremely tempting eyes and said, "Husband, no matter what, we have been married before. It has been a few thousand years, but I haven't let you touch me. Seeing that you have performed well this year, I will reward you tonight." Qin Xingyao said, "Forget it. You just want to prove that I, Qin Xingyao, say how much I love a woman, but in reality, I am just a lower body animal that can't resist your beauty. Our marriage is just a transaction. We both get what we need. I admit that you are the most seductive woman in the world, but just treat me as a dead man. I died a long time ago, so my preferences are different from others. Is this answer okay?" Chapter 23-29. The next day, Long Chen was ready and waiting for Qin Xingyao's arrival. Today, Qin Xingyao would take him to the sacred stone of karma. "I hope I can succeed on my first try." That was what he thought, but the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks. Even if he did not succeed this time, he would not be discouraged as long as there were no losses. The 6 sea emperors had guarded the sacred stone of karma for so many years without any gains. They clearly did not have the qualifications or ability to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the divine way heart-refining dragon. Therefore, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He even felt that if it were not for the god generals, demon stars, and other dangers that were right in front of him, he could even wait until he was stronger before coming to the sea race. Qin Xingyao came as promised. But today, he seemed somewhat tired and listless. Not feeling well? Long Chen asked. This was more a kind of inner exhaustion and despair. He looked very down, so he could not help but ask. Qin Xingyao shook his head. I'm fine. Start preparing now. I'll take you to see the sacred stone of 3 lives and the sacred stone of karma. We might be discovered, and then we might have to face it together. No problem, thank you. If you want to return to the Dragon God domain, you are welcome at any time. This is what the 3 dragon emperors of the devouring dragon city told me. They know you are here to help me. 3 dragon emperors. A pleasantly surprised smile finally appeared on Qin Xingyao's face, but it quickly disappeared. He nodded and said, "All right, I will consider it carefully." Then, according to the agreement, Long Chen entered his god nation, and he would take him to the sacred stone of karma. Let's go. After a while, Qin Xingyao left, but no one knew that he had taken Long Chen with him. Qin Xingyao's god nation was an oasis. The grass was lush, and the flowers were in full bloom. The scenery was picturesque. Long Chen did not walk around, so as not to invade other people's privacy. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the oasis, waiting for time to pass. Less than a quarter of an hour after Qin Xingyao left Long Chen's previous residence, Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered a weak aura in this divine kingdom. It seemed as though he was on the verge of death, struggling at death's door. This made him a little suspicious. After persevering for a period of time, the aura still did not dissipate. There was still a strand of life force hanging on, and it could probably hold on for a long time. He asked, "Senior Qin, there seems to be someone injured in your god nation. Do you need my help?" When Qin Xingyao heard this, he immediately stopped in his tracks and said, "Maybe you're mistaken. How is that possible? You should focus. We're almost at the first checkpoint. The place you're going to is the sea race's forbidden zone. First, we have to pass through a large door. There are many 7-star reincarnation tribulation eminences guarding the door. We have to convince them to let us in first. No, let me in." It seemed that this aura was related to his personal secret. Since he was unwilling to let Long Chen know about it, there was nothing Long Chen could do about it. To him, the divine Tao heart refining dragon's inheritance blood essence was the most important thing. Therefore, he had already placed his attention outside the God Kingdom. Qin Xingyao moved forward in the sea. A colorful sea appeared in front of him. All the colorful sea was a forbidden zone to him. Only the experts of the sea race with demigod bodies and above could enter. Although these 7-star reincarnation tribulation eminences were guards, they had never entered the forbidden zone before. In front of Qin Xingyao were a few huge sea beasts. They had the same terrifying appearance and aura as the demon race, but they were even more ferocious. Among them was an octopus with 8 tentacles covered in lumps. There were blue rings on its tentacles. This was a sea race called the blue-ringed octopus. It was fundamentally different from the black llama beast. After seeing Qin Xingyao, they all transformed into human forms and pressed forward. A total of more than 10 people surrounded Qin Xingyao. "Qin Xingyao, what are you doing in the forbidden zone? Although you are a demigod body expert, you are not from the sea race. You are not qualified to enter the forbidden zone. Hurry up and scram." "That's right. Go back to your devil blue palace and stay obediently. This is not a place you should be, Shao by face." Back then, Qin Xingyao and Lu Ji's union had shocked everyone. No one had thought that the most beautiful woman of the sea race would marry an outsider. That was a painful past for all the men. Although thousands of years had passed, the men of the sea race still couldn't let go of it. They still respected Lu Ji and were infatuated with her. However, it didn't mean that they would treat Qin Xingyao the same way. In their eyes, Qin Xingyao was still an outsider slave. If they had the chance, they would definitely mock him mercilessly. Just like now. Qin Xingyao could only rely on himself this time. Therefore, Long Qin waited to see how he would resolve this. At this time, everyone had surrounded Qin Xingyao. Everyone, it was Lu Ji who told me to go to the Sea Clear Pavilion to get something for her. I didn't come here willingly. Can you make an exception and let me in? This is her token. Qin Xingyao took out a black token. There was a snake on it. With this token in hand, it was as if Lu Ji had come in person. It could be seen that Qin Xingyao had come prepared. He had also made up an excuse. It was Lady Lu Ji who told you to go in. What do you want to take from the Sea Clear Pavilion? Obviously, the Sea Clear Pavilion was also in the Forbidden Zone. Hearing that it was Lu Ji's order and seeing her token, their tone became slightly better. Of course, they were giving Lu Ji face. As for Qin Xingyao, they were still full of disdain. Qin Xingyao wasn't a strong-willed person. In the sea race, he almost never fought. Basically, he was the one being bullied. He said, "I'm sorry. This is Lady Lu Ji's secret. I can't tell you. She said that when you see this token, you will naturally let me in. I don't know if you can do that." Hearing this, the guards looked at each other. Let this bastard in. There's no other way. This is Lady Lu Ji's order. After all, he's her husband. He can't get close to her. I can't accept it. Why don't we tease him? A group of 7-star reincarnation tribulation eminences were discussing in front of Qin Xingyao. They were really looking down on him. Long Chen was a little angry, but Qin Xingyao remained calm, as if he was used to such a life. Long Chen pondered. He really didn't understand. He was so cautious, failed, weak, bullied, and had no dignity as an expert. Why didn't he leave this place? He shouldn't have liked Lu Ji, so what was the reason for that? At that moment, Qin Xingyao suddenly smiled and said, "Today is the first time I've troubled you. Thank you very much. I have some primordial Tao artifacts and immortal essences here. I'll give them to you now. I hope that you can do me a favor and let me in." With that said, he took out the gifts. The things he gave were very attractive to 7-star reincarnation tribulation eminences. Clearly, he had put in a lot of effort. The few of them had wanted to tease him, but when they saw the gifts, their eyes lit up. More than a dozen of them began to fight for them. Soon, more than a dozen of them received the gifts and couldn't stop smiling. The greedy nature of the sea race was vividly displayed on them. Qin Xingyao, actually, you're not bad. That's right. You know how to behave. Besides, you have Lady Lu Ji's token. Of course, you can enter the Forbidden Zone. The next time you enter, we brothers can help you. Indeed, compared to their jealousy of Qin Xingyao, they coveted the treasures more. Thank you, everyone. Qin Xingyao heaved a sigh of relief and put away the token. After thanking them, he led Long Chen into the Rainbow Sea and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Thank you. If it weren't for him, it would have been quite troublesome for him to come here. The greater advantage of getting Qin Xingyao's help was that even if Qin Xingyao was discovered, he wouldn't be discovered. This time, Qin Xingyao had indeed put in a lot of effort and sacrifice, which made Long Chen very grateful. And, actually, don't be too happy too early. In this forbidden realm, the most troublesome ones aren't them, but the patrolling warriors with demigod bodies. They will randomly appear in this forbidden realm, and each of them can monitor a very large sea. I can't escape, so I can only rely on luck. No matter what, I'm really grateful to you this time. At first, he doubted Qin Xingyao, but it was different now. Qin Xingyao was indeed a friend worthy of deep friendship. Seeing Qin Xingyao heading towards the depths, Long Chen couldn't help but look forward to the sacred karma stone. He was getting closer and closer to the inheritance blood essence of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. Long Qinglan probably only knew the location of this drop of essence blood, but had never controlled it before, so it was still quite difficult. We're probably halfway there, Qin Xingyao said. Long Chen was also prepared, using all his strength to sense the existence of the sacred karma stone. He seemed to have sensed a place in front of him, where there were two things that made his heart palpitate. They should be the three-life divine stone and the sacred karma stone. We're getting closer. Qin Xingyao's words stirred Long Chen's heart again. Qin Xingyao. At this moment, the sound of the sea breaking could be heard. The seawater rippled, and an old man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Xingyao. It was a black-haired old man with a sharp head like a spear. He looked very ugly, but he had a murderous intent. He could easily dominate a large area of the sea, and he had the world tree. His rule power had been formed, and he had millions of divine palaces. An expert with demigod body. Fortunately, he was only at the early stage of demigod body, at the level of City Lord Di Jun. However, such an old man wouldn't be as easy to fool as the guards at the entrance. Qin Xingyao, why are you here? This isn't a place you should be. Scram, otherwise, I will report this to the 6 ocean emperors. Qin Xingyao quickly said, Gao Yang, I am here on Lu Ji's orders to take something from Hyaming Pavilion. I will leave immediately. Chapter 23:30. Now that they were very close to the Karma sacred stone, Sea Pavilion was naturally not here. Previously, they had already passed by Sea Pavilion. Sea Pavilion was almost the closest place to the Karma sacred stone. They could only blame their bad luck for being discovered by this demigod warrior at this time. The atmosphere froze to a freezing point. Long Chen also calmed down and watched the situation change. Now, Qin Xingyao took a step back and said, All right, I just want to see the 3-life divine stone and pray for me and Lu Ji. It's just a small matter. Do not stop me. His reaction was very fast. The old man stared coldly at Qin Xingyao for a while and suddenly laughed. Lord Lu Ji, do you think that the 3-life divine stone of the sea race will protect a mere human like you? Qin Xingyao said, The 3-life divine stone is an ancient divine stone. It does not belong to the sea race, but to the world. Gao Yang, this is Lu Ji's intention. Do not stop me. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at him a few times. He said in a deep voice, Are you not afraid that the 6 sea emperors will punish you for saying such things in front of the sea race? Also, you said that Lord Lu Ji told you to come. After all, you are not a member of the sea race. Since I found you, I naturally have to ask Lord Lu Ji. As he spoke, he took out the star talisman. Originally, they were talking nicely, but they didn't expect Gao Yang to suddenly raise this idea. If he contacted Lu Ji, then everything would be exposed. At that moment, even Qin Xingyao panicked. But even so, he had made some preparations. When the other took out the star talisman, Qin Xingyao used a binding technique with one hand to temporarily trap the other. This was a hasty action and could not be maintained for long. Open the divine kingdom. Long Chen said calmly. His voice was very loud. Qin Xingyao instinctively listened to him. After all, he did not have a solution. Right now, that person was being restrained. Long Chen charged out and instantly appeared in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang naturally saw Long Chen. You. As soon as he said that, he thought back to the scene where Long Chen had almost killed the purple-eyed Imperial clan warrior in the vast sea divine hall. Now, it had replayed before him. The purple-eye royal family was much stronger than Gao Yang. Furthermore, Long Chen and Qin Xingyao were both much stronger than him. If they attacked at the same time, with Qin Xingyao around, things would be much easier. What Gao Yang saw were those sharp red claws. 10,000 death claws. That absolute killing move was magnified in front of his eyes, becoming a fatal killing intent. He never thought that he would die here today. In this kind of situation, killing this person was the most suitable method. If he couldn't control it well and gave him a chance to counterattack, even if it was just a cry, it would be especially troublesome. Therefore, what he needed to do was to kill him in an instant. Chen Xingyao did not expect Long Chen to act so quickly. In that instant, Long Chen's attack pierced through. Under the 10,000 death claw, Gao Yang turned to dust. There was no sound. He disappeared from this world just like that. After it ended, Chen Xingyao looked at the empty waves and looked in disbelief at Long Chen. Although he also felt that he had to kill the other to have a chance at survival, he did not expect Long Chen to be so decisive and successful. Chen Xingyao wanted to say something but stopped. Don't worry, no one will know. With your situation, you won't be able to kill a person without causing a commotion. They won't suspect you. Long Chen smiled faintly. Then he looked towards the depths of the Rainbow Sea. There was some light coming from that direction. I should return to the Divine Kingdom. Once he was discovered, his goal would be completely exposed. Yes. This was like a small interlude. Next, Chen Xingyao continued to approach the sacred stone of karma. This time, Chen Xingyao was even more careful. Finally, Long Chen's wish was fulfilled and he successfully approached the sacred stone of karma. Through Chen Xingyao's divine kingdom, Long Chen could see that there seemed to be two black figures in the depths of the Rainbow Sea. The light he had seen before was just the light from the seawater next to the black figures. These were two upright divine rocks. They weren't as large as Long Chen had imagined, nor were they as grand as he had imagined. Clearly, these were two very ordinary sea rocks. They were covered in potholes, and the rainbow-colored seawater wrapped around them, making it seem as if these two divine rocks were glowing with rainbow-colored light. There were carvings in the center of the two divine stones. One was on the other side, and there were two ancient words carved on it. From the evolution of the words, the two words should be 3 lives. This was the 3 lives divine stone, which symbolized love and happiness. And the one closest to Long Chen was the sacred stone of karma, which contained the divine Tao refining heart dragon's essence blood. There were also 2 words carved on the sacred stone of karma, which symbolized the rules, morality, and justice of the sea race. Perhaps it was because these 2 parangons didn't contribute anything, but rather, they absorbed the morals and love of the sea folk. That was why the sea folk generally lacked these 2 parangons. To them, the most important thing was that they possessed these 2 parangons, not what they could do with them. The sacred stone of karma was Long Chen's goal. So his eyes first fell on the sacred stone of karma. It was a round stone, like an egg, as if it were nurturing a new life. When Long Chen's eyes fell on the sacred stone of karma, he felt a calling from the depths of his bloodline. This caused the dragon jade seal on his void cosmic dragon to tremble. In fact, the fact that the 3 ancestral dragons' essence blood could enter a single person's body was entirely due to the mysterious dragon jade. In fact, the dragon jade's value was likely above the 3 ancestral dragons' essence blood. Now, the dragon jade's transformation confirmed what Yang Yu had told him. Even if the sacred stone of karma had nothing to do with the divine Tao refining heart dragon, there was definitely a treasure within it, and it was definitely related to the mysterious dragon jade. Let me out. At this moment, he could not help but want to take possession of the sacred stone of karma. Just as Chen Xingyao was ready, he suddenly stopped. He did not stop, but instead headed towards the sacred stone of 3 lives. It looked like he had only paused before the sacred stone of karma for a while. Long Chen was originally very excited, but it was as if he had been splashed with cold water, which made him very depressed. So it was that mysterious Lu Ji. She had actually appeared behind Chen Xingyao. He had been so close to success, but he had not expected Lu Ji to appear at this moment. Perhaps this was also the reason why Chen Xingyao had changed direction and headed towards the sacred stone of 3 lives. Chen Xingyao. Lu Ji's ghostly voice was heard. Chen Xingyao pretended to be frightened, and turned around in shock before the sacred stone of 3 lives. He looked at Lu Ji and asked hurriedly, "Why are you here?" Lu Ji giggled and said, "I heard that you wanted to take something from the Sea Knowledge Pavilion. I'm very curious, what are you going to take from me?" "Those guards told you." Qin Xingyao was very angry. These guys were really scoundrels. They had received a gift, but they still dared to tell on him. You're unlucky. I just happened to come here for something today and met them. I heard them talk about you. Lu Ji smiled faintly. Previously, Qin Xingyao had done it flawlessly, and it was difficult for those ordinary guards to contact Lu Ji, so he was very relieved. He did not expect to meet her coincidentally in the Forbidden Zone. Qin Xingyao shut his mouth. She had not discovered Long Qin yet, so Qin Xingyao knew that he could not let Long Qin be discovered by her. He had to bear all the responsibility. Why? Not giving me an explanation? Lu Ji approached step by step, and the deep-sea giant snake's eyes were full of threat. Qin Xingyao's face was a little red. He was also retreating, and at the same time, he sneered and said, "You won't believe me even if I tell you. I think it's better to forget it. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want." "Oh, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Lu Ji asked with great interest. "That's not it. You are the seventh strongest of the sea race. I am nothing in front of you. Of course, it is easy for you to kill me. I just feel that even if I tell you the truth, you won't believe me. Why should I say it?" Qin Xingyao said indifferently. "You really have a backbone." Lu Ji looked at Qin Xingyao with her evil eyes and said, "All right, it seems that we have been husband and wife for so many years. Tell me a reason why I won't kill you, and I will try my best to keep you alive." Based on her tone of voice and her personal style, she would not lie to Qin Xingyao. Therefore, Long Chen was quite anxious. If she wanted to kill him, Long Chen would definitely stop her. At that time, his purpose would be exposed. Being in this place, there was no way he could explain himself. Under the encirclement of the 6 ocean emperors and Lu Ji, it would be difficult for him to leave this place. Qin Xingyao sighed, pointed at the 3 lives divine stone, and said, "This is an ancient and beautiful legend. It is the symbol of love between heaven and earth. It contains the wishes of the previous life, the present life, and the next life. In the previous life, I was definitely with her. In this life, there are many hardships, and we are still miserable and helpless. I want to pray once, to pray that we can be happy in our next life. Do you believe this reason?" Perhaps it was because this man was sincere, tears flowed out of his eyes. Who was the she he was talking about? What did it have to do with Lu Ji? Obviously, that she wasn't Lu Ji. From the conversation just now, the two of them didn't want to be in love. After listening to Qin Xingyao, Lu Ji covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, she looked at the 3 lives divine stone and clicked her tongue. 3 lives divine stone, unforgettable love, it's all a joke and a tragedy. These 2 broken stones have never had any use, they were just a fantasy of our ancestors. Look at what the sea race is like today. If these 3 lives divine stones were useful, would the sea race be like this? You are really stupid. Chapter 23:31. However, there are rules in everything. The rules don't value your reason or explanation, but the result. The result is that you didn't have the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Region, but you made up a lie and used my name to barge into the Forbidden Region. You committed a great crime, and I have no choice but to punish you. As she spoke, she took out a long black whip in her hand. The long whip was like a spine, but it was filled with spikes. It should have been forged from a snake's spine. It was densely packed with more than 800 Dao patterns, and it was even close to 900 Dao patterns. It was sharp and malevolent. Every move would affect countless sea regions, and the surrounding sea water would revolve around this long whip. This should be Lu Ji's signature Dao artifact. A Dao artifact of this level was, in fact, something that could destroy the world. Even Qin Xingyao's expression changed slightly. He roughly knew what she was going to do. 20 whips. Keep it well. Lu Ji's lips curled up slightly, and there was a bone-chilling evilness. Qin Xingyao's expression changed slightly, but he didn't make a sound. If you dare to block it, I will add one more whip. After Lu Ji finished speaking, that pitch-black snake bone whip increased countless times and instantly lashed out. It cut through the sea water and space, and whipped Qin Xingyao's body in an extremely short period of time. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere, and Qin Xingyao's skin turned completely black. Venom spread everywhere, and he couldn't help but collapse. He wasn't weak, but it was so difficult for him to withstand this one attack. It could only mean that the punishment was too severe. Qin Xingyao wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of this Dao artifact snake bone whip a few times, but there were 20 whips. Long Chen's crisis was more or less resolved, but it was obvious that Qin Xingyao would definitely be severely injured this time. Because of his own matters, he almost caused the death of others. Long Chen obviously couldn't get over it. No matter what kind of crisis it was, he had his own principles. He would never allow the people around him to suffer because of him. Qin Xingyao was willing to help him this time, and Long Chen didn't want him to suffer because of him. Hence, he knew that once he came out, it wouldn't matter if he could block Lu Ji. When the 6 ocean emperors attacked together, it would be very troublesome. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would still work hard. Therefore, he roared at Qin Xingyao, "Open your divine country. We can deal with her together. No, you can't expose your whereabouts. Besides, I just need to endure the 20 whips." Qin Xingyao had a resolute expression on his face. After recovering from the attack with great difficulty, his face was filled with intense desire. Just at this moment, the second whip landed on his thigh. The long whip that covered the entire area directly broke his legs, causing Qin Xingyao to be in extreme pain again. However, this man had a rare perseverance. He still gritted his teeth and resisted. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. "Let me out. Let's attack together." Long Chen didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Every time he endured an attack, it was because Long Chen owed him. As a hot-blooded man, he couldn't stand being protected like this. However, Qin Xingyao didn't do that. He waited for his legs to regenerate with his strong perseverance. At the same time, he looked coldly at Lu Ji and said to Long Chen, "If you come out, all our efforts will be for naught. At that time, we won't be able to escape the interrogation of the 6 ocean emperors. Our end will be even worse." "Don't worry, I understand Lu Ji. She just wants me to admit defeat. She definitely won't kill me. After I endure a few more attacks and beg her for mercy, she will let me go. I still have a deal with her." These words made Long Chen choose to believe him. But it couldn't be said that this Qin Xingyao was really a tough man. The pain he was enduring now was probably not something an ordinary person could withstand. "How do you feel?" Lu Ji attacked again with her whip, almost cutting off half of Qin Xingyao's attack. Qin Xingyao screamed, but didn't say anything. He continued to endure silently. All of this was seen by Long Chen. It seemed that he hadn't felt so sullen in a long time. Qin Xingyao was his friend. Now he was being punished because of him, but he couldn't do anything. Anger, helplessness. Once he made a move, he would really ruin everything. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered such things before, but more often than not, it was him who was being punished, not the people around him. If he was the one suffering, he might be able to endure. But if the people around him were being played and harmed like this, his anger would erupt like a volcano. If it wasn't for Lingxi persuading him, he would definitely break through Qin Xingyao's divine country. To Qin Xingyao, he, Long Chen, was just a stranger. It wasn't worth it for him to do this. He could endure because he kept his promise. This was what he promised Long Chen. He couldn't be a bad person with such precious qualities. Long Chen also knew that the her that Qin Xingyao mentioned was probably the weak presence in his divine country. A person who was about to die. That was Qin Xingyao's true love. The 4th whip, the 5th whip. Lu Ji was having fun, but Qin Xingyao was on the verge of death. Perhaps after 2 more whips, he would be dead. At this time, Qin Xingyao reluctantly raised his remaining arm and said, Lu Ji, it's time to stop. If I die, you can find another husband. Perhaps he won't be as cooperative as I am. Lu Ji waved the long whip in her hand and laughed in surprise. Hey, you, Qin Xingyao, are actually admitting defeat in front of me? That's incredible. You're really giving me face. Sigh, it's not easy for you, guarding a cripple every day. If I were you, I wouldn't stay in the sea race and suffer. There are so many beauties in the human race. With your ability, you can have as many as you want. Qin Xingyao didn't answer her. He was trying his best to recover. Their views were different. Once he refuted her, he would only be hurt more. But now, Qin Xingyao still wanted to keep his life and do something for his fellow human, Long Chen. Alright, that's all for today. You should be glad that I found you. If it were someone else, you would be dead. Let's go. Lu Ji still had a conscience. She used a primordial immortal essence to heal Qin Xingyao's injuries slightly, and then brought him out of the forbidden zone. Remember, don't do it again. Lu Ji said this with a smile, but it was creepy. Qin Xingyao nodded. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. At this moment, Qin Xingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Long Chen, I'm sorry. My luck isn't good today. I failed. Long Chen had mixed feelings in his heart. There was no need to say more words of gratitude. He was full of gratitude to Qin Xingyao. If he hadn't held on at the end, although he probably wouldn't have died, he would have been further away from the sacred karma stone. Qin Xingyao had done so much. Long Chen would repay him. He said, let's find a quiet place to talk. The two changed places. Without another word, Long Chen activated the flame of life. Under the power of the flame of life, Qin Xingyao gradually recovered to his original state. I recovered so quickly. Lu Ji will be suspicious if she finds out. I guess I won't be returning to the demonic blue palace today. Qin Xingyao looked at his body in surprise. He knew that this was how Long Chen had shocked everyone in the godly palace of vast ocean. I'll see if there's any other way to send you into the forbidden zone. You can stay here for some time. There's no rush. Qin Xingyao said to himself. He blamed himself for the failure this time. Long Chen said, Senior is of the same generation as my father. Today, you were tortured by Lu Ji because of me. You helped me so much. I'm very grateful. I'll call you Uncle Chen. At this point, his eyes were sincere and solemn as he said, I heard Uncle Chen say that there seems to be someone he truly loves. I once felt the presence of this person in your divine kingdom. Uncle Chen and Lu Ji had a deal. Can I know what it is exactly? I asked this because I wanted to see if I could be of any help. Qin Xingyao smiled bitterly. You can't help. What about the flame of life that helped you recover just now? Long Chen asked in return. Qin Xingyao was shocked. He had seen the miraculous power of the flame of life with his own eyes. Of course, this was the first time he had heard the name of the flame of life. Thinking of this, he looked out the window and said, It's a long story. The main thing is that my lover was accidentally poisoned by the dark mandala flower while I was escaping. There's no cure for the dark mandala flower. The only way to prolong her life is to fight poison with poison. In this world, only Lu Ji's poison can prolong my lover's life. This is also the reason why I stayed in the sea god domain for thousands of years and didn't return to the dragon god domain. I see. No wonder Qin Xingyao was controlled by Lu Ji. It turned out that his lover's life was in her hands. She has something on me, so she can make a deal with me without worry. I'm sure you can guess this deal. She has an ambiguous relationship with the sea god emperor, but she's afraid of sovereign Xiao, so she used me as a shield and let me marry her to divert everyone's attention. That was the content of their deal. The sea god emperor, sovereign Xiao, Lu Ji, these three people are really interesting. Long Chen thought that if he told Sovereign Xiao about this, the imperial city of the vast sea god domain would fall into chaos. Qin Xingyao hurriedly said, "Don't tell anyone. Once people know, Lu Ji will definitely kill me first. Then my lover won't be able to live." Of course, Long Chen wouldn't be so reckless. He respected Qin Xingyao and wanted to help him. "Uncle Chen, the flame of life is a mysterious power. Although the dark mandala flower is poisonous and can be cured, it doesn't mean that I can't do it. Please let me try." Qin Xingyao had expected him to say this. Chapter 2332. In truth, Long Chen wasn't sure. But he guessed that the fire of life, which came from the power and laws of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, might be of some use. There was nothing in the eternal sacred realm that could neutralize the poison of the dark Mandara flower, but the fire of life had already surpassed the limits of the eternal sacred realm. "I'm not sure. I can only give it a try." Long Chen was the first to make this clear. Qin Xingyao didn't hesitate. He had tried countless methods over the years, traversing mountains and rivers. Each time, he had been filled with hope, only to be plunged back into despair. Every time he repeated it, his heart would be forged to be extremely firm. This time, Long Chen was a bit special. Qin Xingyao could indeed succeed, but he didn't dare hold too much hope. He knew that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. "Thank you." He opened the God Kingdom and let Long Chen in. "I should be the one thanking you for your help." In truth, even if it wasn't like that, even if it was just an ordinary friend, Long Chen would still be willing to give it a try. Within the God Kingdom, the smoke gradually dissipated. Ahead was a sea of flowers. Amidst the fragrant grass, a person bathed in a sea of flowers. That must be Qin Xingyao's lover. Long Chen quickly arrived in front of this person. This was an old woman, and to be honest, her current condition was very miserable. First of all, she was very thin, and had almost lost all of her flesh and blood, only skin and bones. Her entire body was sunken, and it looked very uncomfortable. Secondly, the only intact skin was covered in wrinkles, and it was pure black. Her entire body was like charcoal. This was what it looked like to be poisoned by the dark Mandara flower. Her eyes were closed, and she breathed weakly. Generally speaking, if someone else had been poisoned like this, they would have chosen suicide. But she hadn't. She was still living with a strong will. What kind of thoughts are supporting her to live on? Long Chen didn't know. Just as Lu Ji had said, Qin Xingyao's lover was extremely ugly right now. However, Qin Xingyao did not care at all. He even said that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. For her sake, he was willing to suffer all sorts of humiliation in this vast sea imperial city. He did not even want to return to the dragon god domain. Perhaps this was love. Love was always a respectable force. It was because of this that the world seemed so wonderful. "Chen, help her. Don't let her suffer anymore." Lingxi couldn't bear it and said. In reality, they could give up and be free. This woman wouldn't have to suffer under the poison, and Qin Xingyao wouldn't have to be humiliated in vast sea imperial city. However, they didn't give up and still believed in each other. What else in this world could be more precious than this relationship? Long Chen felt deep respect for them. He wanted to help them. All right. He didn't know if he could succeed. However, he would try his best to help this pair of lovers. He gathered all the energy in his divine nation at one point, forming the purest flame of life. This was the greatest power of the flame of life. It had a strong vitality, enough to turn the barren land of three martial god ancient cities into a green field. And now, Long Chen was gradually giving this flame of life to that woman. As the flame of life burned, the surrounding flora and fauna flourished once more, approaching the sky at an unbelievable speed. Seeing this, Qin Xingyao clenched his fists. His eyes trembled and his face gradually paled. It was clear that he couldn't hide his nervousness at all. The green flame of life shifted to the woman and entered her body from her pitch-black, shriveled head. In an instant, the green flame of life fused into the woman's body. The flames began to spread, forming a green cocoon that surrounded her. At the same time, Long Chen was also constantly transferring energy. Beside him, Lingxi also clenched her fists and looked nervously at Long Chen, hoping that he would succeed. In the face of this uncertain matter, she was also praying and yearning in her heart. Long Chen sensed that as soon as the flame of life entered her body, it began to resist the dark mandara flower's poison. One was the power of life, and the other was the power of destruction. When the two collided, it created a violent impact. This made Long Chen heave a sigh of relief. At least, the flame of life could still make the poison take effect. Next, it would depend on which side was stronger and could force the poison out of the woman's body. Now, the woman's body was extremely weak. It could be said that she was on the verge of death. It could be said that it was her will to live that allowed her to retain her last breath. With the addition of Long Chen's flame of life, her body began to recover, grow, and grow. Flesh and blood regrow, allowing her body to become more and more voluptuous. Although her body was still pure black because of the dark mandara flower, it could at least give the woman more vitality. This was something that Lu Ji couldn't do. She could only fight poison with poison and let the woman hang on to her last breath. Chen Xingyao didn't dare to speak, but he couldn't stop his tears from flowing. His nails had already pierced deeply into the flesh of his palms. This was the only way he could stay awake and avoid agitation. It was also the only way he could avoid having too much hope and despair. Long Chen began to counterattack with the flame of life. The dark mandara flower was indeed terrifying. It could even suppress the flame of life, which was the life force of the ancestral dragon. It was too arrogant and domineering. Perhaps it would be difficult for Long Chen to find it if it hid, but it was so brazen. Long Chen could see the existence of the poison. Every drop of the poison had a real original spirit. It was a kind of life that was similar to an intelligent life or a Tao spirit. They had intelligence, just like the insects that were parasitic on the woman's body. It was because of their arrogance that Long Chen could surround them with the flame of life. Surround and counterattack. The flame of life could burn the poison. Charge. Long Chen had already consumed a lot of energy. This was not an easy task, but he was also a man of faith, so he persevered. However, what surprised him the most was the resistance of the woman's will. Her originally weak will to resist became unprecedentedly strong with Long Chen's help. She glowed with an amazing life force. Her whole body seemed like it was about to explode. Like a drowning person who had finally reached the shore, she had already erupted with the greatest degree of will. Together with the flame of life, she pushed back the poison. Success. Long Chen almost didn't expect it to be so fast. At the beginning, he wasn't confident that he could succeed at all. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. But it wasn't over yet, so he didn't dare to relax. At this time, Chen Xingyao almost went crazy. He trembled even more violently, and his eyes were wide open. Tears gushed out of his eyes. He bit his lips so hard that black blood came out, and he even cried out involuntarily. He couldn't imagine what the scene in front of him meant to him. That was his dream for thousands of years. It was his desire. It was the only wish and struggle for the second half of his life. Now, he was only a step away from success. What he didn't know was that the more time passed, the faster Long Chen destroyed the poison. After about a quarter of an hour, there was basically no suspense in eradicating the poison. In fact, Long Chen only provided a primer. What really defeated the poison was the woman herself. Her will to live was a very huge driving force for the flame of life, pushing Long Chen to succeed. In the end, the last drop of poison disappeared amidst the screams. And under the nourishment of the flame of life, her flesh and blood were reborn. Her skin was transformed, and her whole person was truly reborn. Everything had returned to the peak state. When the flame of life disappeared from her body, a woman who wasn't very beautiful but had an outstanding temperament, a very quiet and gentle woman, appeared in the sea of flowers. Her smile was twisted, and she looked around with a look of disbelief. Her eyes were also 2 lines of hot tears. There were no words to describe how excited and shocked the 2 of them were right now. Long Chen and Ling Shi tactfully retreated from their divine kingdom and left the room. The 2 of them should have a lot to talk about in the time they had left to spend together. Looking back, he saw them hugging each other tightly. This kind of feeling is really good. Lovers will eventually be together. Compared to them, the resistance we faced back then is nothing. Lingxi said with tears in her eyes as she held Long Chen's arm. Long Chen was also very touched. I really admire them. If it was someone else, they would definitely give up and choose not to let the other party suffer. But they are both enduring together, waiting for the day to meet again. Although it is still far away, they firmly believe that today is the day they have been waiting for. I think if you really love someone, you should be like this without hesitation. The 3 Lives Divine Stone, the ancient divine stone that symbolized love, was located in the Sea God region. It didn't witness the love of the Sea tribe in front of Long Chen, but it witnessed the unforgettable love of the 2 humans in front of it. The 2 of them waited outside in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xingyao finally walked out. It was just that he seemed to be a different person from before. In the past, he was a walking corpse, but now he was filled with the power of life. He walked over quickly and actually kowtowed in front of Long Chen. Uncle Chen, quickly get up. Long Chen helped him up and said, You helped me a great deal, this is what I should do. Now that she has recovered, you should hurry back to the Dragon God region. You don't have to endure the humiliation here anymore. Long Chen was very gratified that he could have such an ending. But he still said resolutely, No, I want to help you here. Long Chen didn't expect him to make such a choice. Chapter 23:33. If he continued to stay here, it would mean that he would continue to be humiliated. In the past, he had been humiliated because of the person he loved, but it was different now. His lover had gotten better, so he could escape and stay far away from this place. However, he didn't say that. He knew that the man in front of him, who had helped him fulfill his long-cherished wish, needed his help. You really won't leave? If you stay here with me, something dangerous might happen and cause all your previous efforts to go to waste. Long Chen tried to scare him. Qin Xingyao smiled faintly and said, All right, enough with the nonsense. I have been here for thousands of years, so a few more days won't make much of a difference. After you complete your mission, I will return with you. Before that, I must help you and do what I should do. I will do everything I can. He was a person who would not change his mind once he had decided on something. I don't know how much help you've given me this time. At this moment, I'm completely willing to do anything for you. It's just that there's no point in saying such pretentious words. If I stay here for too long, others might suspect me. I'd better go back first. All right, I didn't succeed this time. Let's think of another way and contact each other later. Qin Xingyao bid farewell to Long Chen and left. Helping others and fulfilling their wish for thousands of years is a wonderful feeling. Long Chen had a vague feeling that he was the center. Qin Xingyao was transmitting a mysterious power to him to strengthen his mind, especially after he had saved the woman he loved. At the same time, he was connected to the billions of lives in the dragon's sacrificial continent in the form of threads, vaguely receiving everyone's power. This power should be called faith. In the next few days, Long Chen was at his wit's end. Qin Xingyao couldn't help him for the time being. The sea sacrifice ceremony would begin in a few days. After it ended, Long Chen wouldn't have an excuse to stay in this place. He was prepared to use the time dragon to sneak in once. This was a last resort. There were still experts in the sea race, such as the 6 sea emperors and Lu Ji. If he was discovered in the Forbidden Realm, the problem would be serious. Without Qin Xingyao's cover, he would have many scruples if he acted alone. However, just as he was about to set off, an uninvited guest came to his residence. This person was Lu Ji, who was referred to as the Devil Blue Empress. She was wearing a thin veil, and she had an innocent appearance and a seductive gaze. Her curvaceous figure was extremely well proportioned, and her entire body was perfect. In particular, there was not the slightest bit of excess flesh on her slender waist. Her skin was smooth and tender, and one would be tempted to take a bite out of it. What is she doing here? Long Chen and Lingxi were sitting in the courtyard. Little brother Long Chen, sister-in-law, I hope I didn't disturb you. Lu Ji's previous solemn expression was replaced by a gorgeous smile. She walked over to Long Chen and sat down in front of him. She glanced at Long Chen and Lingxi with a seductive smile and said, "The two of you are truly a talented man and beautiful woman. Even I am envious of you. I didn't come here for anything else, but I saw that the two of you were also waiting for the start of the sea sacrifice ceremony. I was afraid that the two of you might be anxious because you are unfamiliar with this place, so I came over to chat with the two of you. I hope that the two of you won't mind." Lu Ji said in a sweet voice. To men, this voice was indeed very enticing. But to Ling Shi, it was disgusting. She glared at Long Chen and looked at him angrily. Although she didn't say anything, her attitude was very clear. This action made Lu Ji laugh even harder. She leaned forward slightly, revealing her deep cleavage. That scale was really big, but Long Chen didn't look too much. After all, Lingxi was by his side. At this time, Lu Ji took out a bracelet. At this moment, Lu Ji took out a bracelet. It was a very beautiful thing. She gently handed the bracelet over to Ling Shi and said, "Sister, you've traveled a great distance to come to my sea deity region. I was too busy before and didn't have the time to entertain you. Today, I've specially come to apologize. This is a small token of my appreciation. It's made from the most beautiful gemstone of the sea race. It can nourish the spirit, increase one's power, and form a defensive effect. Sister, you're so beautiful. Only in your hands can this bracelet display its quality." Long Chen glanced at it. Although it was just a bracelet, there were many beautiful patterns on it. Those were Dao patterns. At a glance, there were close to 600 Dao patterns. This was a treasure that even a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warrior dreamed of, but Lu Ji was really generous. She actually gave it to Lingxi at this time. Up until now, in the eyes of the outside world, Long Chen was still under the banner of an alliance. Therefore, he wouldn't let his relationship with the sea race worsen. Even if they joined forces to deal with him last time, he wouldn't be angry. This time, Lu Ji's gift had long been an eyesore to Lingxi. Therefore, when she kindly pushed the bracelet over, she didn't even move and simply looked elsewhere. Long Chen knew that she hated sexy and charming women like Lu Ji the most in her life. She didn't even want to say a word to them. When they were still in Yuanling City, she already hated Lu Lan. She was the first sexy woman that Long Chen had met. Fortunately, he had already experienced a lot of romance at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold his ground in front of Lu Lan. These women were the easiest to trigger a man's most primal impulse. Seeing Lu Ji's gift floating in midair, Long Chen hurriedly smiled and pressed his finger on the bracelet. He gently pushed it and said, "Lord Lu Ji, as the saying goes, there is no reward for nothing. We are new here and can't accept such a big gift from you. Why don't we wait until we become friends in the future and get to know each other better? This gift has a total of 600 Dao patterns. It can be considered a rare treasure." He pushed the bracelet back to Lu Ji. "Alright, since you don't dare to accept it, then I won't force you." Lu Ji still maintained her smile, but the sharpness in her bones was still there. From this moment on, her heart had changed. "There is one more thing that I need to trouble you with, Long Chen." Long Chen secretly comforted Lingxi and asked again, "What does Lord Lu Ji need me to do?" In his heart, he was already secretly on guard. Lu Ji smiled sweetly and was very charming. She stretched her lazy body and said, I have long heard that your strength is already invincible among demigods. However, you haven't reached the Six Paths reincarnation realm yet. It is because your inherited essence blood is from a supreme divine dragon that you have such magical power. I am very curious about this. After so many years, I still haven't been able to break through to a higher realm and reach the level of the Dragon Emperor. This time, I am here to exchange some pointers with you. I have long heard that you become stronger when you meet strong opponents and that you love to fight. You won't reject me today, right? No. Lingxi couldn't help but refuse. Lu Ji was someone who had already passed the 9 Palaces tribulation. In the entire Sea God region, besides the 6 Sea Emperors, no one was a match for her. Before Long Chen passed the 6 Paths tribulation, there was no way he could be a match for her. She was worried about Long Chen's safety, so she spoke so quickly. Little girl, recklessly making decisions for a man isn't something a smart woman should do, you know? Lu Ji's eyes were filled with smiles as she looked at Ling Shi. However, in reality, her eyes were filled with killing intent. How could Ling Shi be afraid of her? It was just that this was not the right time for her to fly into a rage. Long Chen gently pressed down on her hand, then said to Lu Ji, I don't think this is very appropriate. I'm here to seek an alliance with the Sea clan, so how can I fight with Lord Lu Ji? Furthermore, I'm not that naive to think that the current me is your opponent. Really? Do you really think that the gap between us is so big? Lu Ji giggled. She stood up, revealing her sexy figure. She looked down at Long Chen and suddenly became serious. You are the representative of the human race, so you can't admit defeat. The reason I want to spar with you is to see the current strength of the human race, and to see if it's worthy of our alliance. You are the most representative of the human race, so it's naturally not a coincidence that you caused such a huge commotion. Therefore, I want to see exactly how capable you are. Of course, don't worry, I will only use one move. If you can withstand it, I will be convinced by you and the human race. This was a challenge. Just one move? Long Chen stood up as well. He was never one to be afraid of challenges. In fact, he was already very close to the edge of the 6 Paths calamity. He needed an opportunity to break through, and Lu Ji might be able to give him that opportunity. Chen. Lingxi looked at him with her watery eyes. Don't worry, no problem. He gently patted Ling Shi's face to reassure her. After all, a single move wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Chen. Although Lu Ji was powerful, she wasn't at the level where she could finish him off with a single move. You agreed. How straightforward. Lu Ji could not help but chuckle. Long Chen put Lingxi into the God Nation and flew up into the sky with a serious look. Lu Ji followed closely behind him. In this sea region, the two did not cause any commotion. They faced each other from afar, and both sides were already preparing. Swoosh. Lu Ji took out the black snake bone whip. It was something that almost killed Chen Xingyao in a few strikes. Of course, it would not be simple. This Dao artifact with close to 900 Dao patterns gave Long Chen a headache. But if it was only one move, he thought that he could still withstand it. However, he still underestimated it. If it was only one move, how could Lu Ji just use a simple whip? At this time, there was a cold smile hidden in her eyes. She waved the whip in her hand, and in an instant, the seawater surged and spread across the entire vast imperial city. A large amount of seawater disappeared and became hollow. The barbs on the whip became even more ferocious, and there seemed to be a black snake slithering on the whip. Chapter 23-34. Our Blue Devil tribe's strongest Dao treasures come from the previous generation. My mother used to be a king of the Blue Devil tribe. At her peak, she had about the same combat power as I do now. Lu Ji waved the snake bone whip. It was like a black snake coiling around her body. Then, it transformed into 9 heads. Many experts could sense the huge commotion here. Perhaps they didn't know about Lu Ji's actions this time. So many people had already caused a commotion and were rushing over here. But before they arrived, Lu Ji had already completed her attack. Her speed was extremely fast, and she suddenly swung the snake bone whip. For a moment, the entire vast ocean imperial city trembled violently. A dark and sinister power swept out. Those seals turned into pitch-black skulls that suppressed the vast ocean imperial city. Many people didn't dare to move. They knew that this was the start of Lady Lu Ji's poison. The long whip was poisonous to the extreme. In fact, to Lu Ji, her greatest lethality came from the terrifying poison in her body. Even a single attack from her could produce a fatal effect. Her attack wasn't huge, but it was definitely fatal. In the blink of an eye, the long whip was like a venomous snake. It was in front of Long Chen. At this critical moment, Long Chen used the power of spacetime reversal to fight against her. Spacetime reversal and the 10,000 death claws were his strongest mystiques. One was for defense, the other was for attack. Spacetime reversal was better for defense. The long whip quickly reached the range of spacetime reversal. Under the intense repulsion of the power of time, the long whip speed was greatly restricted. It even found it difficult to move an inch. Lu Ji really didn't expect him to be able to do this. Based on what she knew, she thought that Long Chen's terrifying 10,000 death claws was his strongest mystique. She didn't expect him to use the power of time to do this. But she, Lu Ji, was someone who had passed the 9 palaces tribulation. She was the same as the elders in the 5 great dragon cities who had no choice but to sleep. Moreover, she was still young. Although spacetime reversal was exquisite, it was still very difficult to restrain her. Break. The whip sped up and finally broke through the time reversal, crashing into Long Chen's body. Seeing this, Lu Ji smiled in satisfaction, because when the whip came into contact with Long Chen's body, at least 10 kinds of deadly venom entered Long Chen's body. The power of the 9 palaces tribulation sent Long Chen flying. He crashed into a palace below and buried it. Lu Ji had already stopped. She had achieved her goal. At this time, dozens of powerhouses had already arrived in the surroundings. Among them were 2 Sea Emperors, the Crimson Nightmare Emperor and the Purple Eye Emperor. The Purple Eye Emperor was the leader of the Purple Eye Emperor royal family, one of the 6 peak bloodlines of the sea race. Now, he glared at Lu Ji with his bell-sized eyes and said angrily, "Lu Ji, what is going on?" Lu Ji hurriedly said, replying to the Sea Emperor, "I am sparring with little brother Long Chen. It won't hurt our relationship, so the 2 Sea Emperors don't need to be nervous." Lu Ji had many pursuers in the vast sea imperial city. Immediately, someone jumped out to speak for her. One of them said, "Sea Emperor, this is just a small sparring between the human race and the sea race. Don't worry too much. This must be something that Long Chen personally promised. Now that he was defeated in one move, it only shows that his strength is limited. He is not as mysterious as the rumors say. Yes, in terms of talent, Lady Lu Ji is the #1 in the sea race. Although this peerless genius of the human race is indeed fierce, compared to her current strength, there is still a big gap. If you want to blame someone, blame him for overestimating himself and sparring with Lady Lu Ji." The 2 Sea Emperors ignored them. The Purple Eye Sovereign asked again, "How is Long Chen now? Did you use poison?" Lu Ji had indeed used poison, so she guessed that Long Chen's injuries should be quite serious. Last time in the vast sea imperial city, the sea race didn't manage to take Long Chen down a notch. This was her way of making up for it. At the very least, it would take a few days before she was willing to help Long Chen detoxify the poison. Of course, she couldn't say this in front of everyone. She smiled sweetly and said, replying to the 2 Sea Emperors, "Don't worry. I will take care of it. I will detoxify him now." As expected, she had used poison. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Lu Ji's poison was the most terrifying thing in the world. They couldn't help but look forward to seeing what would happen to Long Chen. This human is really pitiful. Yes, he provoked Lady Lu Ji. Isn't that courting death? No matter what race he is from, he will still be finished. At this time, the ruins below shook, and Long Chen jumped out unscathed. Seeing everyone, he couldn't help but be stunned. He smiled and said, "So many people actually came to support me. This is giving me too much face." Everyone was stunned for a moment. They looked at the smile on Long Chen's face and his unscathed appearance with lifeless eyes. They knew that in the previous sparring, Lu Ji had used a very powerful killing move. Other demigod physiques, such as Chen Xingyao, could only be poisoned and on the verge of death. Everyone believed in Lu Ji's ability. But now, Long Chen didn't seem to be poisoned at all. What was going on? Among them, the person who was most shocked was Lu Ji. She had 100% confidence in her poison. For tens of thousands of years, her poison skill had always been successful. Aside from frequently failing against the Neptune sovereign, other people's physiques and even the other Neptune sovereigns couldn't withstand the attack of her poison. It was even more impossible for her to be unscathed like Long Chen. She was in a state of shock. It should be that the poison didn't enter his body, and then the injuries on his body were healed by that mysterious flame. This kid is really powerful. He didn't die or get seriously injured after taking one of my moves. Lu Ji finally found an explanation. As for the others, they were still looking at each other. They heard with their own eyes that Lu Ji had used her poison skill. Why didn't it have any effect? The two Neptune sovereigns looked at each other. In fact, Lu Ji's action was jointly arranged by the 6 Neptune sovereigns. It was to probe Long Chen's background. Now it seemed that this operation had failed. The Purple Eye Emperor came in front of Long Chen and asked cordially, "Little brother Long Chen, are you hurt? It's all our fault for not restraining them and letting them mess around. I'm really sorry. We, the Sea Clan, absolutely have no ill intentions." Long Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just a sparring match." I agreed to it. Lady Lu Ji is really strong. I used all my skills and could barely take a casual blow from her. Although I'm fine now, if she had another move, I'd probably be dead. The Purple Eye Emperor hurriedly said, "It's good that you're fine. We'll hold a banquet another day and let Lu Ji personally apologize to you. Lu Ji, you were too impulsive this time. Come with us." Lu Ji also recovered from the shock. She walked in front of Long Chen, stretched out a finger, and lightly tapped on Long Chen's chest. She licked her lips and said, "You're really pretending. I'll still come to harass you another day." After saying that, she left Long Chen's line of sight in front of everyone. The others also took their leave and spread the news about what had happened here. Everyone knew that Lu Ji had not just casually attacked. It was really a miracle that Long Chen could come out unscathed. But in reality, Long Chen had also experienced Lu Ji's strength. First of all, her 9 halls tribulation divine force was terrifying enough. The 10 kinds of venom that attacked him were even more terrifying. Some of them were not inferior to the dark mandala flower. Long Chen had only acted quickly and killed them before they could truly invade his body. Otherwise, the 10 kinds of venom alone would have tormented her half to death. With my current strength, it seems like it's not enough to obtain the inheritance blood of the divine way heart-refining dragon. Long Chen pondered. "Chen, I hate this woman." Lingxi was slightly angry. "All right, don't be jealous. I won't be bewitched by her." Long Chen smiled. Next, Chen Xingyao came over to greet Long Chen. He was relieved to know that Long Chen was fine. The sea sacrifice ceremony is about to begin in about 2 days. There's not much time. Do you have any ideas? Chen Xingyao asked. Long Chen said, "I'm prepared to sneak into the forbidden zone and try." "That won't do. It's too dangerous. If I fail, there won't be a second chance." Chen Xingyao shook his head. In front of him, Long Chen entered the time-roaming dragon state. Qin Xingyao, can you see me? Long Chen asked. Qin Xingyao was stunned in front of him. After a while, he said in shock, what kind of divine ability is this? I really can't know where you are. But maybe because we're close, I can feel your presence. Long Chen dispelled the time-roaming dragon and said, as long as I don't get close to those guards, I'll be fine. The only problem is that I might encounter the 6 ocean kings or other people who have crossed the 9 halls tribulation. Qin Xingyao nodded, indeed, if you go in, it'll be your last gamble. It'll depend on luck. Long Chen's luck had always been good. Alright, I'll find a suitable opportunity in the next few days. I can only think of a way to help you stabilize Lu Ji. Qin Xingyao said. Even so, Long Chen would be grateful to him. On the 3rd day, he was prepared. He used the time-roaming dragon state to pass the guards at the entrance and entered the depths of the Forbidden Zone. The Karma Saint Stone was waiting for him. The God Dao Heart-Refining Dragon was also calling out to him. The Forbidden Zone was very quiet, but there were dangers everywhere. Long Chen didn't dare to go too far. After all, he was in the water and would cause some tremors. But the closer he got, the more excited he became. This was the 4th Ancestral Dragon Legacy Essence blood that he wanted. Virtue and Karma Dragon, God Dao Heart Refining Dragon. Mortal World Refining Heart, Karma Reincarnation, the power of punishment should be terrifying. Chapter 23:35. Although Long Chen did not know what he should do after getting close to the sacred Karma Stone, or whether he would destroy it and cause a huge commotion, this was his only choice. Otherwise, once the sea sacrifice ceremony ended, he would have to return to the Dragon God domain. At that time, he would have even less of a chance. If possible, he naturally wanted to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the Divine Way Heart Refining Dragon without anyone noticing, and then leave without anyone noticing. Before him was the sacred Karma Stone. This time, Long Chen was even closer to it than before. From the outside, it looked like a very ordinary stone, except that it was a little ancient. He approached it, and in the end, he directly approached the sacred Karma Stone, and no one even noticed him. But at this moment, his nerves were naturally very tense, worried that an accident would occur. As he focused his attention on the sacred Karma Stone, he was also paying attention to the movements around him. This time, he was taking a risk. Now, the mysterious dragon jade was indeed still moving, which proved that the sacred Karma Stone was not ordinary. But it was probably just a relatively weak feeling, a kind of trembling. So even if he approached it, and even if Long Chen could touch it at any time, he still had no clue how to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the Divine Way Heart Refining Dragon. Break this sacred Karma Stone. The commotion caused should be very big. Long Chen originally thought that if he had the mysterious dragon jade, he would be able to cause a change in the sacred Karma Stone when he approached it. But at least for now, the sacred Karma Stone was still the same, and the mysterious dragon jade did not have any other movements. It seemed that its search had met with an obstacle. Looks like even if I approach it, it won't be easy to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the Divine Way Heart Refining Dragon. The inheritance blood essence of the Ancestral Dragon does not necessarily belong to me. If it was easy to find, it would have fallen into the hands of the Sea Tribe long ago, and I would not have a chance. So it's still quite troublesome. But I have come all the way here to fight against the Sea Tribe for this inheritance blood essence, so I definitely cannot give up so easily. Of course, he wouldn't doubt his own father. If he said that the Divine Dao Heart Refining Dragon was here, then it definitely wouldn't be wrong. The key was how did Long Chen find him? Today, when he truly approached the sacred Karma Stone, he deeply understood that this matter wouldn't be so simple. He stretched out a hand, held his breath, and used the tip of his finger to lightly touch the sacred Karma Stone. In the instant that his finger touched the sacred Karma Stone, Lingxi let out a soft cry. However, it seemed that it was already a little too late. The sacred Karma Stone has a seal set up by the sea race. You seem to have triggered it, Lingxi said in a panic. Even she, who had cultivated an immortal Lord Realm technique, had only discovered it so late. This meant that the restriction was indeed well hidden. Lingxi's level was many times higher than before. They were in big trouble now. Long Chen had still underestimated the sea race experts. Perhaps it was because of the importance of the divine Dao heart-refining dragon that he was a little anxious. However, he wasn't someone who didn't know his limits. Even though it was a rare opportunity for him to come here, he had already triggered the seal. Therefore, the first thing he did was to retreat. This was his second attempt, and it was obvious that he had failed. Just as he was about to leave the sacred karma stone, the restriction on the sacred karma stone did not hold back. It lit up with blinding light and a shrill noise. It was like an enraged sea beast roaring. Although the entire exclusion zone was huge, it seemed like even the guards within could hear the commotion. Someone has touched the sacred karma stone. Generally speaking, the members of the sea race knew that the sacred karma stone could not be touched. Of course, it was also possible that someone had accidentally touched it. After all, the sacred karma stone was something that no one could take away. It was like the black jade dragon head in the dragon god domain. It was almost impossible to destroy. The reason why the sea race had set up the restriction was because they treated the sacred karma stone as a holy relic. They wanted to prevent ordinary people from touching it and tarnishing it. However, ever since it had been set up, it had not been activated many times. Therefore, even Chen Xingyao did not know that there was a restriction on it. Someone actually touched the sacred karma stone. Who is so careless? The few experts with demigod bodies guarding the exclusion zone broke through the colorful seawater and rushed towards the sacred karma stone. In the blink of an eye, they were at Long Chen's side. Long Chen was very calm. He continued to retreat carefully with the time-roaming dragon. His judgment was right. If he had continued to search for the divine way heart-refining dragon's blood essence, he would probably have been discovered. If he was surrounded by so many demigods, although he would not be caught or injured, at least Long Chen would be discovered. And with his identity, once he was discovered, his trip to the sea race would probably be over. Where did he go? Who touched the sacred karma stone? Get out here. He should have escaped. Did one of us accidentally touch it? Then there shouldn't be a need to escape. As they talked, they quickly dispersed. It seems like we are missing Gao Yang. There were a few people guarding here. Everyone knew very well that everyone had arrived here at the same time. Basically, they could be cleared of suspicion. However, Gao Yang was missing. Therefore, they found it strange. In reality, if it was Gao Yang who had touched the sacred karma stone, it would not be a big deal. He could just explain it to the 6 sea kings and apologize. Then, why did he escape? Let's find the person first. A few guards with demigod bodies quickly ran through the forbidden domain. The few exits of the forbidden domain were all blocked by the guards, and there was still no news. The person who touched the karma sacred stone should still be inside. Of course, this was not a big deal, so they were not too anxious. Long Chen also retreated carefully. Because he was in the time-roaming dragon state, he did not dare to be too fast. He did not want to cause a commotion and alarm others. Chen, I can try to undo that restriction, Lingxi said suddenly. That would be best. However, it is not the right time. We have to wait for the next opportunity. This time, the restriction was an accident. Next time, he would not make such a low-level mistake. As he retreated carefully, he quickly left the place. However, at this time, a giant beast was attacking in the distance. In its path, the seawater quickly surged to both sides. The gigantic beast was like an island in the middle of the sea as it advanced towards Long Chen. Long Chen carefully evaded it. Taking a closer look, he saw that it was actually a gigantic crab, a gigantic beast of the sea. Its entire body was purple in color and it had thick and sharp legs. It also had a pair of gigantic purple pincers that were even more terrifying than Dao artifacts. Its carapace was incomparably thick and it was covered in purple scales that looked like dragon scales. This was one of the 6 peak bloodlines of the sea race, the Purple Eye royal family. Those who could have a demigod body were mostly of the 6 peak bloodlines. The most mystical thing about the Purple Eye royal family was their purple eyes. Their pupils were formed by countless concentric circles. There were even tens of thousands of circles that overlapped together and were even spinning. Once one came into contact with these eyes, they would almost cause dizziness. Because Long Chen could not move quickly, there was a period of time when he was almost face to face with the Purple Eye royal family. He did not panic. Instead, he carefully dodged to the side. This Purple Eye royal family should be looking for the person who caused the changes in the sacred karma stone. At this moment, Long Chen felt that the other party's purple eyes seemed to lock onto him. This was a keen intuition formed from countless battles. The Purple Eye royal family could directly express the mystical nature of their eyes in their name. Clearly, this peak bloodline of the sea race had unique attainments in eye techniques. That's right. Although he was in the state of the time-roaming dragon, he should have seen him. I can't show myself. There was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. Long Chen could roughly see that he only saw him but did not know who he was. This was a small opportunity. Who is it? Don't run. Sure enough, at this moment, the Purple Eye royal family let out a threatening voice. When the others heard this voice, they would definitely rush over. He could not stay here any longer. The moment Long Chen appeared in the time-roaming dragon, he used the power of the 14 sacrifices of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. 14 kinds of power were displayed at almost the same time. The first step was to conceal his appearance. Of the power that Long Chen displayed, slaughter was the most, followed by time. As for the Tai Chi life-form dragon, its power was divided into 2 parts. One was creation, and the other was life. After obtaining the flame of life, he used it more frequently. However, he had only used the 14 sacrifices for a short period of time. Not many people knew about it, especially among the sea race. He had basically never used it before. This was the only way to be safe. When the 14 sacrifices were used together, it was comparable to the power of the blood spirit thrust. The 14 kinds of power mixed together, producing a huge explosion and impact force, directly sending the Purple Eye royal family beast flying. Long Chen successfully entered the time-roaming dragon state again and turned to flee. This time, it was very risky. But under the vibrations of the 14 sacrifices, it still produced a great effect. At the same time, it caused a certain amount of damage to the Purple Eye royal family beast. Long Chen directly flew out of the forbidden zone and rushed in his direction, ignoring the chaos behind him. After returning, no one discovered him for the time being. Long Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now, he could only wait and see if the sea race would suspect him. Although there was no evidence, they should be even more vigilant against him in the future. After all, they were still full of vigilance against him. But after today's torment, under his mental tension, Long Chen had a feeling that the 6 paths tribulation he had been waiting for was about to descend. At first, it was just a feeling. But as time passed, this feeling grew stronger. The 6 paths tribulation was actually about to descend when he was completely unprepared. Brothers, sorry about returning home today. There was a traffic jam on the way back, so I came back late. So far, I've only managed to finish 1 chapter. There are 2 more chapters that will be updated tonight. I haven't chatted with everyone for a long time. Life has been very busy. Recently, I haven't even had time to go on QQ. I'm also very mentally exhausted. After all, I've been continuously updating tens of thousands of words for almost 2 years. In the world of web literature, this degree of persistence should have broken the national record. I hope that this madman can find a greater passion, so that I can live up to my promise and persevere until the end of the dragon's blood, persevering in my more than 10 years of writing. Chapter 2336. The previous samsara tribulations had obvious signs before they came. Perhaps Long Chen was the one who triggered them. At the very least, they hadn't come instantly like this time. It was very likely that it was because of Lingxi. Long Chen had been away from her for too long. When they reunited, the two of them were like dry firewood and raging fire. The moment they came into contact, they burned fiercely, resulting in a huge reaction. Long Chen's explosive power had been tempered for a long time, and it formed an even more vigorous and powerful power. That time, Lingxi had directly passed the first samsara tribulation. It had helped both Lingxi and Long Chen a lot. That was why Long Chen had triggered the Six Paths tribulation not long after he reached the late stage of the Five Elements tribulation. It was a good thing, but it could also be a bad thing. The advantage was that if he could cross over, his strength would definitely increase greatly. In addition, he would also have an excuse to say that he had been cultivating wholeheartedly during this period of time, so he would be able to avoid any suspicion of causing chaos in the Forbidden Realm. The disadvantage was that it was sudden, so it might not be that easy to cross over. In reality, he still had 4 drops of divine favor left. It could offset the 6 paths tribulation, 7 stars tribulation, 8 tribulations, and 9 halls tribulation. Li Xuanji had used up a lot of it because of the reincarnation poison. However, Long Chen didn't plan on using it on himself. He already had 3 levels of ancestral dragon essence blood, so he was very confident in himself. He wanted to leave the blessed spiritual liquid for Lingxi. What he was most afraid of was that Lingxi would not be able to withstand the samsara tribulation. He was afraid that she would leave this world after many years. Not only did Long Chen want immortality for himself, but he also wanted his lover and friends to live forever. The first person he needed to take care of was his wife, who he had always been with. That was why he wouldn't use the divine favor elixir unless he had no other choice. "Don't worry, little Shi," Yang Qi said. "You should have some faith in me. Think about it. I can already defeat demigods. I'm one of the most powerful experts in the eternal life godly domain. If I succeed, I'll probably be able to deal with the 9 palaces tribulation. Then there will be even fewer people in the world who can fight me." His situation was still very optimistic. He was about to step into the ranks of the most top-notch experts. At that time, even supreme figures like the 6 great ocean emperors might not be able to pose a real threat to him. He was still so young, and his future achievements would definitely be even more glorious. The eternal god domain was like the sky of the dragon sacrificial continent. Back then, Long Chen was able to dominate the dragon sacrificial continent and complete his first goal. Now, he had fulfilled his father's long-cherished wish. In terms of himself, he was only a little bit away from becoming an existence closest to gods. As long as he passed the reincarnation tribulation. In that case, there was no reason not to risk his life. Long Chen reckoned that his 6 paths tribulation might be comparable to the 9 halls tribulation of others. The Blood Blaze, the Blue Fire Emperor, and the others were afraid of the 9 palace tribulation, so they delayed their 9 palace tribulations for about 5,000 years, waiting for the time when they were most confident to resist it. However, Long Chen was different. His entire 5 elements tribulation to the 6 paths tribulation took less than 3 months. He was nothing short of a miracle. Therefore, even if it was the 6 paths tribulation, which was as strong as the 9 palace tribulation, he was still fearless. Rumor had it that the 6 paths tribulation had 6 major disasters, which came from heaven, earth, Azura, hungry ghost, beast, and hell. 6 disasters. And also 6 worlds. The word sky actually referred to the eternal life god domain. Although the eternal life god domain was far from being as huge as the dragon sacrificial continent, it was still their sky to the dragon sacrificial continent. And for the martial artists in the eternal life god domain, any random one of them would be at least at the level of a god. Earth referred to the dragon sacrificial continent, which was currently collapsing and disappearing from the edge of the world. It was the main body and foundation of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Azura was the embodiment of all evil in the world. The world where resentment, death, slaughter, devouring, and so on existed, was a gloomy world that existed in every corner between heaven and earth, and even in everyone's body. According to legend, once negative emotions appeared, it meant that the door to Azura had been opened. Hungry Ghost was the Devil's Star. It was the primeval troll and the other demons. This was also the most special aspect of the Devil's Star. Beast referred to beasts, but it didn't include the demon race or the sea race. Instead, it referred to real beasts. In the eternal god domain, it was manifested as desolate beasts, and in the dragon sacrificial continent, it referred to all wild beasts, demon beasts, ominous beasts, and ghost beasts that couldn't take human form. The last one was Hell. According to legend, it was the reverse world of the dragon sacrificial continent. Behind the dragon sacrificial continent was an opposite world, and the path to Hell was called the Path of Reincarnation. The name Path of Reincarnation was somewhat familiar, but Long Chen had already forgotten it. In terms of time, he didn't have a deep understanding of the Six Paths Tribulation, and his Six Paths Tribulation was definitely different from others. When he was mentally prepared, even Lingxi didn't dare to disturb him. It was obvious that this would be a tough battle, so he was already prepared. Currently, he was sitting cross-legged in his residence, attentively concentrating, waiting for that moment to arrive. The Six Paths Tribulation was moving. Of course, this was more of a spiritual change. In the outside world, it was manifested as a six-colored cocoon of light gradually appearing on Long Chen's body. The cocoon of light grew larger and larger, completely enveloping him. Then, it continued to expand. The light was very gentle and didn't seem to have any lethality at all. In the beginning, he wasn't able to cause any changes in Vast Sea Imperial City. Now, the news of the Forbidden Zone being invaded had already spread. There were already people who suspected Long Chen and were heading towards him. At the same time, there were also people who were searching for Gao Yang's whereabouts. Of course, they didn't expect that Gao Yang had already been killed by Long Chen and Qin Xingyao without them knowing. However, when they arrived at Long Chen's side and were about to denounce him, they saw a terrifying miracle taking place. They were all people who had experienced the Six Paths Tribulation, so they naturally knew what the six-colored light represented. The problem was, this light was too strong. He's so powerful, and he's actually experiencing the Six Paths Tribulation. It can't be. It took at least half a year for the Six Paths Tribulation to form. In other words, he already knew that the Six Paths Tribulation would descend. Under such circumstances, he shouldn't have run into the Forbidden Zone. Moreover, it's not suitable for him to be so brazen. Could it be that the person who touched the Karma Sacred Stone wasn't him? Everyone was preparing to surround this place and wait for Long Chen to pass the Six Paths Tribulation before asking for an explanation. However, at this time, someone hurriedly said, "Everyone, move away." Everyone was shocked to find that the light cocoon formed by Long Chen's Six Paths Tribulation was still expanding. At the beginning, it was already several times bigger than everyone else's. They thought that if their Six Paths Tribulation had been this big, they might not have survived until now. But now, they understood that it was just the beginning. Next, they watched helplessly as the Six Paths Tribulation continued to expand to an unprecedented degree. Half an hour later, the entire Vast Sea Imperial City was paying attention to his Six Paths Tribulation. At this time, his six-colored light sphere had already occupied 1/3 of the Vast Sea Imperial City. Vast Sea Imperial City was a place that could allow 600,000 members of the oceanic race to transform into their true forms. From this, one could imagine how exaggerated Long Chen's current strength was. Perhaps the heavens wanted him dead on purpose. They had already used up all of their energy. The tribulation that Long Chen had to endure was almost 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. Only the Nine Palaces Tribulation could have this kind of power. And this was only the Six Paths Tribulation. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked and dumbfounded. One after another, they went outside the six-colored light sphere to observe the situation. Even the 6 Sea Kings and Lu Ji appeared. They watched the changes unblinkingly and experienced the huge shock that came from Long Chen. For a moment, everyone forgot about the incident of them breaking into the Forbidden Realm. Of course, it's incredible to have a six paths tribulation of such a degree. It's unprecedented, and no one will be able to do it in the future. Even Long Qinglan is slightly inferior to him. While they were discussing, Long Chen was already prepared to face the first tribulation. The six paths tribulation was known as the six calamities. The calamity of the six worlds, the six paths of reincarnation, and the infinite life and death. The first calamity came from the entire eternal celestial realm beneath Long Chen's feet. In the tripartite tribulation, there were heaven, earth, and man, but the heaven and earth back then weren't the heaven and earth they were now. They couldn't be confused. The heaven of the six paths tribulation was the entire eternal celestial realm, the entire world. How terrifying and deadly would a tribulation from the entire world be? The five powers of the five elements tribulation, the firmament golden sword, the primordial yellow sand, and so on, were still fresh in Long Chen's mind. The heavens were fair. While giving Long Chen 3 ancestral dragon bodies, they also used the most terrifying samsara tribulation to deal with him. At the very least, the tripartite and five elements tribulations weren't easy at all, especially the five elements. The 7 stars, 8 tribulations, and 9 palaces were probably even more monstrous. The 6 paths tribulation, the heavens tribulation, had descended. Others saw Long Chen surrounded by the 6-colored light, but Long Chen saw a boundless starry sky. He floated in the sky, and now he was a huge divine dragon. He was tens of millions of meters long, and even longer. He was so long that he could cross the dragon celestial realm and the eternal celestial realm. With such a huge body, he could do whatever he wanted in this world. In fact, Long Chen seemed to be even more powerful than before. However, he still felt a great sense of danger. He looked up and saw what he was looking at. That's right, the entire eternal celestial realm. It was the heavens. He was beneath the heavens. Tribulation of heaven. Just as he realized that the eternal celestial realm was a deadly trap, it began to transform. From an incomparably vast continent, it seemed to have been melted into dough by some kind of power. Mountains and rivers crumbled, and all living things were destroyed, forming an incomparably huge sphere. The entire sphere contained the power of the entire eternal celestial realm. It was indescribably vast, surging power. It was the power of the heavens, and it seemed as if all of the spiritual energy in the eternal celestial realm had been gathered together. Chapter 23:37. What Long Chen was experiencing was different from what others saw. To them, only one of the 6 colors shone brightly, while the other colors were slightly dimmer. This meant that Long Chen had already begun to fight against the first tribulation. May the heavens bless us and destroy this human race monster. This was the samsara tribulation. Everyone had to go through it. In this world, it seemed that those who died to the samsara tribulation were the most powerless. Even their loved ones could not avenge them. Therefore, the marine species hoped that this terrifying 6 paths tribulation would directly kill Long Chen. Qin Xingyao was also among this group, but he was praying. Right now, Long Chen had to fight against the eternal life god domain, which was the true form of the eternal life god domain. The land mass condensed into a sphere, which then transformed back into a gigantic cage that swallowed Long Chen whole. No matter how big Long Chen's body was, compared to the eternal celestial domain, he was still small. The opponent had turned into a huge mouth. Long Chen had a feeling that this 6 paths tribulation would be even more terrifying than the 5 elements tribulation. After the eternal celestial domain swallowed Long Chen, it condensed into a sphere again and turned into a cage, trapping Long Chen within. Then, it began to shrink. At this rate, the eternal celestial domain would probably crush Long Chen to death. Right now, Long Chen felt like he was in a prison. The eternal celestial domain and all the powers above it were everywhere. Countless lights flashed in front of Long Chen, intertwining with each other to form a picture of mountains and rivers. Heaven and earth, a cage. This was the first thought that came to Long Chen as he went through the six paths tribulation. Right now, the eternal celestial domain had truly turned into a cage, trapping him. It was like whether it was Long Chen or anyone else, they could only stay in the dragon sacrificial continent or the eternal celestial domain for the rest of their lives, unable to leave. It was like being trapped in a prison. Moreover, cultivation was extremely difficult. One had to endure the attacks of the 18 great tribulations, and until now, no one had been able to escape death. Right now, the eternal celestial domain was even more obvious, directly trapping Long Chen within. This was clearly another form of samsara tribulation. I see. Long Chen had a much clearer view of the world around him. Yes, the eternal life God domain was more like a prison than anything else, and the 18 levels of tribulation were purging it of any living beings that were too strong or too numerous. For millions of years, no one had been able to overcome all the tribulations and transcend heaven and earth to become a god. The six paths of tribulation was one of the steps. The first step. No one had ever succeeded, but it didn't mean that Long Chen couldn't. He was still full of confidence and faith to become a god. If he couldn't become a god, how could he stop the immortal generals that might appear in the future? How could he suppress the primeval troll? How could he visit the origin dragon palace? The six paths of tribulation was the first step to breaking through the suppression of heaven and earth. The eternal life God domain is the heavens, Yang Qi murmured. Does the heavens think they can imprison me? It tore the heavens and split the earth. He used the rage of the primordial blood spirit dragon to form the myriad death claws. This was his greatest rage, the rage of being imprisoned and suppressed. He had inherited the will of the primordial blood spirit dragon, and hated being restrained, suppressed, and dominated. Dragons had reverse scales, and to Long Chen, the people he loved and the world he loved were his reverse scales. His freedom and willpower were even more so. The suppression of the heavens tribulation was grinding away at his willpower. This was absolutely intolerable. If the heavens try to stop me, I'll tear the heavens apart. If the earth wants to trap me, I'll tear the earth apart. If I don't break through heaven and earth, how can I become a god? The spirit refinement fire surged through his body, raising his power to the maximum. The myriad death claws were ready, and all of his claws were filled with the terrifying power of rage. The suppression of the heavens tribulation was just around the corner. Charge. For the people he protected, for the world he protected, for his dignity and willpower, he had never thought of being timid. He had never thought of stopping fighting. Fighting was a part of his life. It was his struggle. It was his most unique quality. His fighting was different from the fighting of others. When two sides met on a narrow path, the brave would emerge victorious. Sometimes, the strength of one's spiritual will was more breathtaking than the strength of one's strength. Under the influence of the ancient blood spirit dragon's will, Long Chen's will was made of iron, and he was a monster who would rather die than submit. His conviction was nourishing everything about him. With the power of rage, he started to tear the heaven formed by the eternal God domain. This was only the first tribulation, but how could a tribulation that was equivalent to the 9 halls tribulation be easy to deal with? However, he still succeeded. His claws pierced deeply into the body of the heaven, and the power of rage penetrated through his entire body. He gathered all of his willpower and power into his dragon claws, and with a furious force, he tore a hole in the heaven, allowing him to rush out. Once he came out, he had already escaped the control of the heaven. The first tribulation was over. From outside, everyone could see that one of the brightest colors had already disappeared. This proved that Long Chen had passed the first tribulation. This was not unexpected. After all, although it was terrifying, it was still the first tribulation. If he couldn't even pass this, he wouldn't be Long Chen. There were only 5 colors left. What appeared under his feet now was naturally the larger dragon sacrificial continent. It was the earth. The heaven had already perished, and all that was left was the earth. The earth supported the heaven and was the foundation of the heaven. The dragon sacrificial continent was also the foundation of the eternal god domain. The dragon sacrificial continent was a dragon-shaped continent. It was incomparably huge and had trillions of lives, 100 times the size of the eternal god domain. The eternal god domain was already several times larger than Longchen's, let alone the dragon sacrificial continent. This vast land, in Longchen's eyes, transformed into a huge earthen yellow divine dragon. That terrifying divine dragon soared in front of Longchen. Compared to it, Longchen wasn't even as big as its dragon claws. This was an even more terrifying enemy. Facing this divine dragon that was almost 200 times larger than him, Longchen was almost suffocating. With such a huge gap, how was he supposed to fight? What right did he have to tear this land apart and escape this cage? After defeating heaven, he obtained the power of the 6 paths, which entered his body and stimulated him to become even stronger than before. No matter what, I can't lose. He was resolute in his heart. The huge earthen yellow divine dragon attacked. Facing such a huge beast, Longchen couldn't fight it head-on. He could only use his wisdom and hot-bloodedness to tangle with it. He couldn't imagine how powerful this huge beast was. If he were to fight it head-on, it could probably tear Longchen apart easily. If it wasn't for the fire of life, he would already be dead. The 6 paths tribulation of others definitely wouldn't be this terrifying. How could it be so easy to become stronger? Others could see Longchen's rapid growth, but who knew what he was facing now? But he still didn't give up. Fight constantly, adjust new ideas, and use his undying willpower and desire to survive to make him fully focused, never slacking off in the slightest. One word, grind. Although the divine dragon was huge, it wasn't agile. Longchen was almost attached to its body. His dragon claws deeply penetrated into the other party's body, grabbing it tightly. Using the power of the 10,000 death claw to resist, he even tore a wound and injected millions of weeping blood dragon souls into the other party's body. He couldn't win against this dragon sacrifice continent in a head-on confrontation, so he could only waste time. This battle lasted for a full 3 days. After 3 days, he was exhausted, but his eyes were filled with faith and light. Because he won against Earth, he truly tore apart heaven and earth, escaping from the control of this world for the first time. He also obtained the second of the 6 paths tribulation. He became even stronger and went to face the 3rd tribulation. Azura. In the starry sky, a world of evil and death appeared. Countless evil mists spread. Longchen had already found the way. He quickly defeated the Azura world and obtained the new 6 paths tribulation. The evil 6 paths tribulation meant that his attack power was even greater. Hungry Ghost Path. The 4th tribulation was a confrontation with the demon star. In this confrontation, Longchen even saw primeval troll. Each of them was 100 times bigger than the demon star, but they were sealed in the demon star. There were dozens of them in total. Longchen could see their heads appearing on the ground of the demon star, roaring at Longchen. Longchen shattered the demon star and obtained the 4th layer of the 6 paths tribulation. Animal Path. This time, it was a confrontation with the beasts. Thousands of beasts rushed forward, all of them forming a world, and began to fight against Longchen. This was also very difficult, and the further one went, the harder it would be. It was only because Longchen had grown that it became easier. If he had to face the Azura right from the start, Longchen might very well have lost. And this time, he still won the battle. Only the last color is left. Countless people from vast Sea Emperor City were still surrounding this area. They were practically holding their breaths, waiting for Longchen's effort. Don't be happy too early. The last tribulation is often the one that is truly fatal. The entire dark side of the dragon sacrificial dragon world gathers the power of heaven and earth, animals, Azura, and evil spirits. A world that is the complete opposite but has everything is the most terrifying part of the 6 paths tribulation. Now, I think he's already at the end of his rope. The last tribulation will definitely take his life. Let's just wait and see. A genius of the human race dying from the six paths tribulation. Is he still a genius? Although they said that, they still couldn't help but admire Long Chen, because the six paths tribulation of Long Chen was really too terrifying. It was a terror that exceeded common sense. And in Long Chen's world, he was already welcoming and waiting for the last tribulation. It said that the dark side of the dragon sacrificial dragon world is almost the sum of the previous 5 tribulations. Long Chen couldn't help but shiver. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on this one. In front of him, everything was taking shape. Gray sky, gray eternal god domain. Gray earth, gray dragon sacrificial dragon continent. The gray Azura evil world, the gray demon star, and the gray beast world. Everything descended at the same time. For a moment, the world was spinning. Chapter 23:38. The last part of the 6 paths of tribulation. It was almost as if the first 5 joined together. This was the reverse side of the dragon sacrificial continent. The divine dragon, giant beasts, primeval troll, and Azura, with the divine dragon as the leader, completely surrounded Long Chen. Among the 6 paths of tribulation, Long Chen had already mastered 5 of them. Compared to before, he had almost formed the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and had 1 foot in this realm. Therefore, compared to before, his combat strength was much stronger. Therefore, even in the face of such a terrifying tribulation, he didn't even furrow his brows. This was the power of his belief and willpower. Currently, he was surrounded by only 1 color of light, but it was vaguely divided into 6 parts. Moreover, it was unprecedentedly strong. Everyone held their breaths as they watched Long Chen go against this last hurdle. There weren't many people who were truly worried. Most of them couldn't wait for this monster of the human race to die under the reincarnation tribulation. However, Long Chen just didn't want to let them have their way. The 6 paths was this entire dragon sacrificial continent. Now, he was going against this entire world, resisting suppression and resisting fate. The primordial blood spirit dragon was the ancestral dragon that was born to resist. It was also the ancestral dragon that had the deepest influence on Long Chen. Now that he was facing this 6 paths of tribulation, he became even more excited in the depths of his heart. He had an uncontrollable passion to fight against it. Now, the mystiques of the 3 great ancestral dragons were being displayed to the fullest by Long Chen. With the body of the primordial blood spirit dragon, he shuttled back and forth between the 4 giant beasts. He constantly used the flame of life, the death claws, and the space-time reversal. Even other mystiques could be displayed to great effect. For example, the blood spirit spike, the weeping blood dragon soul, the age storm, and the 14th sacrifice. Long Chen repelled the 4 giant beasts again and again. The more he fought, the braver he became. In the beginning, it was indeed very difficult for him to resist, but as time went on, he became more and more proficient in dealing with the 4 giant beasts. Long Chen had the experience of killing these 4 giant beasts. As long as he wasn't surrounded, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with them individually. For example, this time, Long Chen found the weakest of the opponents, Azura. This was a tribulation that had appeared after the appearance of the eternal god domain and the draconic sacrificial continent. Long Chen kept a close eye on him, using his flame of life force and spacetime reversal to block the other attacks and allow himself to recover. At the same time, he used everything he had to push his opponent to the brink of death. Finally, he succeeded. One of the 4 giant beasts had died. When Long Chen broke through the enemy's encirclement, he found his second target. That was the illusory primeval troll that was formed from the Devil Star. This was a terrifying creature shrouded in black fog. Its body was stooped and thick, and it had sharp claws and pitch-black scales. It also had a pair of black bat wings that looked like blades, a pair of sharp spiral horns on its head, and a tail that was as sharp as a spear. It was one of its killing weapons. This was the primeval troll. Presumably, this was what the so-called Xiao and Ta looked like. Go. Long Chen was fearless. After finding his target, he attacked without holding back. Every time he killed an opponent, he could practically devour them and turn them into a part of his strength. After defeating the first Azura, his combat strength had risen to another level. As long as he could withstand the attacks, victory was just around the corner. Dignity, hot-bloodedness, and glory, these made Long Chen brave and fearless in his challenges. He would not rest until he was dead. He clashed with the mysterious primeval troll time and time again. The other party had the most tyrannical physical strength, which was even comparable to Long Chen and far surpassed the other mystical dragons. However, compared to the ancient blood spiritual dragon, it was still slightly inferior. In the end, Long Chen was drenched in blood under the attacks of the three giant beasts. He had to rely on his flame of life to sustain his life. If it wasn't for his flame of life, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died. However, under his attacks, the primeval troll was torn apart again and turned into ashes, disappearing from this world. Only 2 opponents were left. The myriad beast fusion, as well as the fusion of the eternal god territory and the dragon sacrificial continent. Now, Long Chen was even stronger and more proficient. He roared and attacked, using the eternal instant and the 10,000 death claw to finish off the 10,000 beast fusion. In the end, in this boundless starry sky, only Long Chen and the huge gray mystical dragon were left. This was the last battle. If he won, Long Chen would have defeated the 6 paths of reincarnation and successfully broken through to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Powerful strength and the hope of fighting against the 9 paths of reincarnation appeared in front of him. He had fought to the end. It was even more impossible for him to give up. Just as he had said at the beginning, if the sky obstructed him, he would tear it apart. If the earth trapped him, he would tear the earth apart. Now that the heavens and the earth had merged, he was still fearless. He only wanted to tear the other party apart. Passion and song. Facing this giant beast again, Long Chen naturally did not fight it head-on. There was only one way to fight this giant beast, and that was to wear it down. Otherwise, there was no way to kill it in a short period of time. Time passed gradually, and only one color was left. The people outside held their breaths, waiting for changes. But after a few days, there was still no movement. Or rather, this last battle was too intense, causing the 2 mystical dragons to be unable to determine the victor for a very long time. Now, there were only 3 days left before the sea sacrifice ceremony, and most people could not wait any longer. In fact, this was the last critical moment. Long Chen succeeded. After spending a few days, he finally completed the task and completely tore the other party apart. In that instant, a huge amount of power was instilled into Long Chen, and at the same time, everything around him began to disappear. What everyone saw was that the last color of light was actually devoured by Long Chen. It entered his body without reservation. That was the last of the 6 paths of power. In the beginning, there were 6 colors of light, and they were all the 6 paths of power. As Long Chen defeated all the tribulations, he also obtained all the power. This was the rule of the heavenly path. Success. When the 6 paths of power filled his body, he naturally knew that he had grown to another level, and had undergone a metamorphosis. Starting from the 6 paths of tribulation, almost every tribulation was a metamorphosis. The power of the 6 paths formed a perfect cycle within his body. It was as if a new world had been created. It flowed continuously like a river and was as vast as the ocean. Although the bodies of the humans and the spirit race were small, they actually contained limitless power. When he moved, he could break mountains, split seas, tear space, and so on. Now, he was unprecedentedly strong. He was already invincible with his demigod body, and now that he had taken another step forward, everyone could clearly see how strong he was. At this time, many people were already comparing him to Lu Ji. Lu Ji was one of the strongest geniuses of his father's generation, aside from Long Qinglan. She was the most outstanding genius of the ocean folk in the last 10,000 years, and also one of the new super experts. She had a huge reputation in the Eternal God realm. Although Long Chen had risen rapidly, he was not at a disadvantage when compared to those at the very top. This was already enough to make people speechless. This was already something that only a freak could do. Now that he had passed the 6 paths of tribulation, the entire ocean folk of boundless Imperial City were watching him. The surging power in his body gradually retracted, and he returned to his original state. Seeing the shocked ocean folk in front of him, Long Chen felt like he had been reborn after a disaster. There were too many emotions in the eyes of the members of the Sea tribe. There was awe, jealousy, and disbelief. They had only heard of Long Chen's legend, but today they had personally witnessed his rapid growth and strength. Perhaps when he was born, Lu Ji had already passed the 9 palace tribulation a long time ago. Over the years, her progress had been slow, but Long Chen had caught up with her at the speed of a rocket from the furthest distance. Miracle was no longer enough to describe this young man's heaven-defying abilities. This silence lasted for a long time. Then Long Chen said, "How long are you all planning to watch? I have already passed the tribulation. Do you all want to celebrate with me?" Everyone looked at each other and consciously took a few steps back. This was the pressure from Long Chen's current aura. But very quickly, some of the experts recalled that they had been chasing after the person who had touched the sacred stone of karma, and the person they suspected was Long Chen. Even though he had passed the 6 Tao tribulations, he still couldn't avoid this relationship. Hence, a demigod cultivator stood up. He came from the purple-eyed imperial family and happened to be the burly man who had been beaten half to death by Long Chen in the vast sea divine palace. At the same time, he was also the giant crab sea beast that had appeared in the Forbidden Zone. "Long Chen, you were the one who barged into the Forbidden Zone and touched our sacred stone of karma, right? You keep saying that you want to ally with the ocean folk, but your true goal is actually the sacred stone of karma?" He used an interrogative tone to target Long Chen. He had fought with the people who had sneaked into the Forbidden Zone before. He was certain that the only people present who could beat him like that were the 6 Sea Kings, Lu Ji, Long Chen, and the others. Of course, he did not suspect that they were from the Sea race. For a moment, everyone stared at Long Chen, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. If it was not the 6 paths of tribulation, Long Chen would not be able to explain. At this moment, he was very calm and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? The Forbidden Zone, the sacred stone of karma, what are these things? And when did I barge into the Forbidden Zone? Please explain clearly. Ever since I came to the ocean folk, I felt that the 6 paths of tribulation was approaching, so I cultivated in seclusion here. I only broke through today, but I never thought that you would use this kind of groundless crime to frame me." "What do you mean?" "For this kind of thing, even if the other party suspected it, he would have to deny it no matter what." "Still trying to quibble?" "I fought with that person. He was as strong as you, which was why he was able to get rid of me in an instant. Now, in the entire ocean folk, only an expert of this level can possibly barge in." Chapter 2339. Don't spout nonsense if you don't have evidence. I'm not a person without a temper. I came to the Sea race to form an alliance, but it seems that the Sea race doesn't have this intention. Since that's the case, it seems that there's no point for me to stay here. 6 Sea Emperors, I think your Sea race is feng shui treasure land for me to successfully advance. However, as the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Although they had their suspicions, no one had any proof. Moreover, Long Chen's words made sense. Who would dare to run around and fight with others when the samsara tribulation was about to arrive? Wouldn't that be courting death? Without evidence, there was no way to convince the world. If Long Chen left now, the result would be that the Sea race would be mocked by the world once again because of their timidity, suspicion, and fear. This was a matter of face. There were only 3 days left before the sea sacrifice ceremony was about to be held. Long Chen would leave this place safely, so the 6 ocean emperors naturally wouldn't force him away at this time. Therefore, Emperor Shiyao was the first to smile and say, "Little brother Long Chen, please wait. Please listen to me." Long Chen turned around and smiled. "Emperor Shiyao, feel free to speak. To our Sea clan, it is more of a symbol, just like the position of the black jade dragon head in your human clan. Of course, you do not wish for outsiders to tarnish it, and of course, you are not afraid that it will be stolen. Of course, our Sea clan is the same, so whoever touches the Karma Holy Stone, it is not a big deal. From now on, we will no longer investigate this matter. Furthermore, I have personally witnessed how grand your samsara tribulation is, and once you are not prepared, the consequences will be miserable, and the intensity is almost equivalent to the 9 palaces tribulation, so I believe that you are preparing to transcend the tribulation, so on behalf of my clan, I sincerely apologize to you, hoping that you can forgive me." With Emperor Shiyao's identity, saying these words was definitely giving Long Chen face. Of course, he didn't want to leave, and what he was waiting for was Emperor Shiyao's words. Now that he had a step down, of course, he immediately stepped down and said, I don't dare. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's fine as long as it's clear. I was too emotional just now, and my words were a bit excessive. This way, everyone would be happy. Long Chen knew that the 6 ocean emperors knew that it was very likely that the person was him, so they would keep an eye on Long Chen and not let him get close to the Karma sacred stone. However, at the very least, Long Chen still had a chance, especially now that his strength had increased again and he had more capital. At this time, the 6 ocean emperors had already ordered the spectators to disperse. At this moment, the peerless beauty Lu Ji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly waved her hand and said, "Wait, there's one more thing that needs to be resolved." Everyone stopped in their tracks in confusion. This 7th emperor, the demon blue emperor, wanted to say something. Lu Ji didn't look at Long Chen, as if she wasn't targeting him. She said to herself, in the past few days, who has seen Gao Yang guarding the Forbidden Realm? Hundreds of thousands of merfolk looked at each other. Only warriors with demigod bodies could come into contact with Gao Yang's level. However, most of them shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't seen him. The last time I saw him was about 10 days ago. After summarizing everyone's words, Lu Ji said, "It seems that Gao Yang should have disappeared, or even been killed. Furthermore, he was guarding the Forbidden Realm." Hearing this news, the merfolk were naturally furious. What? Killed? This is an expert with a demigod body, an existence equivalent to a demigod. Who can kill him? Who can kill such an important figure of our merfolk in this place? At this moment, everyone looked suspiciously at Long Chen. This was something that had happened after Long Chen had arrived. They couldn't help but be suspicious. Lu Ji smiled coldly and said, "Everyone, this matter shouldn't have anything to do with Long Chen. Do not suspect him. However, I have some clues." The Sea God Emperor's gaze was cold. He said, "Speak directly." After obtaining his permission, Lu Ji looked at her husband Chen Xingyao with a smile. Then, she said expressionlessly, "I made a great effort to tell you this clue. My comrades guarding the Forbidden Realm should know that a few days ago, Chen Xingyao entered the Forbidden Realm. He originally did not have the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Realm, but he claimed that I let him enter the Sea God Pavilion to take something and deceive the guards. In the end, I discovered him and chased him out of the Forbidden Realm. But the problem is that from that day on, Gao Yang seemed to have mysteriously disappeared. Although Chen Xingyao is my husband, this matter is very important. So I must ask you, do you know if you killed Gao Yang?" Finally, her gaze turned to Chen Xingyao. In the beginning, she had indeed thought that Chen Xingyao had only gone to see the 3 Lives Divine Stone. But connecting it to today's matter, she had more or less guessed it. Of course, Chen Xingyao didn't have the ability to kill Gao Yang without making any noise. Only Long Chen could. So that time, Long Chen must have been hiding in his divine kingdom. She really hadn't thought that Chen Xingyao would be so bold as to actually stand on Long Chen's side and help Long Chen. All along, Lu Ji had believed that the other had something on her, so she had been loyal to her. But she hadn't thought that Qin Xingyao would dare to betray her so openly. So she was very angry in her heart. Now, she wanted to threaten and pressure Qin Xingyao into personally confessing to Long Chen. With conclusive evidence, even if the 6 ocean emperors captured Long Chen now, the Dragon Divine region and the people of the world would have nothing to say. All the pressure was on Qin Xingyao. Seeing Lu Ji's venomous gaze, Qin Xingyao knew what she wanted him to do. Long Chen was the person who had freed him completely. Of course, he wouldn't betray Long Chen because of this. And the others were also watching this scene in a daze. In their opinion, Qin Xingyao and Lu Ji should be in love with each other. But this time, Lu Ji had directly stood up to target Qin Xingyao. It was clearly an act of righteousness before family. For a moment, everyone was very moved. Moreover, there were many people in the sea race who didn't like Qin Xingyao. Qin Xingyao, hurry up and explain. What is your goal in entering the Forbidden Region? Did you kill Gao Yang? Even if you didn't kill him, you can't escape responsibility. If you don't explain yourself today, don't even think about leaving this place. For a moment, countless fiery gazes stared at Qin Xingyao. However, Qin Xingyao was a person who had experienced great storms and waves. He wasn't frightened. He calmly said, Lu Ji, I've already told you. I've heard many rumors about the 3 Lives Divine Stone. I have boundless respect for this divine stone. That day, I sneaked in just to pray for us in front of the 3 Lives Divine Stone, hoping that we can grow old together. I was so sincere. Why are you so suspicious of me? At least for now, in the eyes of outsiders, they were still husband and wife. Qin Xingyao could only say this. Bullshit. Do you think you can escape suspicion by saying this? Qin Xingyao, you better be tactful. Otherwise, no matter what you beg of me in the future, I won't agree. At that time, it will be too late for regrets. Lu Ji didn't want to force Qin Xingyao, nor did she want to ruin their deal. Her goal was very clear. She just wanted Qin Xingyao to identify Long Chen. She thought that while Qin Xingyao was willing to help Long Chen, it was only out of a sense of honor for his race. In front of the life of his lover, this shouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. She believed that for his lover, Qin Xingyao would definitely make a choice. There was no need to fight to the death for an outsider. Under her urging, Qin Xingyao remained indifferent. Lu Ji would never have thought that Long Chen had already completely cured his woman. The reason he was still in Vast Sea Imperial City was just to help Long Chen. At this time, Qin Xingyao said, I'll say it again. That time, I entered the Forbidden Region only to pray for blessings. While I married you, a member of the sea race, I did not have equal status with you. I just wanted to see the 3 Lives Divine Stone that symbolizes love. I didn't encounter any Gao Yang. His insistence was beyond Lu Ji's expectations. Lu Ji originally thought that victory was within her grasp. This directly caused her to descend into a state of rage. The snake-bone whip with almost 900 Dao patterns instantly appeared in her hand. Under Lu Ji's control, the black whip lashed at Qin Xingyao. No one expected Lu Ji to have such a fiery temper. She actually attacked her husband directly. At this moment, everyone hurriedly dodged, afraid that they would be affected by Lu Ji's anger. Of course, for someone like Qin Xingyao, even if he was beaten half to death, he would not follow Lu Ji's wishes and reveal anything about Long Chen. This daring man made Long Chen respect him from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't let Qin Xingyao get injured at this time. When the whip lashed at Qin Xingyao, a figure instantly appeared in front of Qin Xingyao. The figure swung a gray longsword in his hand and directly sent the whip flying. Lu Ji also took a step back. Only then did everyone realize that the person who had attacked was actually Long Chen. Being able to block the opponent's attack so easily was enough to prove that he was much stronger than last time. Even Lu Ji herself had a feeling that she had met her match. Her expression darkened as she said coldly, Long Chen, what is the meaning of this? Are you admitting that you are Gao Yang's murderer? Chapter 2340. Discipline. Even the 6 sea emperors would not dare to say such words to Lu Ji. This woman was a highly toxic being. She was someone that no one in the entire sea divine region dared to offend. And now, Long Chen's words had frightened almost all the sea race. He was indeed the son of the eternal dragon emperor. His courage was truly heaven-defying. Of course, because Qin Xingyao refused to admit it, the truth of who did Gao Yang's matter was not revealed. Death was a very common thing among the sea race. Even Gao Yang was the same. Perhaps the sea emperor had eaten Gao Yang on a whim for a high-quality blue crystal. Such things had happened countless times in history. But Long Chen and Qin Xingyao killing Gao Yang made it hard to guess their motives. After all, humans could not digest blue crystals. They had no use for them. They were more interested in the conflict between Long Chen and Lu Ji. The show is about to begin. At this time, even the 6 sea emperors did not stop them. They knew that Lu Ji had once attacked Long Chen. That time, Long Chen had been forced back, but he was not injured. And this time, this youth seemed to be very close to Lu Ji. Lu Ji was a mountain in his path. Could he break this mountain? If he could, then it would be too terrifying. Hearing Long Chen's words, Lu Ji's eyes turned black. She actually laughed sinisterly, ruining her beauty as the #1 beauty of the sea race. She said in an enchanting voice, "It seems that your human friend has made progress in his cultivation and is deliberately finding an excuse to challenge me, Lu Ji, to challenge the sea race." Long Chen said in a low voice, "Challenging the sea race cannot be said like that. Although Qin Xingyao is your husband, he still has the blood of the human race flowing in his body. I can see that his love is deep, and I have formed a deep friendship with him these past few days. Naturally, I cannot watch him be humiliated in front of his wife, so I have the courage to stand in front of him. But I definitely do not want to challenge you, much less the sea race. I hope that Lady Lu Ji can give me face. I think that Qin Xingyao can also swear to the heavens that he definitely did not kill Gao Yang. If Long Chen had not acted, Lu Ji would have likely tortured Qin Xingyao badly in her rage. Long Chen naturally could not tolerate his friend being humiliated. He understood that if he lost this opportunity, he could only wait until his cultivation was stronger and comparable to the 6 great sea monarchs. At that time, he could directly rush in and snatch it. The important thing was that nothing could happen to the people he valued. Qin Xingyao continued, saying, "I dare swear that I definitely did not kill Gao Yang. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." The person who killed Gao Yang was Long Chen. Swearing like this did not affect him at all. Lu Ji, who had already guessed the truth, was furious. She knew this was the case, but she did not have the evidence to drag out Long Chen. It was even difficult to identify him. In all these years, she had never encountered such a difficult person to deal with. She bit her red lower lip and suddenly said, "All right, then this matter is over. But, since you, Long Chen, do not want to challenge me, then I, Lu Ji, want to challenge you. The rumors say that the peerless genius of the human race, Long Chen, far surpasses the level of your father, the eternal dragon emperor, when he was the same age. He is a legend, but the sea race has never personally seen him. I do not know if you can agree to fight with me and convince the sea race." She was taking revenge. Today, no matter what, she was going to get revenge. She really didn't expect that a person who was like a little doll to her could actually play her around in circles. When these words were said, the sea race boiled. There was no one who did not look forward to this kind of battle. On one side was the former #1 genius of the sea race, the newly ascended 7th emperor. She was a legend of the sea race, a natural-born empress. As for Long Chen, he was a rising star. While his peers were still swaying stars, he was already a blazing sun, shining brightly. He alone overshadowed the light of millions of people, and even overshadowed the light of his predecessors. He was comparable to the 15 dragon emperors of the human race. The sea race empress and the human race's heaven-defying genius collided. Who would have the upper hand? Everyone looked at Long Chen expectantly, waiting for his response to this provocation. Lu Ji had already said so. Everyone had their own race's honor, and the sea race's honor was now condensed in their hearts, bursting with endless desire and passion. They wanted to see the sea race win, and they wanted to break the legend of Long Chen. Now, in their eyes, Long Chen was, of course, an opponent on the same level as Lu Ji. Under the anticipation of the crowd, Long Chen spoke slowly. He wanted to make them anxious to death. However, he was also full of anticipation for this battle. He wanted to take revenge for the whip he had given him. At the same time, it was also a test for himself. Now that he was not far from becoming a god, Lu Ji was a chasm that he had to cross. As long as he crossed this chasm, he would be able to achieve greater glory. The brave were invincible. He lived by fighting. Fighting was his belief, and it was his driving force. He was born for fighting, so why would he refuse this important battle? Of course, I will accept. In front of everyone, Long Chen said this. In terms of certainty, he actually had none. Lu Ji was a veteran powerhouse with unlimited treasures on her. She was the kind of person blessed by nature. Most importantly, she was the poison queen, the person best at using poison in the entire dragon sacrificial realm. Countless dangers of death were hidden in her. If Long Chen did not have the fire of life, he would not even dare to fight with her. But when it came to fighting, if one was only confident in winning, would it still be called a battle? This was his first time fighting against a warrior above the 9 palace tribulation. This was the level of the Dragon Emperor and the others. 15 Dragon Emperors were only at the late stage of the 9 palace tribulation. Long Chen. Qin Xingyao did not expect that Long Chen would have to accept this battle because of him. Don't worry, I have longed for this moment for a long time. Long Chen said in a low voice beside him. That's right, it was a kind of desire. This was where he was different from others. He longed for battle in his bones. This was his way of extending his life and will. The battlefield was a place that gave him pleasure. He wanted to become a god in battle. Qin Xingyao could only retreat silently. Let's change places. Lu Ji's voice was cold and sinister. Beneath her long black dress was a slender and alluring figure. Her dress fluttered in the wind as she brought Long Chen out of the vast ocean imperial city. This was a battle that was enough to destroy Hanhai Imperial City. Everyone stayed in Hanhai Imperial City, watching them from afar. The 6 ocean emperors did not say anything from beginning to end, but from their expressions, it could be seen that they were also looking forward to this collision. They needed to find the confidence of the marine race from Lu Ji. It was not appropriate for them to break the legend of Long Chen. If Lu Ji lost, then she would be Long Chen's stepping stone. The legend of Long Chen would shock the world even more. If she won, she could temporarily end the legend of Long Chen. She would find confidence for the marine race and the world. Of course, that was excluding the human race. Now, Long Chen was the pride and joy of the entire human race. In the vast ocean, Long Chen and the beauty of this generation were facing each other. The 600,000 members of the marine race could practically hear their breathing. Everyone was holding their breaths, waiting for one side to explode and for them to tear the ocean apart. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword. The gray sword body was filled with murderous intent, rippling with boundless sword chi in the water. The murderous intent of the god-slaying sword enveloped a radius of thousands of miles. Compared to the snake bone whip, the god-slaying sword was less than 100 Dao patterns. The snake bone whip was called Poison Sacrifice. Every Blue Devil race member had a Poison Sacrifice. It was just that the strength was different. Lu Ji's Poison Sacrifice came from her mother. It was formed from her mother's flesh, blood, power, and bones before she died. It was formed from all the power of a 9 palaces tribulation expert, along with many treasures. The forging of the poison sacrifice was the famous method of the Blue Devil race. Of course, the poison sacrifice could only be used in the hands of the Blue Devil race. If someone else used it, the power of at least 200 Dao patterns would be reduced. Crack. Lu Ji waved the poison sacrifice. The bones on it ground, giving off cracking sounds. Countless sharp and tiny barbs started to extend. Take this. Lu Ji did not hold back and attacked. In an instant, the poison sacrifice transformed into countless demonic shadows that covered the sky and earth. They were like countless black snakes that attacked Long Chen. Under the activation of a Dao weapon with close to 900 Dao patterns, all the seawater around vast ocean Imperial City was blasted away. The space was torn apart, the earth trembled, and everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was instantly turned into ashes. Long Chen was in the middle of this torn world. How barbaric! He sneered. At this moment, he was covered in dragon scales, turning him into a blood-red killing machine. The god-slaying sword released a dazzling light of death. This Dao weapon actually has 700 Dao patterns. Only in her hands will there be so many Dao patterns. This is a delicacy. My little sweetheart, come into my mouth. Within the god-slaying sword, little skeleton's eyes were shining brightly. Aya, my teeth. The god-slaying sword had just clashed with the opponent when little skeleton cried out. No matter what the original form of the poison sacrifice was, at least it was a Dao weapon with close to 900 Dao patterns. The moment they clashed, a huge trench that was tens of miles long was torn open at the bottom of the sea. A large amount of seawater poured in, creating a huge whirlpool. Even more seawater was destroyed. It's my turn. Chapter 2341. Previously, there were already 5,000 swords. The massacre sword technique had a total of 10,000 swords. The number of swords that could be used depended on both Long Chen's own strength and the number of Dao patterns on the god-slaying sword. Basically, it maintained a rising trend. Based on this estimation, when Long Chen's strength surpassed the level of the Dragon Emperor, the god-slaying sword would basically reach the level of the Taizu Dragon Sword. Only then would it be able to use the most complete massacre sword technique. From this, it could be seen that the god-slaying sword and the massacre sword technique had the potential to become the most powerful Dao weapon and the most powerful sword Dao below that of a deity. When the god-slaying sword reached more than 700 Dao patterns, and when Long Chen's combat power was comparable to the 9 Palace Tribulation, the massacre sword technique would become a first-class sword Dao. When Lu Ji waved the poison sacrifice whip, Long Chen immediately attacked. The god-slaying sword in his hand flowed like water as he began to fight. The massacre sword technique had 10,000 swords. To perform 10,000 swords in a short period of time, and each sword was stronger than the previous one, it required extreme speed. Fast, ruthless, and accurate. This was the true essence of the massacre sword technique. Today, Long Chen fulfilled these 3 criteria. The god-slaying sword in his hand exploded with rays of sword light. Like the waves of the sea, it was endless. Wave after wave rushed towards his opponent. Each wave was stronger and more majestic than the previous one. The sword light was precise and ruthless. Each time, it was aimed at the weakest spot on Lu Ji's body. In an instant, it was as though the entire sea had been sliced into countless pieces by Long Chen. The 600,000 martial artists in vast ocean Imperial City could only see countless rays of light. Their entire field of vision was drowned by Long Chen's massacre sword chi. The sword light formed an ocean, replacing the previous seawater and completely surrounding Lu Ji. With the sword as the ocean, one could see that Long Chen's attainments in sword Dao were truly extraordinary. 3,000 swords. From the first sword to the 3,000 sword strikes, only a few short moments had passed. Lu Ji had never seen such a fast sword before. This was a kind of unceasing impact. Compared to the impact that Neptune Emperor gave her, it was even more ferocious. Of course, it was a different kind of impact. It was just that the impact of this sword light made Lu Ji's body react even more strongly. Buzz. She didn't know how many times she had used the poison sacrifice to block her opponent's attacks, but when her opponent started using the slaughter sword art, she was practically retreating. No matter how strong she was, no matter how powerful she was, she still couldn't block those thousands of sword beams. The sea of swords moved. For darkness attributes, death, devouring, corrosion, and so on, surrounded Lu Ji with thousands of sword auras. At this moment, everyone saw a terrifying Long Chen, the real Long Chen. This was a myth. Xiao xiao xiao. Countless sword lights were so sharp that they stabbed at Lu Ji from the blind spots, like a sky full of arrows. Sometimes, the sword lights even cooperated with each other to create a diversion, which made Lu Ji very embarrassed. The 4,000 strike. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen, who was crazy for battle, had already killed the 4,000 strike. Such a release made him feel very carefree. Battle was his life, and it was even more difficult for him to stop at this moment. It was very difficult for him to meet an opponent as satisfactory as Lu Ji. The 4,000th sword slashed down from the sky. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with both hands and swung it wildly. The sword pierced through the clouds and slashed down explosively, directly tearing apart most of the sword chi from before. In the blink of an eye, the sword was already above Lu Ji's head. Her eyes were gloomy, and the poison sacrifice in her hand danced like a venomous snake. In an instant, countless black gas was released, condensing into a giant snake that coiled around her. Now, she was surrounded by terrifying poisons, and ordinary people would definitely die if they came into contact with even a little. Therefore, when the people from Vast Sea Imperial City saw Lu Ji going crazy, they couldn't help but retreat. However, Long Chen secretly used the fire of life to protect himself as he charged forward. Lu Ji didn't expect Long Chen to be so bold, but she was still prepared. The poison sacrifice suddenly turned into a long spear, and it was incomparably hard. Lu Ji pierced the sharpest point of the spear towards Long Chen. Long Chen slashed down with his sword, and the tip of the sword collided with the sharpest point of Lu Ji's poison sacrifice. Clang! This clash caused a huge wave, and Vast Sea Imperial City trembled. A large number of buildings were sent flying by the rolling waves of seawater and air. If it weren't for the 6 great sea emperors, the entire Vast Sea Imperial City would probably have been overturned. The sea roared, and everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. I didn't expect Long Chen to be so powerful. An expert with a demigod body can fight with Lord Lu Ji and cause such a commotion? Many martial artists with demigod bodies were trembling in their hearts. They remembered that when Long Chen first came to the sea god region, he didn't seem so powerful. If Long Chen defeated Lu Ji, no one could imagine what it meant. Perhaps it meant that Long Chen would soon catch up to his father, and the eternal sacred realm would once again be ruled by the human race. He would suppress all heroes in the world before he was 1,000 years old, and become the first person in history. The second eternal dragon emperor. Moreover, this Long Chen's personality was different from Long Qinglan's. He was more difficult to deal with. This battle once again witnessed Long Chen's legend. Even the demon race, spirit race, and witch race could only tremble when they heard this news. All the geniuses in this world were trash compared to Long Chen. Lu Ji also had this illusion at this time. But she didn't believe it. The battle was far from over. Why did she lose confidence so quickly? I can't lose. Otherwise, I'll lose all the face of the sea tribe. Lu Ji constantly warned herself in her heart. She glanced at Sea God Emperor, but saw that his expression was solemn. She didn't know what he was thinking. She knew that he must be very conflicted in the face of such a huge problem. Even the number 1 of the sea race was at a loss for what to do. Kill. She began to fight back with all her might. In truth, she wouldn't show her true form before Long Chen transformed into his dragon form. She had the pride of the sea race, and she was Long Chen's senior. Whoever used their last move first would be admitting defeat. For the sake of face, she continued to hold on. Of course, she wouldn't lose so easily. From start to finish, she had been suppressed by Long Chen's sword of massacre, and hadn't had a chance to fight back. As long as I can endure this move, I'll have a chance to fight back. Lu Ji was very clear. Long Chen's sword of massacre was continuous, and in the process, it gave Lu Ji the greatest pressure. But there was always an end. Once Long Chen couldn't hold on, that would be the beginning of his defeat. The two were fighting, and also secretly competing. It was a battle of many factors. Long Chen wasn't as complicated as she thought. He only wanted to do one thing, and that was to defeat his opponent. He was fearless and advanced bravely. Sword after sword, he didn't think that he would be exhausted, or that the sword of massacre would stop. In truth, although he was counting how many swords he used, he didn't care about the numbers. He didn't even know. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to fight and win. Kill, kill, kill. The long sword was like a rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth. A sword came from the west, and sword rays surged. The sword rays formed a sword sea, and under the guidance of the god-slaying sword, countless sword rays pierced through heaven and earth. No matter how fast Lu Ji's poison sacrifice danced, there were always a few swords that rushed in, causing great trouble. Ding! Now, there was a sword that directly pierced her throat. She lowered her head and used her teeth to bite the sword ray, but it was too late. Such a dangerous attack made her a little flustered, and her movements weren't as orderly as before. She wanted to hold on until Long Chen's sword of massacre ended, so she continued to persevere, defend, and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Long Chen didn't know that he had already used 6,000 swords, and had broken through his original limit, but he hadn't reached his current limit. He can't hold on much longer. Lu Ji heaved a sigh of relief. Spiritual cultivation fire. But Long Chen used the spiritual cultivation fire at this time, and his strength didn't weaken. Instead, it became stronger. His body shone with boundless blood-red light, and he once again glowed with terrifying vitality. The sword of massacre in his hand was activated again, and from 6,000 swords onwards, each sword could almost tear the heaven and earth apart, and it could create hundreds of miles of huge trenches. Rumble. The sea roared, and everything around it was hard to see. The people of the sea tribe had their mouths wide open as they watched this unbelievable scene. 6,300 swords. Blue beautiful shadow. The majestic sword collided with the blue ring-shaped blade formed by the poison sacrifice, causing intense sparks to fly out. This kind of power sent both of them flying, but Long Chen's most terrifying side was quickly revealed. Although he was sent flying even further, he had an astonishing willpower and recovery ability. He rushed back at an even faster speed, and his next sword pierced through, heading straight for Lu Ji's beautiful head. What a madman! He hasn't reached his limit yet. Lu Ji continued to use her strength for a long time. She had always been on the defense, and she believed that as long as Long Chen let his guard down, she would be able to counterattack and win. But up until now, she hadn't waited for this opportunity. What she didn't know was that waiting for Long Chen to be exhausted was a ridiculous idea. Her blindly defending brought a greater challenge to Long Chen, and it stimulated him to break through to a higher level of the sword of massacre. Lu Ji couldn't imagine that the person in front of her, who forced her to this extent, was the youth who couldn't even withstand a single whip from her a few days ago. It was just a few days. Just like that, he had transformed from a loser to a troublesome opponent. If she still couldn't stop him, he would soon reach the level of the 6 great sea emperors. This is a monster. Everyone had the same thought. His sword Dao hadn't stopped. 650 swords. Chapter 2342. Of course, Long Chen knew that Lu Ji was very strong. She had been suppressed by his massacring sword technique and could not fight normally. He also knew that Lu Ji was like a venomous snake. She had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. To outsiders, this was indeed the best way to deal with Long Chen. If Long Chen were to face his crazy self, he might also wait for the opportunity to kill him in one strike. However, to him, this was definitely the wrong way to go. Especially when he had just obtained a huge amount of power. He had countless battle intents, and he wanted to vent them in this battle. He had long prepared the Eye of Hell. Before this, he had been trying to push his limits. In the end, his limit should be around 7,000 swords. However, Long Chen did not continue. At that level, it would definitely take a lot out of him. Hence, he stopped at around 6,500 swords. A total of more than 6,000 swords. He thought that at this point, Lu Ji had already gotten used to the way he attacked and his sword techniques. This seemed to be the time when she was the most vigilant, but in fact, it was also the time when she was the most careless. Her attention was completely on the sword. She paid attention to Long Chen's sword, waiting for his weakness and weakness. However, she had forgotten that Long Chen was also lying low, waiting for the opportunity for her to relax. And at this moment, he displayed the Eye of Hell. Every time the god-slaying sword and the Eye of Hell worked together, it could produce an unprecedented effect. This time was no exception. This time, Lu Ji thought that she could trick Long Chen. However, she did not expect that Long Chen had already prepared 6,000 swords just for this moment. The previous 6,000 swords were not the real killer move. Behind Long Chen, only Lu Ji could see the huge pair of green eyes that traversed through time and space. Just like primeval trolls' immovable magic eyes, it could make Dragon Emperor unable to move. The Eye of Hell that Long Chen displayed with the god-slaying sword had a strong deterrent power. It could produce intense vibrations and cause the opponent to lose focus for a moment. In a battle, this moment of loss could determine the outcome and life and death. Especially in a battle between two people of similar strength. In this battle, Long Chen's performance was perfect from the beginning to the end. The ending was also very beautiful. At the moment when Lu Ji was distracted, Long Chen made the last slash. The sword slashed downwards, and the sword light burst out for thousands of miles, penetrated the sea, rushed up to the clouds, and then fell down violently, slashing towards Lu Ji's head. Under such intimidation, Lu Ji could only use the poison sacrifice to resist in a daze. Of course, Long Chen didn't dare to kill her. His real target was the poison sacrifice. It was a Dao artifact with unique Dao patterns. Although it only had over 700 Dao patterns, it had close to 900 Dao patterns in power. It was a great supplement for the god-slaying sword. After exchanging blows over 6,000 times, the god-slaying sword was already very familiar with the poison sacrifice. For the last strike, the god-slaying sword transformed into a grey beast and swallowed the little snake that Lu Ji had yet to imbue with any power. Then, it returned to Long Chen's hand. Boom! The shockwave knocked Lu Ji deep into the sea. Seawater surged in from all directions and was blown away by the shockwave, forming a huge whirlpool. From the appearance of the Eye of Hell to Long Chen's final victory, only a moment had passed. The change was too fast. Many people didn't even see it clearly, and it seemed that Lu Ji had disappeared. For a moment, most of them stared blankly and didn't know what had happened. Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword and waited for it to transform. Speaking of which, this poison sacrifice was indeed very strange. After breaking away from Lu Ji's control, it only had about 700 Dao patterns. However, it was a great supplement, and it pushed the god-slaying sword closer to 800 Dao patterns. Finally, it stopped at 790 Dao patterns. This news made Long Chen very excited. He had finally reaped the benefits. Moreover, the success of this battle had also built up a strong confidence in him. Although he could still kill Lu Ji, it seemed that he was still a distance away from killing her. However, because of his performance in this battle, he had the upper hand. People like the 6 Ocean Kings naturally had a clear grasp of everything. They had seen every change in the entire process. Even at the beginning, they were very supportive of Lu Ji's battle method. They felt that it was necessary to use this method when fighting against Long Chen. Lu Ji's defeat was also a setback in their hearts. Therefore, in this short period of time, they were a little depressed. The sea god emperor waved his hand, and the beauty, Lu Ji, who had been smashed into the sea, returned to the side of the 6 Ocean Kings. With outsiders around, the sea god emperor didn't dare to be too intimate. Lu Ji wasn't injured, but her Tao artifact was destroyed. Seeing that she wasn't injured, the sea god emperor heaved a sigh of relief. However, which man could tolerate the woman he treated like a treasure being defeated and injured by someone else? The sea god emperor had always been a person who didn't show his emotions. No one knew what he was thinking. Now that the storm had gradually passed, although the two of them hadn't fought in their strongest state, there was no need for this battle to continue. Long Chen had already used his own strength to prove himself. Now, he was comparable to the 9 Palace Tribulation. Lu Ji couldn't stop him from moving forward. He came back to his senses and recovered from his previous crazy battle state. He became indifferent and didn't have an overbearing attitude. His gaze collided with the 600,000 members of the oceanic race. He was the youngest group of people present, but he could calmly confront the 600,000 members of the oceanic race without the slightest bit of fear. Only a natural king could withstand so many gazes. For a moment, the entire vast ocean imperial city was silent. Everyone was staring at him in a daze. Then, they looked at Lu Ji. Their throats were dry, and they didn't know what to say. Speechlessness was perhaps what they were feeling at the moment. They had personally witnessed the rapid rise of the human race's Long Chen. He had slapped the faces of all the members of the oceanic race. However, they didn't feel humiliated. Instead, they felt powerless. Everyone was hoping that the 6 Ocean Kings could give them some confidence. However, this was just a challenge and exchange of pointers. The 6 Ocean Kings were from the same generation as Long Chen's grandfather. If they fought, it would be even more outrageous. Long Chen felt a strong murderous intent. It should have come from Lu Ji. She had her head lowered, as if she was unfazed by the previous battle. However, Long Chen suddenly recalled that he had only been concerned about the growth of the god-slaying sword. He had not thought about the poison sacrifice. It seemed to have come from her mother. It should be the most important thing she had. She was destroyed by him just like that. If it were him, he would definitely go crazy. At the thought of this, Long Chen felt a little guilty. After all, he didn't have any great enmity with her. He was indeed a little too impatient and didn't think about it at first. Now that he felt her gloomy mood, he finally understood. However, this had already happened and couldn't be changed. Lu Ji might not be someone who would forgive him, so he didn't feel too burdened. He just didn't know how much change this incident would bring to Lu Ji. She didn't say anything and directly entered vast ocean imperial city. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. This reaction was even more frightening. Clearly, she valued the poison sacrifice very much. Neptune Emperor said, "I've always heard that Brother Long Chen is a genius of a generation, not inferior to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Today, I see that it is indeed so. I'm impressed." Long Chen also complimented this kind of compliment in return. He thought, in this case, it seems to be even more difficult to obtain the divine way heart refining dragon's inheritance essence blood. The 6 paths of calamity was an accident that caused the development of the current situation to deviate from the original trajectory. Now that there were only 3 days left, it seemed like they could only wait for the sea sacrifice ceremony to begin. Neptune Emperor continued, "The sea sacrifice ceremony will be held in 3 days. After it ends, I will discuss the details of the alliance with Brother Long Chen. You must be tired after today's battle. Go back and rest early. Everyone, disperse. Hearing Neptune Emperor's announcement, the people who couldn't recover for a long time had no choice but to disperse. Of course, they didn't completely disperse. Instead, they gathered together to discuss. In these countless discussions, the news would spread sooner or later and more people would know. The 6 Neptune Emperors dispersed one after another. However, Long Chen guessed that they would definitely gather in a new place to discuss today's matter in secret. To them, today's battle was probably very shocking. Although Long Chen returned, there were many people secretly watching him along the way. However, they didn't dare to approach him. He beckoned Chen Xingyao over and asked, "What do you plan to do next? Now that they definitely see you as a thorn in their side, why don't you follow me? Perhaps they won't be able to touch you." Chen Xingyao thought for a while and said, "It doesn't seem very appropriate. Your Karma Sacred Stone's mission hasn't been completed yet. Although it's only 3 days, you can still think of a way. After all, you came from afar. If I directly rely on you now, the chances I can create for you will probably be very small." He paused and continued, "Right now, Lu Ji still doesn't know that my lover has recovered. She thinks that she still has something on me, so she probably won't do anything to me. Why don't I go back and help you keep an eye on her?" The defeat this time must have been a huge blow to her. Even the poison sacrifice was destroyed. Although she caused her mother's death, it's still the only thing her mother left behind, right? She killed herself? Long Chen was stunned. There was such a thing? Chen Xingyao nodded and said, "Not many people know. Lu Ji is very scheming and ruthless. This is the nature of the Blue Devil clan." She was anxious to obtain the poison sacrifice. At that time, she was already a half-god. Her mother had passed the 9 palace tribulation, but she couldn't reach the late stage. In her weakened state, she couldn't face the god tribulation. It was she who drugged the god tribulation and killed her mother. Long Chen respected his parents 100 times. He really didn't expect Lu Ji to have an even more sinister side. Chapter 2343. Parental love, regardless of the race, was noble. There might be exceptions, but even if they were, as children, they had done such a thing. Just this incident alone was enough for Long Chen to see clearly what kind of person Lu Ji was. Perhaps he felt guilty before, but now he didn't feel anything at all. For such a woman, no matter what the outcome would be in the future, it could only be said that she had brought it upon herself. However, he still felt that it was inappropriate for Chen Xingyao to go back. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Long Chen, I still want to see if I can help you. If I stay by your side from now on, then Lu Ji will definitely know that she doesn't have anything on me. In that case, I will also become a target of the Sea clan. Now, she only knows that I made a mistake, so I still have a chance to help you." Chen Xingyao was a very persistent person. He was repaying Long Chen's kindness and doing his best to repay it. The person he liked also seemed to support his decision. "Today, you broke Lu Ji's Dao artifact. I have to go see how she is now. If there is any news, I will inform you. Don't worry, I am now her husband. No matter what, she will not kill me. At most, she will just punish me. If she kills me, her reputation will be ruined." Chen Xingyao was very relieved. He insisted on bidding farewell to Long Chen and returning to Lu Ji's side. Long Chen couldn't dissuade him, so he could only agree. "If there is anything, just inform me as soon as possible. If you can't complete the task this time, you will still have a chance in the future. You just have to come again." Long Chen warned him. "All right." After saying that, Chen Xingyao strode away. Now, the entire vast Sea Imperial City was discussing the battle between Long Chen and Lu Ji. Even at this time, the 15 Dragon Emperors had already received the news. Of course, they didn't know the real purpose of Long Chen's visit to vast Sea Imperial City. Therefore, they could only wait and see. In the deepest corner of vast sea imperial city's forbidden zone, the 6 sea kings were gathered. Today's matter was too important and would have a huge impact on the entire oceanic race, so they had no choice but to hold a secret discussion here. The 6 of them were martial emperors from the top 6 bloodlines. Everyone has seen what happened today. I'm afraid that no one in the world can stop the rise of Long Chen, unless we or someone else dares to kill him at this time. In fact, it's already very late, and there are only a few people in the world who can kill him. If the 6 of us take action, we might succeed, but it will inevitably lead to a war between the human tribe and us. We, the Sea tribe, only have 1/3 of the human tribe's power, so we are naturally no match for them. So, even if we want to kill him, we shouldn't be the ones to do it, and we shouldn't worry about it. The ones who should be worried are the demons. If Long Chen becomes the new eternal dragon emperor, as long as he exists, the demons will never be number 1 again. Right now, his alliance is just an excuse. His true goal is most likely related to the sacred karma stone. Judging from his previous actions, he should have failed. Right now, there are only 3 days left. After 3 days, we can openly send him off. We can't offend this kind of person, and we can't curry favor with him too much. When the sea sacrifice ceremony is over, we will send him away. As for the sacred karma stone, although we don't know what's so mysterious about it, we can study it after he leaves. Speaking of this, the Purple Eye Emperor said, "Study? For thousands of years, isn't it enough for us to study the 3 lives divine stone and the sacred karma stone? When will we get any results?" In my opinion, the 3 days he stays here might be a very good opportunity. We have to use this opportunity to learn the secrets of the 3 lives divine stone and the sacred karma stone from him. What he said was the truth. In fact, they weren't that worried about what Long Chen would take away. What they were most worried about was that after Long Chen left, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything from the 3 lives divine stone or the sacred karma stone. Yin Yu Huang said, "Perhaps we can start with Qin Xingyao." Qin Xingyao was originally a human. Although he married Lu Ji, it seems that his heart is indeed not with the sea race. Let's make Qin Xingyao suffer a little, start with him, and force him to ask Long Chen about the secret of the sacred karma stone. What do you all think? He didn't know why Qin Xingyao married Lu Ji, and he didn't know that he was just a shield to conceal the relationship between the sea god emperor and Lu Ji. If Qin Xingyao was driven crazy, he would definitely reveal the relationship between the sea god emperor and Lu Ji. Therefore, when the Yin Yu Huang proposed, the sea god emperor, who had been silent all this time, interrupted everyone and said in a low voice, "No, Long Chen is very meticulous. Even if he treats Qin Xingyao as a friend, it will be very difficult to get information from him if we want to torment Qin Xingyao. Why don't we relax the guards of the forbidden region for these 3 days? I want to see if he can endure it. This time, we have to monitor them at all times. Purple Eye Emperor, this will require your Purple Eye Heavenly Eye." What the Sea God Emperor said was also reasonable, so the other 5 sea gods finally chose to listen to him. After all, he was the number 1 Sea God Emperor and had the highest authority. The Purple Eye Emperor would use the Purple Eye Heavenly Eye to monitor Long Chen strictly for 3 days and 3 nights. They naturally didn't dare to harm Long Chen. They just wanted to know what Long Chen wanted to take from the forbidden region. Of course, who killed Gao Yang, and who touched the karma sacred stone? It was obvious that it was Long Chen. The others might be confused, but the 6 sea gods were very clear. In the unseen world, when the Purple Eye Emperor's Purple Eye Heavenly Eye opened, Long Chen knew that he was being monitored even though he was in the Divine Palace. The other had underestimated him. Looks like there's no hope for these 3 days. Even this mission is completely ruined. Long Chen was a little helpless. He didn't think that obtaining the inheritance blood essence of the divine way heart-refining dragon in the sea race would be much more difficult than he imagined. Fortunately, the only good news was that he passed the 6 paths calamity. Chen, don't be anxious. We still have a lot of time. After the sea sacrifice ceremony, we will stay around vast sea imperial city and wait for an opportunity to become stronger. At that time, our chances will be greater. No one should be able to take this thing away, so it will still be yours. Lingxi's words made sense. As the saying went, haste makes waste. Long Chen had been too anxious these past few days, resulting in a mess. Although he defeated Lu Ji and became more famous, he didn't make much progress with the divine Wei heart-refining dragon. Now that he was being monitored, he had even less chance. Monitoring me. Looks like they also want to know what I want from here. Long Chen didn't let them have their way. He was thinking about how the stubborn Qin Xingyao was doing at this time. Qin Xingyao had already returned to the Devil Blue Palace. The person he was facing was Lu Ji, who was at a disadvantage in the battle against 600,000 members of the Sea clan. Even the Dao treasure passed down by her mother was destroyed. To be honest, Lu Ji's temper was worse than anyone else's. She had probably never suffered such a huge grievance in her life. You still dare to come back? As soon as Qin Xingyao stepped in, a cold voice rang in his ears. Qin Xingyao shuddered and said, I'm sorry, I just wanted to help him. I didn't expect to fall deeper. I didn't want to go against you. After all, I still need your help. I didn't follow your wishes and expose him because we are both humans. However, I really didn't dare to offend you. Lu Ji chuckled. At this time, she had already come out of the darkness. She didn't look much different from before. She smiled at Qin Xingyao and said, Don't be so nervous. Do you think I'll be very angry? You really underestimate me. The person who can make me angry hasn't been born yet. Since you dared to come back, you must be prepared to accept your punishment. Qin Xingyao gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ji, can't you forgive me this once? Let's continue our deal. From today onwards, I won't care about Long Chen's life anymore. Lu Ji giggled and said, You really think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can care about his life? In another 10 years, I'm afraid even the great demon lord and Ling Huang won't be able to control him. No one dares to kill him now, let alone in the future. My defeat this time is inevitable, it's just a little earlier. To be honest, I really don't dare to offend him. Right now, I just want to know why he approached the sacred karma stone. Qin Xingyao, don't tell me you don't know. Qin Xingyao shook his head and said, You guessed it right. He must have something important to do. Tell me, I'm just helping him. Will he tell me? Lu Ji looked at him coldly and sneered, You're useless, but he cares about your life. Tell me, if you think of a way to ask him, will he agree? And I have a way to make you think of a way to complete this matter. Qin Xingyao didn't expect her to be so ambitious. She didn't want to take revenge on Long Chen at all. She wanted to know what Long Chen wanted, and she wanted to get it before Long Chen did. This was because she knew that if even he came to search for it without telling the 15 dragon emperors, it must be something important. It might even be something that Long Qinglan left behind. He said, Lu Ji, we still have a deal. If you force me into a corner, I don't mind telling the world about the bullshit between you and the Sea God Emperor. Lu Ji giggled and said, That's a life and death struggle. You and your woman will both die. If you choose like this, I can only express my helplessness. To be honest, I'm already a little eager now. Tell me, when the time comes, if Emperor Xiao wants to kill me, will the Sea God Emperor help me block it? That old woman, what can she use to fight me? In Qin Xingyao's eyes, she was a crazy pervert. At this moment, Qin Xingyao felt a pain on his neck. When he reached out to touch it, there was actually blue blood. Chapter 2344. Blue Charm. Qin Xingyao had been with her for a long time, so he naturally knew that this was one of Lu Ji's most important methods. By relying on this method, she had been able to control the Blue Devil clan for countless years. Back then, the reason she had been able to suppress the Blue Devil clan and climb up step by step to obtain everyone's support was because of Lan Mei. The blue succubus was a creature born from the Blue Devil clan. In fact, it was a part of the Blue Devil clan's body. It was completely under her control. Like the Black Hell Emperor, it could hibernate in the body of a creature. The difference was that the blue succubus was extremely terrifying. It was like Lu Ji's clone that had entered Qin Xingyao's body. It knew all of his words and actions. At the same time, it could control Qin Xingyao's life at any time. The blue charm also had terrifying killing power. Lu Ji's blue charm might be the strongest blue charm in the entire Blue Demon clan. However, it had entered Qin Xingyao's body to hibernate. If it were to act up inadvertently, it would be enough to kill Qin Xingyao. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Xingyao's words and actions were completely under her control. His life and death were also under her control. Although Qin Xingyao had a deep relationship with her, she wouldn't be polite. She was used to controlling everything in her own hands. Don't be nervous. I definitely won't hurt you on purpose. We are just cooperating, and the blue charm is just a guarantee of our cooperation. As long as you get the information I want, I will continue our deal. At the same time, I will let the blue charm out of your body. I will do what I say. Lu Ji wasn't nervous at all. Instead, she played it down. Damn it. Qin Xingyao was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. This was Lu Ji's character. It seemed that his return this time was unnecessary. Now, not only was he unable to help, he might even be a burden to Long Chen. Go, ask clearly what secrets the 3 Lives Divine Stone and Karma Saint Stone have. Lu Ji urged. What they could guess now was that there was a problem with the 2 divine stones, not just the Karma Sacred Stone. Perhaps it was because Long Chen had touched the Karma Sacred Stone first, but the 3 Lives Divine Stone couldn't escape suspicion. Qin Xingyao bit his lower lip, feeling gloomy. He left the Blue Demon Palace and rested for a while. Under the surveillance of Lu Ji's blue charm, he headed towards Long Chen. He only had 3 days to complete the mission. If he couldn't complete the mission, then Lu Ji might end up tormenting him forever. Qin Xingyao felt very depressed. Now, they could only wait and see if Long Chen had any good ideas. However, before seeing Long Chen, he had a flash of inspiration. There was one thing that Lu Ji definitely didn't know, and that was the recovery and awakening of his beloved. The blue charm could monitor his words and actions, even the slightest of expressions, but the blue charm couldn't find out what happened in the Divine Kingdom. Without needing Qin Xingyao to say anything, his lover Zhong Shuiao found the star talisman he placed in the Divine Kingdom to contact Long Chen. The two stayed together for a long time, and even when they were poisoned by the black datura flower, they didn't leave each other. This was a tacit understanding. Just as Long Chen was thinking about what he should do within the next 3 days, it was at this moment that one of his star crests flashed. It should be a message that Qin Xingyao transmitted. After opening it to look, the one who spoke was surprisingly a woman. She was Qin Xingyao's lover. Benefactor, I am Zhong Shuiao, Qin Xingyao's wife. Without Qin Xingyao speaking, Long Chen knew something had happened. He asked, what happened? Zhong Shuiao very quickly explained what had happened to Long Chen. His words and actions were all under Lu Ji's surveillance. Lu Ji really is interesting. After being defeated, nothing happened at all. On the contrary, she is concerned about my purpose for coming here. She really is bold. Long Chen couldn't help but sneer. Benefactor, the blue charm is a terrifying thing. What should we do? Zhong Shuiao hastily asked. Long Chen said, if I need to say my purpose for her to let Uncle Chen go, then I can just make up a purpose. When Qin Xingyao comes, we will act according to the situation. You don't need to be too flustered. Uncle Chen will be fine. Zhong Shuiao said sadly, I am truly sorry. It was I who advised him to return and provide you with some help. I didn't expect to trouble you because of this. The other party had good intentions, wanting to find a final chance for Long Chen. This couldn't be blamed on them. Soon, Qin Xingyao came. He pretended as if nothing had happened. Long Chen did the same. The two of them were prepared to trick Lu Ji. Uncle Chen is here. Welcome, welcome. Long Chen and Lingxi were both here, waiting for his arrival. Long Chen's expression didn't change. He acted as if the blue charm didn't exist in front of Lu Ji. He first chatted with Long Chen. After a while, he got to the main topic. He asked, Long Chen, there are only 3 days left. What do you plan to do? Do you still want to sneak into the forbidden area? The Sea Tribe will definitely be watching very closely now. Even the 6 ocean emperors will be on guard against you. I think there is no chance at all. Is that so? That's really pitiful. It seems like I don't have the fortune and luck. Long Chen provided a condition for Qin Xingyao to ask questions. Qin Xingyao knew that he was creating an opportunity for him. He grasped it and asked, Uncle Qin, forgive me for speaking out of turn. The divine stone of 3 lives and the sacred stone of karma have been in the Sea Tribe for millions of years. The ancestors of the Sea Tribe have studied them thoroughly, but they couldn't find anything. I think you might have made a mistake. If you did, then it would be a waste of effort. His performance was so perfect that there were no flaws at all. Lan Mei and Lu Ji, who were in the Devil Blue Palace, were already fully focused, waiting for the answer that Long Chen might give. Qin Xingyao is really devoted to him. But this is even better. He has gained Long Chen's trust. Only then will he be able to help me. This brat is too daring. He actually dares to come to my Sea Tribe alone and behave atrociously. Lu Ji thought. On the other side, in response to Qin Xingyao's answer, Long Chen said, this is definitely true. It's a piece of information in my father's will. He would never lie to me. The reason why the Sea Tribe didn't discover it was because they didn't carefully study the divine stone of 3 lives. Long Chen paused. He pretended to say it accidentally and shook his head with a smile. I accidentally touched the sacred stone of karma before. They thought that the key was on the sacred stone of karma. How could they know that it was the divine stone of 3 lives? In fact, without strength greater than mine, it's basically impossible to discover the secret of the divine stone of 3 lives. Uncle Chen, why are you asking me this? Don't tell me you want to explore it yourself? Qin Xingyao smiled awkwardly and said, how is that possible? I don't have that kind of life. Don't worry, I won't tell Lu Ji. In Lu Ji's eyes, I don't have much value. Although I'm her husband, she isn't the kind of person who cares about relationships. You saw the situation today. If you didn't stop me, I'm afraid I would have been beaten up badly. Under Lu Ji's supervision, he knew what to say and what not to say. It would be more realistic to insult her a little. Divine stone of 3 lives, huh? Lu Ji's lips curved into an evil smile. She didn't expect Qin Xingyao to be so useful. He had found the answer for her so quickly. Long Chen wasn't worried at all. The Sea Tribe already knew that the divine stone of 3 lives or the sacred stone of karma was something good. He just changed his target slightly and dragged it to the divine stone of 3 lives. Moreover, after so many years, the Sea Tribe still hadn't obtained anything. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Even if they knew the truth, they wouldn't be able to obtain it faster than him. Of course, the inheritance blood essence of the ancestral dragon couldn't be leaked. However, Long Chen didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. He continued, I trust Uncle Chen. That's why I'm telling you. In fact, it's not that big of a deal. You know our human race's ancestral dragon sword, right? It revealed itself when we killed the Black Hades Emperor. It has 950 Dao patterns. Within the 3 lives divine stone, there's a Dao artifact of equal value. Although Qin Xingyao knew that this was probably made up by Long Chen, he still had to put on a shocked expression. In the Devil Blue Palace, Lu Ji was even more shocked. If the Sea Tribe obtains this Dao artifact, it can change the current situation of the 5 major races. Without a doubt, the Sea tribe still lacked such a Tao artifact. Lu Ji had just lost her Tao artifact, so she needed it more. This Tao artifact could even help her become the new Ocean Emperor. This news made Lu Ji's head go dizzy. It was like a bomb that made her lose her mind. Long Chen roughly knew that his words were effective. Now, he understood very clearly that the remaining 3 days might not be of much use. The only thing he could do now was to pretend to leave after the sea offering ceremony ended. In fact, he would hide in the surroundings and cultivate. Once he had the chance or made a breakthrough, he would rush into the forbidden zone. Therefore, he gave up. After receiving the news about the divine stone of 3 lives, Qin Xingyao quickly promised that he wouldn't tell anyone. After a while, he quietly left. I hope this conversation can make Lu Ji release your husband. When the time comes, come to me and I will bring you back to the dragon divine domain. Long Chen said to Zhong Shuiyao in the astral talisman. Thank you, benefactor. We will never forget your kindness. Zhong Yuyao shed tears of gratitude. Chen Xingyao returned to the Devil Blue Palace with the premise of success. He went deeper. Only Lu Ji and him were left in the entire Devil Blue Palace. Lu Ji came out of the dark sea. She didn't feel the shame or anger of defeat. Instead, she was full of smiles. Lu Ji, I've completed my mission. Let me go. I will continue with our transaction. I won't cause you any more trouble, and I won't interact with that Long Chen anymore. Qin Xingyao said with a somewhat pleading tone. Chapter 23:45. 3 days. In truth, with the blue succubus in his body, Qin Xingyao couldn't even hold on for a day. However, he had no choice. He could only wait for 3 days. 3 days later, Long Chen would leave Vast Sea Imperial City. At that time, if Lu Ji fulfilled her promise, she could leave with Long Chen. Although he wasn't able to help Long Chen, Qin Xingyao had done his best. His lover, Zhong Shuiyao, was in the divine nation and had passed the news to Long Chen. 3 days? She's trying to prevent any accidents. It seems like she also wants to sneak into the forbidden region and take everything for herself. Haha. Everyone was greedy, and Long Chen was the same. Therefore, Lu Ji's behavior was very normal. She definitely wouldn't be able to resist searching for the 3-life divine stone. As long as she went, she would be creating an opportunity for Long Chen. I won't make any moves during these 3 days. Just wait for the sea sacrifice ceremony. You guys should also monitor Lu Ji and see when she makes her move. 3 days later, when she keeps her promise and takes Uncle Chen's blue succubus out, I'll take you guys away. If she doesn't keep her promise, then I can only use some extreme methods. For example, announcing her relationship with the sea god sovereign. I don't think Lu Ji will want to suffer a life and death struggle. With Long Chen's words, Zhong Shuiyao's heart finally calmed down. Qin Xingyao was originally very unyielding, so he wasn't nervous at all. Currently, the entire Vast Sea Imperial City seemed very lively. Everyone was preparing for the sea sacrifice ceremony. However, the top existences like Long Chen, Lu Ji, and the 6 sea monarchs were very quiet. What disappointed the 6 sea monarchs was that even though they had relaxed the security of the forbidden region during these 3 days, Long Chen didn't sneak in again. In fact, among the 6 ocean kings, the Purple Eye King was using his Purple Eye Heavenly Eye to monitor Long Chen at all times. When Qin Xingyao came over, he was also seen by the Purple Eye Heavenly Eye. The Purple Eye Heavenly Eye could see a large area, but it was only an eye, not an ear. Therefore, he could only see Long Chen staying at his residence, but he couldn't hear the conversation between Long Chen and Qin Xingyao. It was also because of this that Long Chen dared to tell Qin Xingyao about the 3 lives divine stone under the surveillance of the Purple Pupil Heavenly Eye. If the 6 ocean kings knew that the 3-life divine stone had a Tao artifact comparable to the founding dragon sword, they would definitely guard the three-life divine stone for the next few decades and explore its secrets. That way, Long Chen's chances would be reduced. He also understood Lu Ji and knew that Lu Ji would definitely not say anything. Sure enough, after 3 days, the 6 Ocean Emperors could only see that Long Chen did not leave his residence for even a moment. However, they did not know that he had already leaked false information to Lu Ji. Then, the sea sacrifice ceremony that the sea race had been waiting for finally began. The sea sacrifice ceremony was a grand ceremony for the entire sea race, not just for Vast Sea Imperial City. Of course, Vast Sea Imperial City played a leading role. On this day, the entire sea race was bustling with noise and excitement. As the highest representative of the human race, Long Chen was naturally invited to sit below the 6 great sea emperors. This seat symbolized his lofty status, and he was almost on the same level as the 6 great sea emperors. There were many ceremonies in the entire sea sacrifice ceremony. Rather than calling it a sea sacrifice ceremony, it was more like a carnival for the sea race. Long Chen sat in the most important seat and watched many wonderful performances, which were eye-opening. The entire Vast Sea Imperial City was very lively. It was probably only on this day that the merciless sea race seemed united and beautiful. Everyone's face was brimming with smiles. On the side of the 6 Ocean Kings, on the surface, they had to admit that Long Chen had come to the sea race. They also put on an act and officially announced that the sea race and the human race had formed a brotherly alliance and that they would advance and retreat together in the future. Because of his battle with Lu Ji, Long Chen was now a godlike figure in the sea race. During this carnival, the 600,000 sea race members would occasionally look in Long Chen's direction. Gazes filled with curiosity, envy, and admiration couldn't leave Long Chen. The day of the sea sacrifice ceremony was grand and extraordinarily lively. The entire sea god region was in a state of excitement. On this day, no one cultivated. Almost everyone was immersed in the carnival. The most spectacular performance of the day was undoubtedly the Blue Devil Emperor, Lu Ji, and the Blue Devil race's wild dance of demons. Lu Ji was at the center of the dance, and it was a rare visual feast. Her dance was sometimes flirtatious, sometimes majestic, and was filled with extreme temptation. All of the Blue Devil race's members were peerless beauties that could topple nations. Of course, Lu Ji, who had the greatest reputation and fame, was undoubtedly the most dazzling. She was the most dazzling star of the day. With her status, she didn't need to perform at all. In the eyes of others, this defeat might be a huge blow to her, but Lu Ji used her dance to prove that she wasn't depressed at all. She wasn't even affected at all. She was still the emperor that could make tens of thousands of people go crazy. After that, she and the Blue Devil race disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately, a new performance from the sea race appeared, causing everyone to gradually forget about Lu Ji's existence. They probably felt that she was tired and went back to rest. Although the sea sacrifice ceremony was relatively grand, it was possible that she had not completely recovered from the battle. This was something that everyone understood. Lu Ji also greeted the 6 Ocean Emperors. Therefore, after she left, the 6 Ocean Emperors didn't pay much attention. They were focused on Long Chen. This was Long Chen's last day in the sea race. The 6 Ocean Emperors wanted to see what other tricks he could play on this last day. Time to move. As expected, Lu Ji couldn't resist the temptation of the Dao treasure. She took advantage of the fact that the 6 Ocean Emperors couldn't free themselves from the sea sacrifice ceremony and headed towards the Forbidden Region. Qin Xingyao was still by Long Chen's side. The two of them looked at each other and understood tacitly. Actually, whether Lu Ji went or not didn't affect Long Chen much. After all, she wouldn't cause any commotion or change. It was even more impossible for her to obtain the inheritance essence blood of the divine Dao heart refining dragon. Therefore, he continued to be at ease and waited for the sea sacrifice ceremony to end. After sending Qin Xingyao and his wife out, he would return. This time, he would move stealthily. After all, he was much stronger than before and had more choices. While the sea sacrifice ceremony was going on, Lu Ji quietly avoided the guards and came to the Forbidden Region. The 6 ocean emperors had already relaxed the guards of the Forbidden Region. Now that it was the sea sacrifice ceremony, it was the best time to be here. This was also the reason why Lu Ji chose to make her move at this time. 3 Life Divine Stone, a Dao treasure with 950 Dao patterns. That was an unbounded Dao treasure. In front of her were 2 divine stones. They were the 3 Life Divine Stone and the Karma Sacred Stone. The 3 Life Divine Stone was slightly taller and prettier. Lu Ji focused all her attention on the 3 Life Divine Stone. First, I have to tear a hole in this damned restriction. This restriction was set up by the ancestors of her Blue Devil tribe. The method to break it had also been passed down to her. It was not a block, but something that would sound an alarm when touched. It was not difficult, but she needed the fresh blood of the Blue Devil tribe to truly break it. The 3 Life Divine Stone is the amalgamation of all the love in the world. The relationship between me and the Sea God Emperor is included in this. Lu Ji could not help but laugh. Suddenly, her expression froze. Because she knew that it definitely did not count. The reason why she had sucked up to this man, served him, and allowed him to possess her was all because he was the strongest in the Sea tribe. He could be of great help to her. Perhaps the 3 Life Divine Stone before me is a chance for me to surpass you. Lu Ji gradually used the fresh blood of the Blue Devil tribe to break the restriction. This was the most crucial part. Of course, Lingxi could probably use her Immortal Lord Realm technique, but it would definitely be more troublesome. The restriction was connected to the Karma Sacred Stone and the 3 Life Divine Stone. When the 3 Life Divine Stone was broken, the Karma Sacred Stone seemed to have disappeared as well. However, Lu Ji did not care about the short Karma Sacred Stone. Karma was a difficult thing to understand, while love was much more direct. 3 life, past life, present life, and future life. Lu Ji knew that she did not have much time. She placed her almost perfect palm lightly on the cold stone wall. This looked like the most ordinary stone wall, but Lu Ji could not break it with her strength. She extended her sharp fingernail and tapped it lightly. A soft sound came from the stone wall. From the sound, it seemed solid. There shouldn't be anything inside. Lu Ji could not help but suspect. Previously, she had thought that these 2 stones were just hard. The 3 Life Divine Stone and the Karma Sacred Stone were names given by later generations. In reality, they had nothing to do with love or karma. Of course, she did not think so now. This is not an ordinary stone. There is an unparalleled Dao treasure inside. It is the ruler of all Dao treasures in this world. How can such a Dao treasure be judged so easily? In that case, what method do I need to use to break this 3 Life Divine Stone and get what is inside? Lu Ji was having a headache. Only after coming here did she realize how troublesome it was. First of all, it was impossible to destroy it. She had seen many people try to destroy it. In history, the Sea clan had even had people close to Long Qinglan, existences close to the level of gods, but they had not been able to damage the 3 Life Divine Stone in the slightest. Normal methods of destruction would definitely not work. In that case, what method should she use? Lu Ji gently tapped the cold 3 Life Divine Stone, causing ripples in the water. Looking at the rainbow-colored ripples, Lu Ji said in a daze, "The 3 Life Divine Stone symbolizes love. Do I have to use love to open it? Touch it, and it will give me the unparalleled Dao treasure." The normal way of thinking and routine should be like this. That's too ridiculous. Impossible. How can there be such a thing as love in this world? In any case, all she had seen were desires and benefits. But at this time, she thought of Chen Xingyao. He was a man who could give up everything for love, even rejecting her beauty. He was a rare blockhead. That's foolishness, not love. Lu Ji only wanted to laugh. Looking at the 3 Life Divine Stone, she suddenly had an idea. Chapter 2346. The sea sacrificial ceremony was in full swing. The 6 sea kings were chatting happily with Long Chen. Their faces were brimming with contentment. This time sea sacrifice ceremony was carried out perfectly without any mishaps. At this time, it was nearing the end. Long Chen represented the human race in establishing a friendly relationship with the sea tribe. Of course, he didn't care about it at all. The 6 sea emperors knew his true goal, but they didn't care about it either. However, he wouldn't have an excuse to stay after the sea sacrificial ceremony ended. Towards the end, the 6 sea kings hinted that they would personally send Long Chen off after the sea sacrificial ceremony. This would be the biggest send-off ceremony of the oceanic race. In fact, deep down, they had long hoped that Long Chen would scram so that they could study the sacred karma stone and the 3 life sacred stone. Right when the sea sacrifice ceremony was about to come to an end, something that no one had ever imagined occurred. The oceanic imperial city, which was in the midst of cheering, quaked once again. Suddenly, a myriad of colors shone from the depths of the city. Countless rays of light penetrated the forbidden zone and even spread out of the city, making the entire oceanic imperial city look as beautiful as a fairyland. Then, a delicate fragrance wafted over. This fragrance was mixed with the fragrance of many flowers and all sorts of other scents. It was refreshing and intoxicating. The 6 ocean emperors did not carefully smell how many fragrances there were. Of course, they knew that it was coming from the forbidden region. The forbidden region was located in the depths of the forbidden region, and Long Chen was beside them. Could it be that someone else had gone to the forbidden region? The sacred karma stone and the 3 life sacred stone hadn't undergone any changes for millions of years. Now that they were emitting such light and fragrance, the 6 sea kings were extremely nervous. They couldn't be bothered with anything else. The 6 of them rushed in the direction of the sacred karma stone as fast as they could, disappearing from Long Chen's sight in the blink of an eye. What's going on? This unforeseen event also frightened Long Chen. This was completely unexpected. His reaction was almost the same as the 6 great sea emperors. Now, there was only one thing he could do, and that was to rush over to take a look. If he was late, he would definitely miss some great opportunities. Hence, he followed closely behind the 6 ocean kings and was the 7th to arrive. In the first place, only martial artists with demigod bodies were qualified to enter the forbidden region. However, because the 6 great sea emperors were too busy to manage the order, the others were the same. This was the nature of the sea race. Once something appeared that aroused their greed, they wouldn't care about the rules. Other than a few timid ones, some of the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm and 6-path reincarnation tribulation realm martial artists also took advantage of the chaos to enter. Almost all the martial artists with demigod bodies entered as well. Among them, there were a few martial artists with demigod bodies who threatened them a few times before they finally scared off the rest of the people who wanted to enter the forbidden zone. However, Long Chen and Qin Xingyao were at the forefront of all the martial artists with demigod bodies. Qin Xingyao kept a low profile, but Long Chen followed closely behind the 6 sea emperors. The 6 sea emperors discovered him, but they were racing against time. Who would care about Long Chen? If something appeared, they didn't believe that Long Chen would be able to snatch it away right in front of their eyes. Under the obstruction of such a beauty, it was simply too easy to rush into the forbidden zone and reach the vicinity of the sacred karma stone. Long Chen had already vaguely felt that this unforeseen event was an opportunity. I didn't expect Lu Ji to really be able to cause a change. It seems that I have unintentionally planted a willow tree. From afar, he saw that what had changed was the 3-life divine stone and not the sacred karma stone. It turned out that the 3-life divine stone was not simple. The colorful light and floral fragrance that Long Chen had seen previously had come from the 3-life divine stone's transformation. Now, almost everyone could see that a flower with 3 petals had grown out of the top of the 3-life divine stone. Each petal had tens of thousands of smaller petals, and each of the smaller petals had a unique color. Therefore, each of the larger petals had rich and complex colors. The 3 petals gently rippled in the water, releasing resplendent light and a rich floral fragrance that permeated the entire vast sea imperial city. Apart from the 6 sea emperors, no one else particularly approached. Instead, they stood far away and gasped in amazement. Who would have thought that the 3-life divine stone would actually grow such a flower? The 3-life divine stone had existed for tens of millions of years and was as mysterious as the black jade dragon head. What exactly did it mean for such a flower to grow on it? For a moment, everyone's minds went blank. The colorful flower with 3 petals kept appearing in everyone's minds. Everyone was dumbfounded. Very soon, everyone saw another change on the 3-life divine stone. Originally, the 3-life divine stone had been engraved with the inconspicuous word 3-life. Now, under the word 3-life, the smaller petals that had fallen from the larger petal had piled up to form 2 words. That was a secret realm. Put together, it was the 3-life secret realm. Shocking. Long Chen didn't know what the 6 sea kings were thinking. At least in his opinion, the 3-lives divine stone, which hadn't shown any changes for tens of millions of years, suddenly had such a change. Then, something very important must have happened. Although his goal this time was the sacred karma stone, the 3-lives divine stone and the sacred karma stone might not be unrelated. This time, it was a great opportunity for him to obtain the inheritance essence blood of the divine way heart-refining dragon. 3-life secret realm. And you didn't tell me that the 3-life divine stone also has its own mystical aspects. Although he called her Antu, Long Chen completely treated her as his mother. As Long Chen thought about it, he observed the 6 sea emperors. After a glance, Lu Ji was no longer there. She should have entered the 3-life secret realm. In the middle of the 3-petal flower was the stamen. The stamen was actually a colorful whirlpool. The whirlpool was a passage, which should be the so-called entrance to the 3-life secret realm. On the other side, there was still no movement from the karma sacred stone. Long Chen now had 2 choices. First, he could follow the 6 sea emperors into the 3-life secret realm. Second, he could take advantage of the fact that Lu Ji and the 6 sea emperors were not here and no one could do anything to him. He could focus on the karma sacred stone and see if he could find anything. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose the 3-life secret realm. Because there were still many opportunities to obtain the karma sacred stone, but there was only one chance to enter the 3-life secret realm. At this time, the 6 sea emperors looked at each other. Among them, the sea god emperor shouted in a cold voice, "Follow the rules. Those who have not reached the demigod body, get out immediately. Otherwise, when this matter is over, you will be punished. In addition, those with demigod body, guard this place. Don't let anyone in." As he spoke, he stared coldly at Long Chen. Little brother Long Chen, although the human clan and the sea clan are now brothers, this is something passed down from the ancestors of the sea clan. You'd better not touch it. If you come in, don't blame me for being impolite. With his identity as the Sea Emperor, he was not afraid of not being able to scare Long Chen. In addition, he knew that Lu Ji had already entered. Lu Ji's action of not informing him made him furious. He felt betrayed. Now, the 6 Sea Emperors did not want to stay any longer. When the Sea God Emperor was speaking, the other Sea Emperors had already rushed in without caring about anything else. The 6 Sea Emperors entered the 3-life secret realm. Among the others, although the martial artists with demigod body and below were very unwilling, they still quietly left under the Sea God Emperor's order. The other martial artists with demigod body could only listen to the order. They blocked the entrance of the 3-life secret realm. First, they expelled their own people. Finally, their eyes fell on Long Chen and Chen Xingyao. You too, you are not from the Sea clan. Please leave our forbidden area. Almost dozens of martial artists with demigod body were blocking here. The threat of the Sea God Emperor and the defense of these dozens of old men with demigod body seemed to be able to completely scare off Long Chen. Chen Xingyao looked and found that Long Chen did not seem to be scared. Soon, he saw Long Chen instantly transform into a dragon man. His body was covered with blood-red dragon scales, and his hands were like claws. It was the 10,000 death claws. Anyone who tries to stop me will die. Just this one sentence of his had frightened all the martial artists with half-god physiques. In the next moment, he rushed forward, and the Sea clan experts could only struggle to resist. However, Long Chen could even repel Lu Ji, let alone deal with them with the 10,000 death claws. He was the king of close combat. He had the three terrifying magical powers of time, slaughter, and life. Almost no one could stop him in this kind of high-intensity close combat. A red shadow flashed past at a terrifying speed, knocking the Sea tribe experts off their feet. Not only did Long Chen go in himself, he also dragged at least 10 martial artists under his control into the Three Lives secret realm. In this way, he was not the only one who disobeyed the Sea God Emperor's order. His actions also caused a commotion among the remaining martial artists with demigod body. Everyone was greedy, and they even hoped to go further and obtain better things. The Sea clan was especially obvious in this aspect. Long Chen went in. They also went in. What are we still waiting outside for? Are we going to starve? No, the Sea God Emperor ordered us not to go in. The situation is different now. At least 10 people were dragged in just now. If you hesitate, you won't get the good things. Just as they were quarreling, Chen Xingyao seized the opportunity and rushed in. This greatly stimulated the remaining people. Many people rushed into the Three Lives secret realm in a hurry without any discussion. When there were fewer and fewer people outside, there were also fewer people who persisted. The Sea God Emperor restricted everyone, but if all the demigod body went in, he could not kill everyone. Everyone present was a huge force of the Sea clan. Chapter 2347. It was peaceful inside the Forbidden Zone. After everyone entered, the flower on the Three Lives divine stone gradually closed up. The three petals merged together and sank into the Three Lives divine stone. The transformation of the Three Lives divine stone finally ended. Those who came out of the Forbidden Zone could see that all the abnormalities had disappeared. However, they did not dare to enter the Forbidden Zone again. Instead, they stayed outside and waited for the return of the 6 Ocean Kings. I really don't know what the appearance of this Three Lives secret realm will bring to our Sea clan. Yes, the 6 Ocean Kings will definitely have new gains. It would be best if our Sea clan can become stronger and have the capital to fight against the Monster clan and the Human clan. Especially the Monster clan. They actually said that we were once part of them. What a joke. Long Chen's actions basically brought all the Sea clan warriors with demigod bodies and above into the Three Lives secret realm. For the 6 Ocean Kings, this was undoubtedly intolerable. However, just as they entered the Three Lives secret realm, the passage outside was also closed. Obviously, these people who came in had no way to get out. Moreover, some strange things happened. Even the 6 Ocean Kings did not pay attention to how many people disobeyed their orders and broke into this place. When Long Chen landed in the Three Lives secret realm, the first thing he saw was a peaceful grassland under his feet. It was emerald green and fertile for thousands of miles, with no end in sight. This was a very ordinary grassland, as if it came from the dragon sacrificial continent. The blue sky and white clouds, and the fragrance of wildflowers assailed his nostrils. This was not the sea region of the Sea clan, but more like a paradise. Although the scenery was simple, it gave people a sense of peace. This was the Three Lives secret realm. Long Chen was stepping on this piece of land. All of them were actually standing in an area with a diameter of 100 meters. It was a little crowded, as if there was a layer of light trapping them in the middle. They could only see the endless grassland, but it seemed like they were unable to leave the 100-meter radius. Long Chen was at the very front of the crowd. Sure enough, he saw a graceful woman. It was Lu Ji. Although she had come in a step earlier, causing the 6 great sea emperors to be extremely nervous, it was a pity that she was also blocked by the invisible light curtain and could not leave for the time being. Where is this? Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to move for the time being. The Sea God Emperor was furious. As the number 1 Ocean Emperor, the first thing he was angry about was that his secret woman, Lu Ji, knew the secret of the 3 Lives Divine Stone, but she didn't tell him and planned to keep it for herself. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 Lives Divine Stone took a long time to transform, he, the Ocean God Emperor, wouldn't even have the chance to enter. To him, Lu Ji was a woman who was under his control, yet she had done something that was close to betrayal. This made him furious. The other thing that he was furious about was the fact that so many half-god bodies had disobeyed his orders and entered the 3 Lives secret realm. All of you deserve to die. The Sea God Emperor did not want to target Lu Ji. He first had to deal with these half-god bodies. He had to punish a few of them in order to scare them and make them obedient. However, just as he was about to make his move, he noticed something. The 3 Lives secret realm actually had a profound rule. The Sea God Emperor was in contact with this level, so he naturally felt it very deeply. He was sure that this rule was in effect. Everyone who entered would be bound by this rule. He found that his world tree and divine palace were now sealed, causing him to be unable to use the divine power of living beings. This meant that he had lost all his power, leaving only the heart of rule, his understanding of the heavenly way, and his physical strength as the peak bloodline of the Sea God Tooth of the Sea clan. Under the suppression of this rule, even his power to transform into his original body had disappeared. Not only the Sea God Emperor, but everyone else had become the same under this rule. Long Chen's 6 paths of reincarnation power had been sealed, leaving only his physical strength. This was the rule of the gods. Under the rule, everything was invalid. Long Chen's mystiques were still there, but they didn't have any internal power. When they were used, they were neither fish nor fowl. Therefore, at this time, it seemed that the ancestral dragon's mystique was useless. However, seeing that everyone was the same as him, he was relieved. The rule is above the heavenly way. It is the path used by the gods. As expected, this 3 Lives secret realm is actually under the rule. Lu Ji was the first to enter. She was probably the first to notice that her power had been sealed. For now, everyone was still in this small space. The other Sea Kings were trying to break the rule. The Sea God Emperor knew that it was impossible. He glared at everyone, and his gaze finally fell on Long Chen. First Sea King, we didn't come in on purpose. It was Long Chen who pulled us in. Someone immediately complained, trying to clear their relationship. After we get out, I will settle the score with you. Also, since you are here, listen to my orders. I didn't ask you to move. If anyone dares to act recklessly, even under the rule, I can make them wish they were dead. I want to see who can still disobey my words. Sure enough, he was really about to explode. Everyone rushed in just now. Now, they couldn't help but regret it. However, if there were really great treasures here, it wasn't too bad to come in and pay a price. Of course, with the 6 Sea Kings here, as long as the entire 3 Lives secret realm didn't become chaotic, no one else would have a chance. Long Chen, as a human, you entered the secret realm of my Sea clan. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? The Sea God Emperor said coldly. In such an occasion, he couldn't care less about his face. Long Chen smiled and said, Senior Sea God Emperor, don't be so petty. I just came in out of curiosity. I won't cause you any trouble. If there is anything good in this 3 Lives secret realm, I won't be able to snatch it from you. So, you don't have to worry. He had already come in, and the Sea God Emperor could still kill him here. With so many people here, there would be a time when the news would spread. At that time, the human race would definitely find him to settle the score. He thought about it and decided to forget it. Although it would be a big problem for so many people to come in, he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. His attention was still on the 3 Lives secret realm. I hope you can do as you say. The Sea God Emperor finally gave him a warning. There's nothing I can do. I can't get rid of this rule. The other sea emperors said helplessly. The sea god emperor knew that this was the case, so he didn't waste his effort. Lu Ji. The 6 of them came forward and looked at the number 1 beauty of the sea clan covetously. The sea god emperor, who usually doted on her the most, was the angriest now. Of course, because Emperor Xiao was present, he couldn't act too special. Explain what happened today. The sea god emperor said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, they felt that the light screen that was blocking them had disappeared. They no longer had any restrictions. In front of them was a boundless grassland. The secret of the 3 lives secret realm was definitely in front of them. Lu Ji's expression was indifferent. Although she had activated the 3 lives divine stone, there was no benefit at all for the time being. Fighting against the 6 sea emperors would not end well, so she said, I'm sorry, 6 sea emperors, I just thought that there might be something strange about the 3 lives divine stone, but I really didn't expect that I would be able to activate it by chance. If I had known earlier, I would have definitely informed you all from the beginning. If it was any other time, such a situation could indeed be explained in this way. However, she had disappeared secretly after the sea sacrifice ceremony. It was obvious that she had a plan, so it was a bit far-fetched to say it now. However, everyone in the sea clan understood each other. None of them were easy to deal with. As long as there were benefits, everyone would secretly take them. Even a fool would make the world know about it. Let's go, don't waste time. Let's see what's in this 3 lives secret realm. Don't approach us. The 6 sea emperors formed a unified front at this time. They didn't dare to leave these people here. If they scattered and became chaotic, they might be able to find something good faster than them. They had to watch over so many people and let them follow them, but they definitely wouldn't let them run in front of them. Here, the 6 sea emperors had special privileges. The group of people walked forward quietly. Everyone was looking around, wanting to see something from this boundless grassland. The entire team was moving forward. No one spoke. The 6 sea emperors were also on guard against each other. In fact, they were especially excited today. After all, this was something that hadn't changed in tens of millions of years. Long Chen blended in with the crowd, not in a hurry or slow. The 3 lives secret realm and the 3 lives divine stone. This place should be related to the love between the 3 lives divine stone and the 3 lives divine stone. The 2 divine stones are almost connected. I wonder if it's related to the karma sacred stone. I wonder if the divine way heart refining dragon's inheritance blood is in the 3 lives secret realm. Therefore, he didn't dare to let his guard down. Previous life sea. At this time, the 6 sea emperors found a 1-meter tall stone tablet in front of them. It looked very ordinary. There were 3 words carved on the stone tablet: previous life sea. 3 lives, past life, present life, and future life. In other words, the previous life sea might be an important part of this 3 lives secret realm. But where was the previous life sea? When they moved forward again, they finally found the answer. At the end of this endless grassland was an ocean. It was a strange ocean. It was different from the sea god region. The seawater here was clear and transparent. They could see tens of meters below. It was like a fairyland. The ocean was very vast, but it wasn't deep. The strange thing was that the water here was actually boiling. Although it was called an ocean, it was actually a pool of boiling water. This must be the previous life sea. The 6 sea emperors looked at the boiling clear seawater and looked ahead. The seawater has a stronger rule power. Sea god emperor stared for a moment and said solemnly. Since the 3 lives divine stone brought everyone here, it definitely wouldn't let them wait on the shore. Chapter 23:48. Past Life Sea. The sea god emperor was shocked. He took out more things from the kingdom of gods. There were even Dao weapons and some small desolate beasts. However, without exception, they all disappeared into thin air after being thrown into the past life sea. They were definitely not corroded or swallowed by the sea water. They just disappeared. The Crimson Pheasant Emperor said, I reckon that even if we fell in, we would also disappear. As for where we went, I don't know. We might have left the Three Lives Mystery Realm and returned to the vast ocean Imperial City. Or we might have died. His words immediately caused a commotion. The past life sea was boundless. If they wanted to go somewhere else, they had to cross the past life sea. However, they could not come into contact with the sea. Can we fly over? Although his strength was sealed, he could rely on the strength of his physical body and borrow the power of others to charge through the sea of past lives. We can't. The sky is sealed. The Sea God Emperor shook his head. He had noticed that the sky was sealed at first. Then, he realized that there were mysterious laws operating in the sea. With Long Chen's current level, they could not see anything. However, he was different. He could see that the sky was filled with flickering divine characters that formed countless arrays. It was the same in the sea. This was a power that only the gods could lay down. The 6 sea emperors were deeply shocked. They could not help but wonder who had left the Three Lives Mystery Realm behind. Now that they were guided here, what would they encounter next? At this moment, they felt like they had returned to the days when they were young and searching for treasures. They were deeply excited and nervous at all times. They were all beginners and it came to comprehending laws. When they saw such a mature law energy, they naturally felt extremely excited in their hearts. After coming to the Three Lives Secret Realm, even they were considered juniors. They faintly understood that this Three Lives Divine Stone was a treasure that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years. How tempting would it be exactly? They could barely breathe after coming here. Lu Ji also sensed something. Because of the pressure from the 6 sea emperors, she did not speak much. However, she would not give up. She was still carefully observing her surroundings. Let's go up. There seems to be something here, she suddenly said. The Sea Emperor suddenly turned his head and looked at her. Then, he looked up again. It seemed that there was something on the shore. The 6 sea emperors rushed over with great speed, and the others quickly followed. After hearing the words of the 6 ocean emperors, no one dared to cross the sea by force. Right now, they only dared to follow the ocean emperors, so they followed along. Long Chen knew in his heart that this Three Lives mystic realm should be a test. In that case, the test wouldn't be about who was the fastest, who was in front, and who would get everything. This would depend on fate and luck. Therefore, even though he was watching from the crowd, he wasn't anxious. His gaze swept over Lu Ji. She was the first to enter, and she was able to open the divine stone of 3 lives. She definitely had something special about her. Clearly, she was his greatest enemy. Perhaps at this moment, she should know more than anyone else here. She should be the one we should be wary of. As for the 6 sea emperors, Long Chen wasn't afraid of them when it came to physical strength when their powers were sealed. He wasn't even afraid of being besieged by them. If Meng Hen was here, perhaps even the sea emperors would be no match for a woman of steel like her. Everyone came to the shore and stopped on a white stone tablet. This was the second stone tablet that had appeared. Compared to the first, this one was more exquisite. There was a line of small words engraved on it. It was not as crude as the words past life sea. Through thick and thin, we will cross this life together. There were only 8 words. Everyone couldn't help but read out these 8 words. However, they still didn't know what it meant. Long Chen tilted his head. He was also a little confused. However, at this moment, Lingxi said, through thick and thin, it means that we will cross this life together. If this is the past life sea, then if we cross it, won't we reach this life? Therefore, I'm guessing that it means we have to cross the sea together. Lingxi's mind was quite sharp. After her explanation, Long Chen roughly understood. He deduced, this is the mystery realm of 3 lives. The divine stone of 3 lives is a place that symbolizes love. Therefore, it should mean that 2 people who love each other will cross this life together. There is a limit. That's right. The 2 of them had similar thoughts. As for the others, they were also in discussion. Perhaps we will cross this past life sea and arrive at a place called this life. However, how are we supposed to cross this? There is no way at all. What is the meaning of being in the same boat through thick and thin? We have to work together to cross this. There were so many people present, but there were only a few couples that were in love. Among the marine race, none of the experts were willing to find a woman similar to themselves. That would limit themselves. They were more willing to have thousands of women and become the absolute ruler. There was no one in the upper echelons of the Sea clan like the Sea God Emperor and Empress Xiao were monogamous. The relationship between Chen Xingyao and Lu Ji was an exception. Just as everyone was discussing, there was a change in the sponge of the past life sea. Many people looked forward. It's a white boat. There are many of them, and they are coming in this direction. Someone said in surprise. Sure enough, they are going to appear together. Long Chen also saw that there were dozens of white boats. Those boats were quietly swimming from the other side of the past life sea. There was nothing on them. Obviously, they were also formed by the power of laws. Obviously, this is something left to us by the seniors of the Sea clan. Someone said excitedly. Any change in this place showed that this place was left by a person, and the white boats were here to pick them up. Sure enough, the white boats arrived at the seaside, then turned around and lined up neatly on the seaside. Upon closer inspection, one could see that each white boat could fit 2 people. Of course, 3 people could also squeeze in. Don't move. The Sea God Emperor stopped everyone. Of course, he didn't want everyone to sit on the white boats. The 6 of us will go over. You all stay here and don't move. The arrival of the white boats made everyone very excited, and the Sea God Emperor was like pouring cold water on them. How can this be? This is a place left by our ancestors. We don't want anything. We are all on the same side. Can't we see it? At first, someone complained in a low voice. Everyone had the same idea. Naturally, they didn't want to stay here. Besides, there is no exit here. Who knows if we will never get out if we stay here? Speaking of this, everyone was afraid and began to plead with the Sea God Emperor. Sea God Emperors, we promise to listen to your orders, but leaving us here is not a solution. The entrance has been sealed. How can we stay here? For a time, dozens of demigod cultivators resisted. This gave the Sea God Emperor a headache. Everyone, get on the boat. Remember, you must know your place. You must not act recklessly. Empress Xiao beckoned to them and said. For a time, everyone was very happy and stepped on the white boats. Because there were enough people, some people occupied a boat alone, and some people crossed in pairs. These people were smarter and knew that there must be something wrong with the words through thick and thin, through thick and thin, through thick and thin. The Sea God Emperor stepped on a white boat, and Empress Xiao followed behind him. Seeing the Sea God Emperor looking at her, Empress Xiao smiled and said, "This is the 3 Lives Mystery Realm, the place inside the 3 Lives Divine Stone." What is the 3 Lives Divine Stone? It must be used to describe husband and wife. This time, we have an absolute advantage. Just watch. The Sea God Emperor was stunned, but he nodded and said, "Oh, that's good." He looked ahead, then turned his head to the other side. At this time, Lu Ji had already boarded a small boat, but she turned back and waved at Chen Xingyao. Chen Xingyao was a little helpless, but she still went up. They were husband and wife, so this was normal, so no one paid too much attention to them. Seeing that most of the people were occupying a small boat with 2 people, those who occupied a small boat by themselves also adjusted it. Most of them were in pairs, and most of them were men. Therefore, there were not many couples. Even if there were, they were not husband and wife. Humph, Lu Ji and Chen Xingyao boarded the same boat, which made the sea god emperor a little unhappy. That was his woman, but in front of Empress Xiao, he absolutely could not admit it. His eyes swept over Long Chen again. On the white boat where Long Chen was, he saw the beautiful and ethereal Lingxi. Long Chen had let her out of the divine nation. These two are a pair of true love. If there is a problem in the past life sea, they will probably be fine. You should find an opportunity to imprison him in the divine nation as soon as possible. Empress Xiao urged beside him. Understood. The sea god emperor naturally knew about Long Chen's troubles. Except for these two sea emperors who were husband and wife, although the other sea emperors were not husband and wife, they were in pairs and ready. Facts proved that the white boat would only start moving after everyone had boarded. All the white boats moved side by side at a very slow speed on the boiling water. The boats swayed slightly, and everyone was a little nervous. After all, no one knew where the boats were going. As long as they entered the water, they would disappear, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Now that they had left the shore and couldn't fly, everyone was still very nervous. Along the way, they could only hear the sound of heartbeats, but no words or discussions. There was also the sound of boiling water. Everything seemed a little too quiet. Soon, everyone found that the original shore had disappeared. Now, they were in the vast past life sea. Apart from the clouds, they couldn't see anything. So scary. Lingxi nestled in Long Chen's arms and shrunk her neck. The show is about to start. Long Chen smiled faintly. In the past life sea, lovers must have come from the past life to the present life. Those who were not lovers would sooner or later have an accident. Sure enough, Long Chen's words soon came true. Today, the madman would fulfill a wish of many years. My father worked in Shijiazhuang for many years. He left his hometown just to support his family. Since I was young, I could only wait for him to come home during the new year. The hardships and soreness of a man are all borne by his own heart. This is my last summer vacation, and it is also the last year that he will go to this place. From now on, I can support my family, and I don't need him to go out again. This summer vacation, which is today, I will go to Shijiazhuang to see him. In fact, I had this wish last summer, but I was too busy at that time, so I couldn't go. Today, I will be in the car all day, and I am too timid to take a plane. Today's 2 chapters were written last night, and they were not updated this afternoon. Chapter 23:49. When he arrived at the center of the sea in his previous life, there were already many flower petals in the boiling water. There were all sorts of colors, and they rippled in the boiling water, making the sea in his previous life look like a flower petal bath. The boiling water vapor hit him in the face, and it was actually quite comfortable. Long Chen and Lingxi were holding each other's hands. Now, the boat they were driving was in the middle position, and the speed was not controlled by them. Everyone was in high spirits. The first half of the journey was calm, and they were already very relaxed. But what they did not know was that this 3 lives secret realm was not a place that anyone could enter. Sure enough, at this moment, someone's boat suddenly shook violently. Because the total number of people who entered was an odd number, there had to be one person in a boat alone. The boat that was shaking violently was the one that this person was riding on. Everyone exclaimed and looked at him nervously. The boat was swaying left and right, shaking violently, wanting to throw the demigod warrior out. That was the power of the rules. Moreover, they only had the power of their physical bodies. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Because the white boat had a huge shake, it actually capsized and started to sink. The warrior on the boat could only use the force to fly up. However, the rules still existed in the sky. As soon as he flew up, it was as if he had hit an iron plate. He fell down in extreme pain, and no one could save him at this time. Everyone watched as this person fell into the previous incarnation's sea, splashing water all over the sky. They watched as he sank without any struggle, and then quickly disappeared. The previous incarnation's sea gradually recovered, and became calm again. The colorful flower petals in the water were still gently rippling. Seeing their own people disappear, and not knowing if they were dead or alive, it was only at this moment that everyone truly felt the horror of the previous incarnation's sea. A terrifying atmosphere filled the surroundings. That person was definitely just the beginning. Next, there might be other dangers, and it was very likely that they would lose their lives. It was not easy to cultivate to where they were today, and they had such a high status in the sea race. If they were to die because of something like this, it would not be worth it. For a moment, everyone was panicking. Everyone, don't worry. There might be 2 people on the boat, and they will be fine. Among the 6 ocean emperors, Emperor Boshan said. All the white boats were originally moving forward peacefully, but because of Ba Shenhuang's words, there was a new movement. Of course, this had nothing to do with the Ba Shen emperor. What happened? Aren't there 2 of us here? If everyone starts to sway, won't we die here? For a moment, almost everyone began to shout. They were very sad to find that, at least in their field of vision, all the boats had begun to shake at this moment. Even the boat that the Sea King was on was trembling. However, if one took a closer look, they would discover that some people's boats were still moving peacefully. As long as their hearts were still calm, they would be able to discover the problem. However, under such circumstances, the future was already unknown, so who could remain calm? Men and women riding in the same boat will be fine. At this time, those who had discovered the pattern all felt it. Almost half of the dozens of small boats present were swaying, and these swaying boats were basically 2 men sitting in the same small boat. Even the Sea Emperor was no exception. The small boats that Ba Shen Emperor and Crimson Nightmare Emperor were on were also shaking. It's over, we are all going to die here. We are finished, our sea race is also finished. Heavens, I don't want to die yet. Perhaps the most unreconciled thing was this kind of inexplicable death that they could not resist. The people on the boats that were shaking were all regretting not finding a female companion when they boarded the boat. Now, under the rule power, they could not do anything. From the shaking to the capsizing, it did not take long. From the beginning to the end, those people could not do anything. Even Sea God Emperor, who was currently imprisoned, could not exert much power. He could only watch as the people around him disappeared. I probably won't die, but it will reduce my competitors. Sea God Emperor firmly believed so. In fact, he was ecstatic in his heart. One had to know that he felt that this was something left behind by the ancestors of their sea race. They definitely would not harm their own people, so those who sank were just eliminated. Through thick and thin, we will spend our lives together. In addition, this is the 3 lives divine stone, which symbolizes love. Obviously, we need the husband and wife to ride in the same boat. Emperor Xiao's eyes also lit up. She felt that if anyone in this team would cross the sea of their previous life, there would definitely be the 2 of them. Husband and wife. Sea God Emperor did not dare to say more. In their line of sight, a large number of white boats flipped over and entered the water. Even the Sea Emperor was only in a stalemate in the air for a while, but in the end, he fell into the water unwillingly and disappeared in front of everyone. There were originally dozens of people, but now it was quiet. There were only a dozen or so people left. All the men and women in the 9-leaf boat were here. The remaining 18 people looked at each other. Although the boat was still moving forward, some of them were still very frightened. After all, those who had disappeared, including the 4 sea emperors, did not know if they were dead or alive. If they really died, then the sea race would definitely be finished. There weren't many people like Sea God Emperor who were secretly happy in their hearts. Emperor Xiao was his wife, and he could be said to have sole authority in the remaining team. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that Long Chen was still in this position. The white boat continued to move forward. Sea God Emperor turned around and smiled at Long Chen. Brother, where do you think we will reach? Long Chen replied, I don't know about that. What's important is whether or not we can make it to the other side. That's still a question. We'll be in the same boat through thick and thin, and we'll spend our lives together. This is the 3 Lives Divine Stone. I believe that this 3 Lives secret realm is a test of love. Those who don't have love but are in the same boat, do you think they can make it to the other side? He said with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing this, the remaining demigod warriors looked at each other. Lu Ji was also shocked and looked at Qin Xingyao. If it was husband and wife, there were 3 pairs of legitimate husband and wife here. Husband and wife was also the Sea God Emperor's initial explanation, but in Long Chen's explanation, it became love. Obviously, love was closer to the 3 Lives Divine Stone than husband and wife. Then, even if it was a husband and wife, if it was fake, they might not be able to go through thick and thin together. For example, Lu Ji and Qin Xingyao didn't have any feelings at all. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, the white boat had already reached a new area and began to shake. Only 2 of them were able to escape from the tremors this time. They were the pair of Long Chen and Lingxi, as well as the pair of Sea God Emperor and Emperor Shiyao. Although the Sea God Emperor had betrayed Emperor Shiyao, the 2 of them had indeed come together because of love when they were young. They had broken through many obstacles, and there were still feelings between the 2 of them, especially when Emperor Xiao didn't know anything about Lu Ji. As for the others, except for Lu Ji and Qin Xingyao, they were all temporarily formed. Now that the test had come again, they couldn't avoid it. They didn't have the qualifications to cross the sea of their previous lives, including Lu Ji. Staying until now was just to stay a little longer. What kind of place is this? It can even tell if there are true feelings between us. Long Chen, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. He also believed that the person who disappeared should have been eliminated and wouldn't have died. Therefore, he wasn't particularly nervous for Qin Xingyao. However, his next competitors were the Sea God Emperor and Emperor Shiyao. If he were to go ashore with them, they would probably be the first to attack him. The white boat beneath Lu Ji's feet was trembling. What should we do? Qin Xingyao asked helplessly. I don't know. Lu Ji shook her head. She was the first to enter, and she was also the one who discovered the 3 Lives secret realm. She didn't expect to be eliminated so quickly. Of course, she was extremely unwilling in her heart. Damn it, this was clearly the place I discovered, the place I opened. At this moment, even the expression of this peerless beauty turned sinister. Not far from her was the small boat where the Sea God Emperor was. Currently, the Sea God Emperor was looking at her with a worried expression. Of course, he didn't want anything to happen to this beauty. To be honest, he would rather the one who fell was Emperor Xiao, so that he could continue moving forward with Lu Ji. Qin Xingyao suddenly said, at this juncture, you can try to jump to the Sea God Emperor's side. Don't you guys have a deep relationship? He was one of the few people who knew. Hearing this, Lu Ji, who was trembling violently, glared at her fiercely. However, from the corner of her eyes, she saw that Emperor Xiao was hugging the Sea God Emperor's waist from behind. This made her extremely angry. Seeing that the white boat was about to collapse, she actually did as Qin Xingyao said and jumped towards that side. With her ability, it wasn't difficult to do this. However, Emperor Xiao and the Sea God Emperor were both shocked. Without even thinking, the Sea God Emperor caught the other party by the waist. The white boat beneath his feet trembled for a moment and regained its stability. This risky move had actually succeeded. Of course, the key factor for success was that there were some feelings between the Sea God Emperor and Lu Ji. The so-called going through thick and thin doesn't mean that there are only 2 people. 3 people are fine. Seeing that the Sea God Emperor had stabilized, Long Chen gloated a little. This was because he knew that Emperor Xiao wasn't an idiot. Of course, she knew about such an obvious intimacy. However, the most surprising thing was Qin Xingyao. After Lu Ji left, the white boat beneath his feet actually stabilized. He was just one person. So the people in the divine nations have also been counted in. Now that Lu Ji has left, Qin Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao are in love. Even if Zhong Yuyao doesn't come out, it's fine. After a round of transformation, there were a total of 3 boats left. Chapter 2350. Including Zhong Yuyao in Qin Xingyao's divine kingdom, there were only 7 people present. The others had all fallen into the sea of their previous lives, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Long Chen and Lingxi were already at the front of the white boat. Qin Xingyao followed closely behind them, and behind them was the white boat occupied by 3 people. Among them, the sea god emperor's thick hands were placing Lu Ji on the boat. He turned around to look at Emperor Xiao, and Emperor Xiao was also looking at him. The surroundings were completely silent, only the sound of flowing water could be heard. Waves of bubbles surged out from the depths of the sea of his previous life. Through the wind and rain, through this life together. It was understandable that Long Chen and Ling Shi could continue like this, but why was it that when Lu Ji's white day swayed, she jumped towards the sea god emperor's side, causing both sides to stabilize? A woman's intuition was able to detect something unusual from every minute movement. Even though the movements of the sea god emperor and Lu Ji were usually very concealed, their performance in the panic just now was like a thorn to Emperor Xiao. Although the dispute between them had nothing to do with Long Chen, he was naturally happy to see the 3 of them quarrel. This way, it would be good for him. After all, it wasn't easy to compete with the 3 of them. For the time being, the 2 sea emperors wouldn't put Long Chen in their eyes. Sure enough, Emperor Xiao couldn't help but say coldly, "Sea God Emperor, Silver Crescent Moon, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Silver Crescent Moon was the name of the sea god emperor. Yao Ling, the sea god emperor, probably didn't want her to find out about him and Lu Ji, so his heart was already in a mess. The other party's cold and blood-red eyes made him feel her killing intent, and he quickly said, "Yao Ling, I don't know why either. Didn't you see that Qin Xingyao was fine by himself? Obviously, this white boat and the rules set up by the gods are in disorder. Otherwise, Qin Xingyao would have sunk long ago, right?" This was the 3 lives' secret realm. Now, everyone knew that in their previous lives, the sea required people who loved each other to be on the same boat in order to cross this place. It was true that the sea god emperor and Emperor Xiao were husband and wife, but after Lu Ji came here, the white boat hadn't sunk yet. This was too unbelievable. Hearing the sea god emperor's nervous explanation, Emperor Xiao was half careful and half skeptical. First, Qin Xingyao's current situation made her believe it, but her intuition told her that there was definitely something wrong with these 2 people. She had even suspected it before, but she couldn't find any evidence, so she thought she was overthinking it. But at this moment, when they stood together, they seemed so natural and harmonious. It was as if a thorn had been stabbed in her heart, and she was filled with endless resentment and anger. Long Chen and Ling Shi exchanged a glance. She has already sensed it and is currently enduring. The sea god's sovereign will not be able to deceive her, Ling Shi said in a soft voice. Chen, Ling words, Chen, emperor, is king in sea. Ling's Chen, the Ling said. The 3's king in. The sea god emperor said, "Since there's something wrong with the sea in my previous life, let's see if we can reach the other side first. Let's hurry up and move forward." There was a woman in front of him and behind him. It was really a headache. "I'll be in front." Emperor Xiao pulled the sea god emperor behind her and stood in the middle. Her cold eyes stared at Lu Ji. Lu Ji didn't look back at her. To be honest, she was an even more unyielding person. If it wasn't for the sea god emperor, she wouldn't have compromised for such a long time. Now, she was just waiting for herself to reach the level of the sea emperor. In terms of scheming, Emperor Xiao was still not her match. Lu Ji. Emperor Xiao called out her name incomparably coldly. Emperor Xiao, what's the matter? Lu Ji didn't turn around and replied indifferently. Emperor Xiao smiled and said, it's nothing big. I just want to tell you that, as a woman, if you're not careful and fickle, no matter how high you pretend to be, you're still a slut in the end. Oh, hee hee, that makes sense. It's just that it has nothing to do with me. Lu Ji smiled and looked ahead. Behind her, Emperor Shi clenched her fists and was about to push her down. At this moment, the sea god emperor pulled her hand and said earnestly, Yao Ling, don't misunderstand. She's our junior, the future pillar of the Sea clan. How could I have anything to do with her? While they were talking, Long Chen had already seen the light of hope. It seemed that they had successfully passed the first tribulation. In front of them was a huge rock that stood in the middle of the sea. It was extremely tall, and the back was shrouded in clouds. It was impossible to see how vast it was. The future of the Sea clan. Emperor Xiao snorted coldly. She also saw the huge rock in front of her and said, forget it now. We'll have a good chat when we get on the huge rock. In fact, the sea god emperor was a little too nervous. The more nervous he was, the more information he would leak, and the more Emperor Xiao would be able to guess the truth. In addition, Lu Ji was arrogant in her heart. She didn't ask for a detour, nor did she explain. Just this temper made Emperor Xiao want to kill her. Normally, not only did she steal his limelight, but now, she might have even seduced the sea god emperor. She still dared to talk back to him and was too lazy to care about him. The atmosphere became especially heavy, and the sea god emperor was even more troubled. He didn't expect that this matter that had been hidden for many years would erupt today. It was the first time in thousands of years that such a change had occurred. The appearance of the Three Lives secret realm did not make him feel any excitement in his heart. Originally, only he and Emperor Xiao stayed behind. This was a great luck and good thing. It was a pity that Emperor Xiao knew about his relationship with Lu Ji. Although Emperor Xiao didn't say anything else, she was already like a volcano that was about to explode. Under the most condensed and serious atmosphere, Long Chen and the others gradually approached the huge rock. This was the end of the sea in his previous life. There were 3 blood-colored words carved on the huge rock. The stone of this life, Long Chen read out these 3 words. After crossing the sea of his previous life, he arrived at the stone of this life. This just happened to verify the saying that they would spend this life together. Of course, Long Chen was happy to go up and watch the 3 of them have a good show. He brought Lingxi and jumped onto the stone of this life. This was a huge sea rock, like a giant beast in the sea. It was incomparably magnificent, and the end could not be seen. There were clouds in front of him, and it was difficult to see further away. Therefore, after coming up, he still found nothing. However, at this time, Chen Xingyao and the others also came up. Chen Xingyao hurriedly came to Long Chen's side and looked at Long Chen. Without any communication, they knew that Emperor Xiao was waiting for this moment to go crazy. Sure enough, just as the sea god emperor was about to continue explaining, she directly stood in front of Lu Ji. She looked at Lu Ji and chuckled, Lu Ji, your temper is very hard today. First, you opened this 3 Lives secret realm by yourself, and now you're ignoring me. Lu Ji was already angry in her heart. She had long wanted Emperor Xiao to die. Now, she knew in her heart that Emperor Xiao had already made up her mind. No matter how she explained, it would be futile. Although she was worried about being discovered by Emperor Xiao before, she wasn't afraid now. This was the 3 Lives secret realm. Who knew what happened here? Now, there were only 6 people left. After dealing with them, they would either seal their mouths or directly kill them. The corners of Lu Ji's mouth curled up slightly as she faced Emperor Xiao in a beautiful manner. She said coquettishly, who dares to ignore you? The dignified Sea Emperor, I can't even fawn on you. Although your looks are only half as good as mine, your strength is definitely stronger than mine, and your age is also more than 2 times older than mine. No matter what, you are still an old senior. When this woman clashed, sometimes verbal attacks were more hurtful than any other attack. Emperor Shi Yao's dignity was greatly challenged. She finally understood that the other party was fearless. It was obvious that there was someone supporting her, and the person supporting her was actually her husband, the sea god emperor who had once sworn an oath of eternal love. Obviously, the sea god emperor was infatuated with Lu Ji's beauty and must have hooked up with her for a long time. Her husband was unfaithful to her, but to Emperor Shi Yao, it didn't make her lose her mind. What she couldn't bear the most was that this woman was still flaunting her strength in front of her, and even looked down on her beauty and age. These vicious words could drive a person crazy. Lu Ji, don't talk nonsense. He did not expect that Lu Ji would actually dare to oppose Emperor Shi Yao at this time, and the person who was the most conflicted was him. He hurriedly pulled Lu Ji to his side, but he did not expect Lu Ji to directly shake off his arm, coldly glaring at him, and ridiculing, "Inuea, what? When you were in bed with me, you promised to kill this woman if you had the chance. Now is a great opportunity. Do you still want to miss it? Do you need me to repeat what you said yourself? This old fellow can be compared to me, Lu Ji, in every other aspect. If you are a man, then kill her now." She was already out of breath. She finally understood that Qin Xingyao was just a cover. They had been secretly combining behind her back for who knows how many years. After so many years, she actually hadn't discovered it. Anger, hatred, grievance, and other emotions almost drowned her. She had never thought that it would be so painful, but at this moment, it was as if the entire world had collapsed. Perhaps only slaughter could relieve the hatred in her heart. Inuea, if you still care about our many years of friendship, the fact that you are the number one sea emperor, and the face of the entire sea race, then don't do anything today. Everything that happens, I will settle it myself. You have to think clearly, this isn't just about you. The Shi Yao clan and the Devil Blue clan were both sea snakes. Chapter 23:51. Here, he could only watch the two women's hand-to-hand combat. In fact, they might not even be able to transform into their original forms. In fact, at their level, they had all passed the 9 palace tribulation, and the difference in their physical bodies wasn't that big. The Xiao clan might be stronger, but the Blue Devil clan had a natural talent for using poison, which was also very extraordinary. Facing Emperor Xiao's attack, Lu Ji pushed the sea god emperor away and said, "Go to the side, I'll deal with her myself. At this age, he has long since lost interest in you. Even if you kill me, can you change the fact that you are already an old man?" Lu Ji's heart was actually very calm. She wanted to provoke this woman and make her lose her mind. After she lost her mind, she could do a lot of things. However, after the initial stimulation and anger, Emperor Xiao had gradually calmed down. To be honest, she was really worried that the sea god emperor would join forces with Lu Ji at this time. That way, with the sea god emperor's enormous physical body advantage, it was very likely that she would be killed in this situation. She no longer had the slightest bit of excitement towards the sea god emperor. Today's situation was not good for him. There weren't many outsiders watching. With the sea god emperor's temper, he would definitely have no scruples. If he really didn't have any feelings for her, people will always grow old and die. You, Lu Ji, are not young either. In a few years, there will still be young girls who are more attractive than you. What do you have to be proud of? As for the silver crescent Fang, it's just something that I used to rot back then. So what if you get it? Are you very happy? It seems that as a slut, you only have this much IQ. Emperor Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Lu Ji retaliated and said indifferently, "That's right, but I know you must be angry right now. You're about to go crazy from anger, right? Attack me, let's see who will die today. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. When you win, come and show off your laughable sense of superiority." There was definitely no room for negotiation between them. Even if their other powers were sealed and only their physical strength could be used, they still fought each other. The scene was extremely terrifying. Only these kinds of mortal enemies would fight each other so fiercely. The two of them turned into phantoms as they moved quickly on the stone of this life, constantly emitting loud collisions. Among them, the one who was most troubled was the Sea God Emperor. He rushed forward and separated the two of them. Right now, Emperor Xiao indeed had the upper hand, but in front of the other party's poison technique, it was still not easy to kill the other party. Enough. The Sea God Emperor threw Lu Ji behind him. He was the number 1 Sea Emperor. Although he was flustered at first, he was still able to display his unique dignity. He faced Emperor Xiao and said loudly, "This is the 3 Lives secret realm. There might be something related to the future of our Sea clan here. At such an important moment, why don't we put our personal feelings aside first and settle it after we get out?" He wanted to come up with a way to let these two women live in harmony. To be honest, Lu Ji at this time really made him unable to give up, but after all, he had been with Emperor Xiao for tens of thousands of years, and he had once had the deepest feelings for her. Now, with the passage of time, he had lost interest in her, but it was still somewhat difficult to say that he could completely ignore her life and death. As for what he had told Lu Ji before, of course, it was just a casual remark. "Inuea, you still have the face to talk to me." In fact, she was waiting for the Sea God Emperor's performance. As long as the Sea God Emperor still had a trace of old feelings for her and delayed until she left this place, then he wouldn't dare to act recklessly or even kill her. Right now, the only thing Emperor Xiao wanted to do was to cut Lu Ji into 1,000 pieces, but not now. Once she forced the Sea God Emperor, he would definitely kill her. Emperor Xiao knew him, he was such a person. The initial disbelief and anger had now been gradually suppressed by reason. As the most powerful woman in the Sea clan, although what had happened had exceeded the limits of her heart, she had a stronger will to resist and wake up. She also knew that Lu Ji was doing everything possible to provoke the Sea God Emperor to kill her. At this time, the Sea God Emperor didn't say a word and directly knelt in front of Emperor Xiao. His idea was very simple. Since something had happened, then let's see if there was any possibility of letting both of them breathe a sigh of relief and get along. Without going to the most extreme step, he still couldn't kill this woman who had been with him for tens of thousands of years. After all, there were so many years of affection in it. "Yao Ling, listen to me. How many years have passed since we fell in love? I've been with you everywhere, regardless of everyone's opposition. I've defeated too many people to have this opportunity. Although I was confused this time, can you give me a chance to say these words clearly?" The Sea God Emperor said affectionately. Emperor Xiao giggled and mocked, "Speak, I want to see what you have to say, and what kind of pleasant words it will be. Yao Ling, you know the men of our Sea clan. For so many years, other Sea emperors have tens of thousands of women, and even a person with some ability has a harem of 3,000. As the number 1 Sea emperor, I only have you. I endured for so long, but in the end, I still couldn't hold on. This can't be blamed on me, I really tried my best, but I couldn't control my own desires. In the past, I thought that for you, even if I only had you, it would be worth it, but after so many years, there will always be 1 or 2 accidents, right?" He pointed at Lu Ji and said, "Actually, you can relax a little, I just want to add another woman. Compared to others, I'm still pitifully few. Lu Ji is actually a good person. This conflict is just because you guys are too excited. It's not a big deal. It's just that I was afraid that you would be angry in the past, so I didn't dare to tell you. If you guys can get along well, you can imagine that the 3 of us in a group will be a greater power for the Sea clan. When Lu Ji reaches our realm in the future, our Sea clan will have 7 great Sea emperors, and the 3 of us will be able to decide a lot of things." Of course, he yearned for such a situation the most. In the end, he still valued Emperor Xiao's current status and strength in the Sea clan, so he couldn't bear to kill her now. So, he decided to give it a try and see if he could convince her. In fact, he had underestimated women. From the moment he opened his mouth, Emperor Xiao knew what he was thinking. Although she knew it was sad, this was what the Sea God Emperor thought. At this time, he was still considering her remaining value. He knew that Emperor Xiao was also a smart person and didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he used this method. Lu Ji, come here and apologize to her. From today onwards, you are good sisters. You are all from the Sea Snake clan, and you are all emperors. When we leave the Three Lives Secret Realm, I will announce the relationship between the three of us. We will also obtain the secret treasure of the Three Lives Secret Realm. This way, our future will definitely be better. Without waiting for Emperor Xiao to agree, he began to summon Lu Ji. Lu Ji smiled faintly. To be honest, she also knew what the Sea God Emperor's goal was. He slept with them, hugged them left and right, and then, through them, he could control the entire Sea clan. His authority far exceeded that of the other 4 Sea Emperors, allowing him to truly become the ruler of the Sea clan. Lu Ji wasn't ignorant. This was mainly a test of Emperor Xiao. It was for her to swallow this anger, not her, Lu Ji. Therefore, at this time, she could act a little more considerate and sensible. She could make the Sea God Emperor dote on her even more. This was her weapon as a woman. Therefore, she walked in front of Emperor Xiao and said in a tender voice, "My good sister, I'm really sorry just now. I was too excited and spoke too much. In fact, I respect my sister very much. I hope you can listen to his opinion. After all, a man only has one woman. If that's the case, how can he be worthy of his identity as the number 1 Sea Emperor?" Her face changed very quickly. The battle between the women caused Long Chen and Ling Shi to gasp in amazement. It was simply too marvelous. Just a moment ago, they were shouting about fighting and killing each other, but now, they could actually discuss the future. "Yao Ling, just spare me this time. I promise you, this is definitely the last time. Moreover, I've made a slight breakthrough recently, and it's not impossible for me to approach Ling Huang's level in the future. At the very least, we should think about the matters here after we leave. At this time, we should focus more on the secrets of the Three Lives Secret Realm." Of course, Emperor Xiao wasn't a brainless person. At this time, the two of them had already joined forces to deal with him. If he said no at this time, then the Sea God Emperor would definitely kill him in desperation. From his eyes and words, Emperor Xiao could tell that Lu Ji was more important than her right now. Only by living could she turn defeat into victory. Of course, she wanted to live, not die here. And no one knew about these two's shady dealings. She didn't want to die just like that. Even if she died, she wanted to collect this debt. It's not over yet. You're right. The Three Lives Secret Realm is indeed much more important than your bullshit. Don't be happy too early. Some people still have to be responsible for what they say. After this is done, we'll discuss what to do about today's matter. Emperor Xiao's words ended their life and death conflict today. To the Sea God Emperor, this was a happy ending. He didn't think as deeply as the two women. He thought that as long as he delayed, Emperor Xiao would figure it out. He didn't know how great of a humiliation and hatred this kind of thing was for a woman. If Lu Ji was a well-behaved person, Emperor Xiao wouldn't bother with her, but what she was thinking about all the time was killing him. At this time, the Sea God Emperor's gaze fell on the 3 onlookers. He had seen so many secrets, and he was an outsider. I recommend a book to everyone. My wife is a soldier king. Now that the new book is number 1, it's very cool, very good, very powerful, very easy to read, and there are many younger sisters. Chapter 2352. The dignified number 1 Sea Emperor had to compromise in front of 2 women. This in itself was a shameful matter. The Sea God Emperor was a person who cared about his face. Although these 2 were the most difficult women to deal with in the sea race, as the number 1 Sea Emperor, he really couldn't bear to let outsiders watch the whole process from start to finish. Moreover, in this Three Lives Secret Realm, everyone was his opponent. Now, he had temporarily stabilized Emperor Shi Yao and Lu Ji. They were all on his side, and Qin Xingyao could be ignored. The only threat came from Long Qin. The Sea God Emperor didn't dare to underestimate this heaven-defying youth at all. The human race had already made it clear that they wanted him to be the future Dragon Emperor of Slaughter. From the matter of defeating Lu Ji, it could be seen how terrifying this young man was. Of course, at this time, he had not reached the level of the Sea Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, but with his speed, he was definitely not far away. If he didn't get rid of him today, he would definitely become a great enemy of the sea race in the future. If this kind of person wasn't in the Three Lives secret realm, the Sea God Emperor wouldn't choose to rashly attack him. Once he offended him and failed to kill him, it would definitely bring great disaster to the sea race in the future. Even now, he was actually a little hesitant. He was worried that if Long Qin died here, the human race wouldn't listen to his explanation. Of course, the explanation was definitely made up. Once it was leaked out, the 15 Dragon Emperors would probably attack the Sea God region. However, if Long Qin was allowed to stay in the Three Lives secret realm, he would be a huge problem in the future. With his ability, if there was anything in this Three Lives secret realm, it would even fall into his hands. He naturally understood that Long Qin was a youth with heaven-defying luck. Then he would be the Sea God Emperor's greatest enemy in this Three Lives secret realm. Whether it was the matter of not spreading his dirty linen or the Three Lives secret realm, he couldn't let Long Qin live. The Sea God Emperor was also a bold person. At this critical moment, he hardened his heart and prepared to do something that made him feel crazy and excited. Lu Ji and Xiao Emperor did not stop him. Instead, they tactfully protected him. The battle between the two women had just begun. At least at this time, they would act like they supported the Sea God Emperor. The Sea God's tooth bloodline was the highest bloodline of the sharks in the sea. It possessed the most perfect body and supreme power. It was the top of the 6 great bloodlines. Especially in terms of physical strength, it was also the sea race's #1 advantage. Otherwise, how could the Black Hell Emperor become so strong after devouring a few corpses of the tusk of the Sea God? This could only mean that in terms of bloodline, the Sea God Emperor was already at the highest level of the demon race, the great demon lords of the 4 great demon ancestral cities. He bared his teeth, revealing his sharp and sinister teeth. The grievances he had suffered from the two women were all vented on Long Qin. The two sides met on this stone of this life. Qin Xingyao was a little nervous. He had been with the sea race for so many years, and his fear of the Sea God Emperor's prestige was deeply rooted. Even though his power was restricted by the rules, in terms of might, the deep-sea mad shark's murderous nature was still incomparable. The Sea God's tooth was an ancient sea creature, and its reputation as the overlord of the sea shook the ages. What is the Sea God Emperor doing? Long Qin was not nervous at all, and said with a smile. You guys have seen too much. The Sea God Emperor's voice was low as he gradually approached him. His body was already tense. Even with just the power of his physical body, he could tear mountains and rivers apart, and dominate the ages. Everyone could clearly see the muscles on his body wriggling, and every inch of his body hid explosive power. It's really interesting, but isn't it perfect now? Hugging one in each arm, and sleeping in the same bed. How enviable, Long Qin was still teasing. At this point, the Sea God Emperor stepped on the stone of this life. The stone of this life, which was extremely stable under the rules, was now trembling. Borrowing the power of the recoil, the Sea God Emperor's tall and burly body slammed towards Long Qin like a cannonball. His hands were incomparably sharp, and the teeth in his mouth were comparable to terrifying Dao treasures, possessing terrifying biting power. Clang! There was a sharp piercing sound. Long Qin's god-slaying sword, which had close to 800 Dao patterns, slashed on the opponent's suppression, and both sides were sent flying. Under the opponent's terrifying power, Long Qin's arms were trembling. It was really terrifying to be able to block Long Qin's sword with just his teeth. However, to the Sea God Emperor, it was even more unbelievable. Although he knew that Long Chen inherited the essence blood of the supreme divine dragon, it was indeed a miracle that he could actually fight against him with his physical body. One had to know that Emperor Xiao was also the Sea God Emperor, but in this level, she definitely couldn't compare to the Sea God Emperor. If it was outside, Emperor Xiao wouldn't be worried that the Sea God Emperor would kill her, because he would have to pay a heavy price. This confrontation could be considered as testing the opponent's strength. It was just that the power of Long Chen's physical body was much stronger than what the Sea God Emperor had imagined. He originally planned to eat Long Chen in one go, but he didn't expect that in the first confrontation, he actually didn't take advantage of it. That meant that the possibility of him killing Long Chen wasn't high. The Sea God Emperor was unwilling. He finally mustered up his courage with great difficulty and had to try again. At this moment, his body erupted with even greater power, and he punched towards Long Chen. This three-live secret realm operated under the rules written with divine runes, but under this punch, even those divine runes were torn apart, and even part of the power released by the Sea God Emperor caused a terrifying lethality. This surprised him. He thought that this would at least seriously injure Long Chen, and then he would advance in this three-live secret realm without any scruples. However, at this time, Long Chen's entire body was covered in dragon scales. This kind of Long Chen made the Sea God Emperor feel some reverence in his heart. You have a higher level bloodline, a greater ruler. In terms of killing nature, the Sea God's tooth is invincible, but it might still be far from Long Chen's current body. This youth seemed especially terrifying at this moment. Long Chen also narrowed his eyes and punched out. Crackle. Boom. This was an equally explosive punch. At that instant, it collided with the Sea God Emperor. Although there was a big difference in the size of the fist, in terms of fist strength, the gap was not big. When the two of them collided, the stone of this life actually cracked. This meant that their physical strength was infinitely close to the limit of this three-live secret realm. Bang! The two of them were shaken, and they both retreated a certain distance. The Sea God Emperor returned to his two women's side, while Long Chen returned to Lingxi's side. Both of them had some injuries on their bodies, and even their arms were trembling. However, it could be seen that no one could do anything to the other. This time, the Sea God Emperor truly felt how terrifying Long Chen was. He had originally planned to kill Long Chen in one go, but now it seemed that even if he succeeded, he would have to pay a heavy price. At that time, he might lose the right to speak in front of Lu Ji and Empress Xiao. He was someone who could recognize reality. At this moment, he stopped his attacks and laughed. Indeed, heroes come from the young. Brother Long Chen is not only strong, but your physical strength alone is close to the peak of the eternal God realm. You really are a peerless genius, 10 times stronger than your father. At the very least, your father wasn't even a tenth as strong as you are at your age. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. I just wanted to test your strength just now, it was just a joke. You can't really take it seriously, right? You're my guest, an ally of the merfolk. Naturally, I won't really fight you. This guy was really flexible. When he realized that he couldn't defeat the other party, he quickly changed his words. He wasn't being cheap, but Long Chen's future was too frightening. Long Chen smiled faintly. How could that be? I've always thought that the Sea God Emperor was joking with me. He looked around and said, in that case, let's continue our journey in the three-live secret realm. What will appear in front of us? I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing this, the Sea God Emperor smiled awkwardly. He turned around and looked at Lu Ji and Empress Xiao. The two women's faces were very ugly. What followed was an even more terrifying battle. It wasn't just between the two women, but also between the three of them and Long Chen, who had an exceptionally strong physical body. It was even a battle between the three of them. As for Qin Xingyao and Lingxi, they were naturally small characters that they had overlooked. Long Chen directly brought Lingxi and Qin Xingyao towards the depths of the stone of this life. On the vast stone, the front was full of clouds and mist. The power of rules was everywhere, and they couldn't see or feel it clearly. The sea god emperor and the others quickly moved, forming another group and walking beside Long Chen. The two groups didn't dare to move forward too quickly. Once they started fighting, it would be a battle ahead of time. Before the truly important things appeared, they would choose to maintain a stable pace. No one spoke, and the surroundings were completely silent. The stone of this life was very big, and it might even be as big as the sea of his previous life. The 6 of them walked on it for a whole day, but they still couldn't reach the end. Everything here was in an illusion. At a certain moment, the 6 of them suddenly felt a little hot under their feet. At that moment, something suddenly happened. With them as the center, the stones within a radius of 100 meters didn't change, but 100 meters away, there was a sudden riot at this moment. Rumble. The stones suddenly cracked, then began to sink, and then disappeared. The entire stone of this life disappeared in a short time, except for the area within a radius of 100 meters where they were standing. What appeared below was a kind of flame. It was a kind of white flame. Ever since the flame's power appeared, it erupted with terrifying power. This was the most amazing flame Long Chen had ever seen. It was actually made of divine characters, and each character was burning, releasing terrifying power. Any one of these flames could probably burn a large area of the sea god's domain clean. If the flames under their feet were released, the entire sea god's domain would probably be out of water. This is Heavenly God Heart Fire. It's a flame born in the body of a god. It shrouds the heart of rules, and is one of the important powers of a god. Why is there so much Heavenly God Heart Fire here? The Sea God Emperor and the others recognized it at once. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.